Hello. I don't know what the hit rate of me just saying like, all right, I'm ready for stream. I don't like do like a basic like throat check of like if I have phlegm or something, and then just it's like. But we've got a night stream, I guess. I don't. This stream could be like 30 minutes. I don't know what I'm doing for this stream. This stream is simply two things. One, I'm going to be upfront. I have no idea when the restriction list is going to drop. It is, as of right now, like 11:30 in the morning in Japan. I would expect sometime between now and 5 p.m. end of their workday, they'll probably release the restriction list. Technically, or I guess not legally, but technically they could do it any time in the next 12 hours and it'd still be Wednesday in Japan. So we'll see. We also don't know if it's going to affect us. We have no idea. You guys are probably going to keep trolling me the entire stream. Like, it's up. And then I'm going to spend like a minute checking 6 different Twitter accounts. And then I go back to sorting cards. So I've been on the road a lot in the last month and a half. It's been pretty busy, especially with Gundam. And also just how much, this is going to sound dumb. I have been playing too much Gundam card game to do my job of covering the Gundam card game and other card games. So because of that, my room is in shambles, to just put it lightly. So I have probably, like a dozen One Piece decks that are just in various states of being built. So we're just going to start by just doing some chilling, hanging out, and just doing that kind of stuff. So yeah, honestly, like Gundam, I think is a really strong game. I think that this has probably been the lowest point for One Piece. But yeah, it's just like the lowest point for One Piece since when would it be previously? I guess like last summer, like the end of Sakazuki's reign from like May to like June, that was awful. Like there were like some events, but that was probably. This is the lowest point I think in One Piece card game when it comes to content for almost like 13 months. So it's been there. So it's been really easy to be distracted by Gundam, I guess. So all right, let me see. Let me look through chat. So my plan today, it could be bad, it could be a lame idea. You guys can let me know by just not showing up, I guess. But I wanted it to be like a real reaction for my first thoughts on the restriction list. So hopefully it's going to pop out sometime in the next 5 hours or so. I guess 4.5 hours, probably around midnight PST time. So 4.5 hours. If it doesn't drop, I'm going to just be like, all right, I guess I'll wake up at 2 a.m. and see if it drops. But we'll see. We'll see what it is. Yes, I got the wing accessory kit. And I was able to... There were like 5 times where like the site crashed and I thought that I lost it, including like, I made a tweet for this, like 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after I placed the order. It wasn't working with PayPal, so I had to use a different payment method, like a more personal one. Like not a business account one. I'm just like, I need this Gundam stuff. So I was able to get it, but I was really worried that I wasn't going to be able to get it. So I'm happy, but it took like 5 minutes for like the receipt to show up in my mailbox. I'm like, I didn't really get it. There was a system error. They just didn't have any in stock for it. So, do I want to raffle some Star Deck bricks for Gundam? Sure. Sure. We can do that. Yeah, I don't think like it's bad to go from there. Runefeng, this is gonna probably be a bad question to ask for someone especially who's been following since May 27, 2019. DM me who you are IRL. The name Runefeng does not ring any bells. I am sorry, but I'd rather you know this now instead of like 2 hours into the stream. But I'm definitely down. We played a game on the sim. I was surprised. Yeah, because I normally just do in the morning. Let's see. Can someone with a 31 month? Yeah, Lambdad, message me on Discord. I don't know if I've sent you. I won't claim to be the best of this, especially since it's not easy to message people when they have 12 months. But message me and I can send you dice. Just let me know. Predictions. Last minute predictions. Do you guys want hopes or do you guys want predictions? I'm kind of hoping that Giant gets hit to 1. I don't think it should necessarily be banned. I think 1's like a cool flavor add for it. Likely Lin. I don't know about Hody. I've kind of changed my mind after doing some more testing with Zoro, where the card isn't really needed. That's honestly, I don't really know. I mean, like, do you think Betty's gonna get hit? It hasn't been doing well in Japan. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe I should just do. I have no idea when the restriction list drops. Hopefully, sometime during this 4 to 5 hour stream. LeMayo. There we go. And then we'll just pin that. There we go. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I have nothing. My one greedy ad was I got a third starter deck 1 because I needed more Gundams, because I needed the starter deck. Even though I have, I just use so many of them. Even though I have like 4 beta ones and 4 like real ones, I still need more of that LR, so I've been using this. Let me pin this. All right, there we go. Yeah, it sold out super quick. Sensotama? I have no idea. Who knows? They haven't made a ban list in over a year that hasn't had simultaneous release. So it's my hard expectation that they're going to drop a restriction list, and it will likely be like if it's the same time as Japan, it will be like this Friday or next Friday, because they get OP13 this Friday too. So also Renee, you giving up the good fight. I know you were trying to stream until the restriction list, but I know that it's like probably like what, 2 a.m. in Europe, so you'll probably just wake up to it. Unbanning cards have only been an English thing. So we will do that. Yeah, 4:30. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the good fight. I know you've been holding the line. I'm sorry you weren't able to make it. Let's see. I don't know if they'll do restricted pairs. I wouldn't be like upset about it. They have kind of like a precedent for it. Only Digimon does it for right now for English version of Bandai card games, but it could happen. Iska, unless you're like Yomi's alt account or like a dear family member, I respect you. Love is a strong word in my vocabulary, though. So I'm sorry. I can't reciprocate unknowingly, but I appreciate you. I dropped a list. So 4 p.m. Japan time. Yeah, I would expect sometime before 5 p.m. Japan time, because I would say that it would be towards the end of the day. There'd be like an hour or two where like people are in the office still, and then they just go home, right? Oh, Alistar, all right, I immediately know who you are. I promise. And I will also assume that you've changed your Twitch ID since the last time you've been here. So I get a little cop-out from there, but I immediately know who you are. I'm super looking forward to blocks. I also think that if they're doing block rotation, it means that there's a higher chance that they're going to implement an online client officially for the One Piece card game. Let's see, Bruv moments. I'm happy. I'm glad to hear about the stickers. And it was good to meet you too. I wasn't in the One Piece area as much as I wanted to be. I scrubbed out. I'll be honest. Like I just had a bad time. But Gundam had it reciprocated. Union. Oh, you're right. Union Arena did as well. You're right. Yeah, my bad on that. So it wouldn't be outrageous. At the end of the CS stream, yeah, but they didn't. There's no stream. They're just gonna make an announcement. Andrew, I would say get some sleep. I would assume that it is in 4 to 5 hours from now. Oh man, you still have the Chilai Limo. I still have the alt art, not the alt art. There weren't alt arts, but foil Chilai Limo. It is still one of my prized possessions. Greetings from Cuba. Greetings from LA. It sucks here. Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be an hour from now. My goal, so the goal of this stream, I know it's like 7:30 p.m. PST time. My goal is these are not all my cards. And you'll see It's bad. I have no shame. Like I have like just a lot of cards. They're kind of like sort of by IP, right? My goal is to sort every One Piece card that I currently don't have in my sorting system before the restriction list comes out. So I have like a 4-hour timer. That's my goal for this stream, and we're already starting off at a slow start. So we'll go through there. Yeah. With some OP12. Yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna get there. Yeah, Andrew, I would expect that. So, I don't know. I haven't been as invested in the Japanese OP12 format as much as I have in other formats too. So, I will say that Gundam has successfully distracted me in some regard. So I won't. Yeah, I do apologize for that. And we're just in like such a weird spot where, like, I don't want to like. It's tougher to like catalog Japanese events right now compared to English events, just because like the formats have been different every time. So by the time like I do all these Japanese lists, they're like always outdated, or they're just not the same meta as all. And then we're just kind of in this waiting room where sometime in like the next year or so we're going to be on the same release. So, but that's just been me. I don't know if lazy is the right word, but just not being able to put as much time into that as possible. So anyways, sorting system, this is how I sort my cards. I don't know if this is interesting to you guys. You guys will be able to see, let me see, I have, all right, we'll do the quick tour of how messy my room is, so enjoy. All right, so you'll see right here, and I'm gonna get these out of here, but right there, this is essentially a master set of the One Piece card game in this middle drawer. So it's every set. I have commons, uncommons, and rares in these tall ones. I have these tinier boxes, which are mostly Star Decks, and then super rares go in these other ones, super rares and secret rares. I have some like alt arts and stuff, but that's generally a master play set. So that's what I do. So I separate commons, uncommons, and rares into whatever set they are. Star Decks get completely separated, and then super rares and secret rares are another pile. And the last one is just like any like alt arts stuff. So that's generally how we do it. You guys can see here's my, box of like extra stuff. Like these are just where like deck lists go, or like decks go. This room's really messy. I can just show you like there's just a bunch of messiness in here. I've got like some sleeves there. I've got some binders. I've got just too much stuff. This is like my Dragon Ball on the bottom, like Dragon Ball, like some Mini Arena cards. We've got the soon-to-be Gundam shelf right next to it. I'm probably need like another one. So we also have like a bunch of cards in storage because there are like Masters and Digimon cards I haven't played sleeved in a while, so most of those cards are there. But there you go, in case you guys need to know. Is it more compact than just using set and deck binders? Yeah, it's more compact, I think. And it's a system that I've been doing for essentially like over 5 years, since like Dragon Ball. It's been like the same system. But it's just like easy enough, right? I'm like, oh, I need this card from set 4. I go to there, and then I guess I'll kind of show within the sets, we kind of like color coordinate as well. So, I don't know why it's just like, yo, this is Eggman's face. You guys need to see this. Set, color, rarity, cost. Yeah, so it's set, color. It's mostly that. I put commas and commons in the front, and then like the back is just all rares. So like for example, I don't know. Again, I have no idea how interesting this is. Well, I guess we'll see when we get there. I know everyone is just kind of waiting for it, but this is set 9. Man, this is less bulk than I thought. So I think I probably could condense these more, and you can kind of see. So this is these are by color, so red. So for commons and uncommons of red, green, blue, purple, black, yellow, based on just how the color order works. And then rares with the same thing. So for example, if I need to find like a blue rare, I know that it's somewhere around here. So there, yeah, bam, 12 got buggy. So I also know that this is probably, I'm like sure some people are cringing like how like maybe like secure some of these cards are. These are just my cards forever. I don't care that like for some of the higher rare cards, like there's more protection for them, but like these are just cards I'm going to be used. I don't care that they're damaged that much, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know about Nami. I think it's pretty clear that like they just needed to wait 6 months before printing blue support that drew, and they're like, nah, we just need to print it now. So I think most people will agree that it's likely Nami would get hit. I think it's like kind of forced by printing that stuff, but I also can only imagine how many cards like were not printed in the last 2 years, just because they had to play around Nami being a card. So I guess the first thing I'll do is I'll just kind of unsleeve everything. Is there any other decks that exist? Oh, I do have, I think in this one, no, where's my Marco deck? It's probably in here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so Marco. Are there any other decks in here? I have a buggy deck? All right. The Fusion World deck. This is probably also a Fusion World deck. Yeah, that's Majin Buu. Those are decks that are not this. We're probably fine. All right. Yeah, I think the like for Gundam's really weird because I need to have essentially I have 8 like double play sets of everything just because of how deck building works in that game. In this game, like I started off doing double play sets because Yomi and I were playing more often. Yomi's pretty much just playing whenever she wants to. She's not really like competing or playing at all. So just single play sets of commons, uncommons, rares, and then super rares are generally fine. So that's generally what we've been doing. So, all right, well, I guess the first thing is we're just going to unsleeve a bunch of cards and go from there. So I'm kind of obnoxious. I try to like, I have like theme sleeves, right? And I try to keep themes with it. I'm not sponsored, but I have a bunch of like dragon shields that just correspond with the color, and those generally work all right. So I've been doing that as well. All right, well, let's just start unsleeving things. What is? Oh yeah. Okay. All right. It's a mess. 700. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, I won't. I'd be lying if I said half the reason I'm doing this stream is for people to judge me on how I organize cards and let me know if there's like a better way, so I can maybe adapt to that in the future. All right, but we're gonna start off with, I think this is a remnants of like a purple-black Luffy deck that I was playing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Especially since I don't know, man. I've been fortunate enough to not have this happen, but I can only imagine what the insurance claim is for these cards, and then also, like, if you do the legit value, right, like, there's a chance that then like the government has like an avenue to know potentially the worth of some of these cards, right? So we'll see. Yeah, I think it's just an announcement. I don't believe they're having like a stream, so. But sincerely, like, if this is a bad stream and we never do it again, that's fine. It literally was, I needed to do this anyways, and I wanted to be live when hopefully the restriction list drops. So it's just going to be this for 3 to 4 hours. I'll do my best to, it's probably fine. I wanted to have like a screen somewhere over there that had chat so I didn't have to keep back and forthing. Maybe I'll do that real quick. Maybe I'll set up like a laptop or something, just so like I'm not like continually looking back and forth. Let me actually do that real quick. I think there's a shot Hody doesn't get banned, if I'm being honest. That has been a new opinion in the last couple months, or last couple weeks. I think when it was announced that there was going to be a restriction list, I would be unsurprised. Like I was definitely like, oh, I'm pretty sure Hody's going to get hit. So that's definitely been an opinion that's changed from me. Will Moby Dick return? I have no expectation for cards to get unbanned, especially like in a game now that has a rotation list or like a set rotation. Bandai has very rarely unbanned cards in the history of their games. They've done it once in One Piece. That was because like the immediate backlash. Sorry, these are being extra stinky. All right. What else? There's also like do some of these effects of OP12 work for double name leaders? I think I'd have to. I can't remember. Let me see how the name is written. So that's a factor. All right. Because I know for like Ace and Newgate, it's not considered an Ace or a Newgate because the name is not. But I might be thinking Dragon Ball Fusion World. Give me a card. Give me a card that you're curious about, and I can let you know with probably better accuracy. But yeah, I don't think Moby Dick is going to return. Like, unironically, the only card I could see like actually returning is like Kabaji. if like Nami gets like mega hit, they could maybe get rid of Kabaji. Yeah, I don't think Moby Dick is coming back though. I think so. Here's like my opinion on it. Here's like the risk reward. They could unban the card, and let's say even like there's a 90% chance that it's fine. I don't think they want to risk the 10% chance that the card is still broken and they need to ban it a second time. If they have to ban a card a second time, like that is a humiliation, right? People would laugh at you. If I had to be like, oh, I don't think this card's banned, I don't think this card's good anymore. We can unrestrict it, and then I have to ban it a second time, right? I don't think a lot of companies outside of like maybe. Has that ever happened in Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh is like the only game that I could think that could happen. Where they ban it. I mean, I know that they've like banned cards and like unbanned cards in formats, but I don't know. I don't know if they've ever like banned a card and then just like had to almost immediately reban it. It happened in Yu-Gi-Oh? Gotcha. Gotcha. They had a versus system to Raga card 3 times before they finally banned it. That's hilarious. I think the closest thing for it in I think the closest thing for it that I remember. So in Dragon Ball Masters, before it was called Dragon Ball Masters, they had a broken leader. His name was Mecha Frieza. Essentially, in that game, Self-Awakening was pretty hard to do. And Self-Awakening is known as like a pretty good effect in the game. Essentially what Mecha Frieza did was it let you play extra cards for free. So commands or events for free, including an extra card that said untap 2. So you could just draw a card from your life and then you could untap 2 energy, which was pretty good. they did not want to ban anything from that game. So they eroded it to make it not useful anymore. Years later, they introduced this idea of reboot leaders, which I would not be surprised if they do in this game, where they are essentially like old leaders that were never like particularly good, or some of them weren't particularly good, but were like new ways to make them more modern for the game. So one of them was Mecha Frieza, and they made it more fair, and they ended up banning that leader. And so it is the closest thing in that game to banning a leader twice, because the first card was technically not banned, it was just eroded to make it not functional anymore, and then they rebanned it. Yeah, streaming until the bans are until I'm done sorting my collection, whatever comes first. But I'll probably be live until about midnight. If it's just like me waiting around doing nothing, then I'll probably just end stream and just not force it. But that is that. Let's see. Oh, Blackwing Armor, Synchro and Dad. Yeah. Ice Age. I don't think they'll do that. Did I give up on Fusion World? I gave up on this meta of Fusion World. This meta is just bad. It is the second worst meta that this game has ever seen for Fusion World. So I have no interest to play currently, especially when I have a lot of fun playing Gundam right now. And I know that I've been kind of slacking on One Piece content because we've just been in like this holding pattern for such a long time. But yeah, I'm still updating it on my website and on my deck builder, but I'm just waiting for more knowledge on the next format. Yeah, there's a lot of pretty Dragon Ball Master cards. It's a great game. If I was to play only one game, which will never happen, I've got issues. I got to play more than one card game. Dragon Ball Masters would be in contentions for one of the ones that I would just full commit to. I think the game is great. I don't know if I can say earnestly if peak One Piece has reached the peak levels of Dragon Ball Masters during its tenure as a card game yet, for me. I have no idea on an official One Piece sim. My guess is that it's next in line since Digimon is getting one. And another clue in my mind is that if they're doing block rotations in this game, it's going to make it easier for them to make an online client because they don't have to, do as many cards in the sim, if you know what I mean. What was peak One Piece in my eyes? What's my favorite format? It's tough. That is tough. I'd have to go back and look. I honestly like OP08.5 was pretty close. I think that format was really good. I obviously like playing Marco. I do like, especially because it was kind of like the finals format for people to. I do like Black Yellow Luffy. I'll be honest. I like that deck. I like playing it. I know that it got boring at the end, and I fully think that Gekko Mori was a card that needed to be banned, and I'm looking forward to. I've been a hard component for it where it just needs like an in-arc type version of Moria that's not as broken, and we're essentially kind of getting that. So I'm looking forward to trying to play that deck again. When do I think? I don't know, man. Fusion World's like such in a tough spot. I don't even want to know. Like, I can't even think of like what would be the next ways to fix that game right now. It's in a rough spot. It's the Sabo. Also, here, I got some messages. I think I got a message from, just to make sure, Lambda. Yes, Lambda, I owe you some dice. And then also, yeah, Lambda, if I forget to message you also, I do not mind people sending me reminder messages because I'm so scatterbrained with that. But yeah, I owe you, we'll just talk about it, but I definitely owe you at least your 2-year dice and then maybe your 1-year dice, which I'll just send as a little package together. Yeah, 8.5 and 9 for sure. I think the other thing, Okay, this one might be controversial. I like the November 2023 format, or whatever year it was, where we had like the 1 month ban of like red cards before like an OP4 go into 5. It could just be because we only experienced it for a month and we never got like the full list. But I like that format. Part of the reason I've been really liking Gundam right now is because there's a lot of emphasis on deck building and like meta discovery, which is something we almost never get in the One Piece card game. So I would say that I'm more of a deck builder than a player. So that's been really fun from that side. Yeah, it is cool to see the evolve cards. I was when playing like Red Cell, and like they just need to add Union Absorb, right? Like, well, I don't know, they just need to add that keyword. That keyword's so fun, and like you can use it for like other fusions, like the Patara ones too. Yeah, 4.5, yeah. Yeah, exactly. But like Fusion World also had global release at start, and the game was fine. And then set 2 happened, and then there was one deck. Like everyone agreed that there was one deck, and that was it. Shenron looks really... Shenron... I love the Wish Leaders in Dragon Ball Masters. They are some of the most fun I've had. There's also some of the most successful decks I've ever done in tournaments with, but the Fusion World equivalent of a Wish Leader is not my cup of tea so far. I could play it and I could be immediately wrong with it, but randomly milling cards off the top of your deck. There's a deck in Fusion and Masters called Vegex that essentially was like the same game idea, and it just never took off. Like it super took off. I just never liked playing the deck. And it's just like, oh, mill 3, play 3 things for free off the top of my deck. Yes, please. Not a big fan of that. And also, like, it makes it harder to play that deck competitively because sometimes you'll just never see your cards. So I'm more interested in seeing. I wish the Wish decks were a little bit different, but I could be wrong. I think they're just going to make a tweet. Oh, dual color leaders for Fusion World for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I think Dragon Ball Masters is still the better deck building game when it comes to it, and this isn't a game anymore, but obviously Battle Spirit Saga had like a huge ceiling when it came to deck construction. I think that game just had... It was a little bit complex to play that game while playing other card games. You kind of had to full commit to it, and it was the fact that it didn't have an IP that was more recognizable was harder for it to get recognition, despite its unyieldy prize pool for the first year of that game. But Gundam reminds me a lot of Hearthstone. I played a lot of Hearthstone. It came out when I was in college, and this is gonna age me quite a bit. Oh, it already aged me that I went to college when Hearthstone came out. But at the time, smartphones were barely a thing, and they weren't powerful enough to really play games outside of like bad ports of Pac-Man kind of thing. So there wasn't a way to play Hearthstone mobily at that time on release. It was just, it was Blizzard, right? Blizzard makes PC games. So I was, a lowly computer engineering major, and so I could, with good thoughts, bring a laptop to my lectures, and I played so much Hearthstone and still got my bachelor's of science. Like, it's crazy. So I played a lot of that game. That game was, one of my, not my first card game experiences, but definitely the most that I played online. And so I stopped playing that game like 4 or 5 years ago, around the time when Ben Brode left the game. And I've been missing that kind of card gameplay. So it's Hearthstone, like Gundam has really scratched the itch that I've had since I've stopped playing Hearthstone. There's a lot of similar deck building decisions and gameplay decisions that I really enjoy. So I think Hearthstone's also still like a good game. I'll be honest, I'm surprised that it's still around, which is not like an insult or anything, but like, I'm sincerely surprised Heroes of the Storm is still around. All right, that game could have left any time in the last 4 years, and very few people would understand it, but it's still here. It's still around. So Hearthstone, like, I'm not as much of like, I don't like playing arena or like draft modes. I didn't play their auto battler that much. It looks fun, but I didn't get into it. I know that put a lot of life back into the game in the client and stuff. I'm a big fan of Ben Brode too, so I play like a lot of Marvel Snap. I haven't played it hasn't been on my phone for like over a year, but I really appreciate what he did with that game and him and his team, right? Him and his team. It's not just a one-man effort, but generally speaking, I'm a big fan of like digital card games that like explore the space of doing things in a digital client that wouldn't be possible in like an in-person one, right? I know that some people say like Hearthstone's like a little bit too randomized, and I think that's true. But like to the point of like, I would play friendly games in Hearthstone because like we could do some funny stuff, right? Haas is the best MOBA. I like it's the MOBA that I've spent the most time in, for sure. Out of myself, yeah, I know. Yeah, I did play a good amount of Runeterra. I thought that game was great, and I think that the fact that that game ended the way that it did was a little bit upsetting. Let's see. Man, if I had like a nickel every time someone asked me like when the restriction list was, man, I'd be set. Double my revenue this year. That's crazy. I'm not trying to call anyone out, and I get it. I get like why people are asking. It is pinned though. It is a pinned comment. I know everyone's like really interested for it. Am I going to try Riftbound? Likely no. And the reason is because Gundam has destroyed my balance in life, which you guys can probably see with my upload and stream schedule in the last couple weeks. I've also been on the road for like 30% of the last 30 days. But I think the game is good. I think the game is complex enough where it's going to be difficult to play that game and play others and still be informed. I also think that Runeterra is part of a community that already is really good at making community support tools and items. I'd also be like a little bit worried with how involved Riot's been with like their community, where maybe some of the time and effort that I put into things would just be like lightly DMCA'd and stuff. So I think sincerely, you guys can call me out and say like I'm being egotistical by saying this. If I just like took off all of my, if I closed out Eggman events, everything, deck builder, everything that I did, there would be a pretty big gap in a lot of Bandai card games. I don't think that same kind of gap would happen if I did any Runeterra stuff. I think they already have a really good community, and I'd rather focus on making content for the communities that I'm already involved with. And I don't want to, if I was to play Runeterra, it would come at the cost of like being slower on and less support for the games I already cover. So that's my kind of opinion. I think if I felt like that Runeterra needed more resources, that would probably be the one way for me to get into it more, and less so of like me wanting to play the game, I guess. Street Fighter 6. What character did they just add to it? I've been slightly itching to play some Street Fighter games lately. Also, it's 8:04, and I only say that because if they drop a restriction list, it would probably be at the top of an hour. Nope, instead, 4 minutes ago, they dropped 3 days into release of their new set. Gotta love it. Oh, Sagat, okay, yeah. Wednesday Night One Piece will be tomorrow night. That's the other half of why I'm doing this stream, is so I can organize all my cards so I can make my OP12 decks. We'll have Strongest Wizard over tomorrow, and we've already decided what decks we're playing. I'm playing Zoro, Kuzan, and Koala, which means that he's playing Silver's Rayleigh. He really wanted to play the Rosinante, and then, oh boy, who's the last leader? Who am I not mentioning? Man, fake fan Eggman over here. This happened the other day too, and I'm like, I can't remember the 6th leader. No one tell, I'm not looking at chat. The stream is paused until I can remember the 6th leader. Oh boy, all right. The red and green, blue. Who's the purple leader? It's Rosie. We've got Koala, yellow and black. Who is it? I am just blocked out of my mind. Oh boy. I've opened packs of OP12. I've held this card. It's not red, green, or blue. It's not a monocolor leader. If it is, then I'm shamed. It's a multicolor leader. Sanji, purple, black, or purple, blue. We got there. I did not look, I promise. You can check the tapes. Yeah, sorry. Sanji's just so forgettable because they made a purple and black, or sorry, a purple and blue Straw Hat leader in literally the last set, and it's still the best leader in the game. So my bad. My bad. Hey, I got there, all right? I got there. Yeah, it's Sanji. So, oh well. He might be the most playable purple and purple and blue Straw Hat leader in a couple minutes. Who knows? Why are you unsleeving Luffy? Honestly, just to have everything put away for like 2 minutes in my life. Yeah, I think the deck is cool though. Recommended budget list. I think the best budget list right now is blue-green for the set. I made a tier list video, and I'll be honest, I think the best 3 deck combos in the game are a blue-white deck, probably something with Unicorn, Wing Gundam, and a red-blue Cyber New type. I think those are the best 3. I think green-blue is really close to being like a super like solid tier 1 deck, and it has won a lot of locals and stuff, but I think the issue with that deck is that you are so dependent on your pilots that if you're playing anything with more than 5 rounds, you are just going to immediately lose 1 round because you just don't see the cards that you need. I think that deck has a hard time being consistent out of kind of high rolling for 4 rounds. But I think it's easy to make that deck. You buy 2 copies of Starter Deck 1, 2 copies of Starter Deck 3. I think the rest are like commons and commons. I'm just refreshing Twitter. They'll post, especially so. I don't expect it to be on any official English sources for a while. I also don't think that we'll know when it hits the English format until Friday. Likely, or like their Thursday going to Friday. I don't know best deck and format. To be honest, I've been slacking on like looking at like data from like future sets, mostly again because like I don't want to do all this research and then be like, cool, this deck is banned, and then that just completely changes how everything works. Oh boy, I'm just already all right. We're mostly unsleeved on a lot of these. These aren't likely all the decks that I have sleeved up. These are just the ones I had in my immediate sight. Oh, Nami. Oh boy. Star Deck 22 can't come out soon enough. The Japanese one is literally one piece, one word, all caps, underscore TCG. Yeah, and I would expect it to be like the top of an hour. So, 51 minutes from now. The sorting method with the tray, I'll explain it to you. Long ago, a younger, slimmer, optimistic Eggman said, I'll get a card sorting tray. I'll use it to sort my cards. Present day, Eggman's like, I have 20 cards that I don't know where to put. I'm just going to put in one of these, and hopefully one of these days I'll sort it in the future. You've arrived at my sorting method. Optimism that doesn't pan out. In 51 minutes is the next period where I'd expect them to be potentially dropping the restriction list. So I'm also in the PST time zone. I think that the longest I would stream is 2 a.m., but I don't think I have enough cards to sort until that time period. Yeah, it's Wednesday, it's noon 10 in Japan right now. and I would expect it to drop sometime before 6 p.m. Japan office hours. Because there's no way that they're going to drop the deck list during non-business hour, or like the restriction list in non-business hours. I think the thing that we'll still be waiting on though is an English confirmation of the when the list will be live. So that will have to wait probably for a little bit. What do I do with my bulk? Generally, with the amount of boxes I usually get, I haven't opened a case for myself in a long time. But usually with like the six boxes I got for OP12, I had an extra playset of commons and commons rares, which I sold. If I can find someone who wants it, I give them bulk. Sometimes funny enough, like my bulk is used for like proxies for like future cards, right? But at the end of the day, most of the time I just have to recycle it. If there's someone has like a better way to use it, let me know. I feel bad about it. And I don't even think like I get that many cards. I don't think this happens to a lot of them because I do my best to not overbuy cards. For the potential tax write-off that I could get for buying cards, I don't think I abuse the system. I get usually enough to open some boxes on stream to make have a master playset for anything that I might be making in that set. And then, maybe I'm throwing out maybe like $20 of commons and uncommons, but that's it. Let's see. I store it in cardboard boxes. There are likely better ways to... I've mentioned this. There are likely better ways to sort, contain. This is just a system that I've been using for years. And it's the one that makes sense for me to ease of access. I think that there's some mild potential for me to slightly damage some cards. Not like the super rares and rares, but like commons and commons. But I don't ever expect to sell these at PSA 10 levels anyways. So it's just what makes sense to me. I think it might be bad, but I think there are very few times where I buy cards in the sense for me to use them once and then sell them afterwards. I have very low expectations to do that. Anything that I buy is likely going to stay with me forever. It might be like a little, I don't think OCD is the word, but I don't think I hoard. Hoarding might be closer to the word, but I just always want to have cards, the card that I want. I think when I'm a guy who just makes a variety of decks and stuff for the games that I do. I never want it to be a case where I'm like, well, I don't have this promo card. I'm out of luck kind of thing. Man, if this bandit list gets delayed a second time, that's insane. I think purple has a lot of potential. I'm also now just watching Iron-Blooded Orphans. I'm through like the first 10 episodes or so. So honestly, it's been good. It's been good. I don't want to like insult it or this other show, but it has like a mild, I like the vibe of it, of like this like small crew that's like getting better and like moving up the ranks as a squad. The tones for these shows are completely different, but it reminds me a bit of Gurren Lagann, which I love that show. So that one's been fun. It's been fun so far. I also, for some reason, I had no idea. I was looking through my model collection because I ended up buying a Red Gundam from G-Quux because I loved that show. Like immediately after I watched the last episode, I'm like, I need the Red Gundam, so I bought one immediately. But but apparently I have Barbados. I have one just on top of one of my shelves, which I had no idea how or when I got that. So also Big Baby Dunks with the subscription for 5 months. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. First sub of the day. Oh, also sorry. That is completely. I don't have the sub emotes on the screen because this is like a last minute thing. Holler TCG 11 minutes ago for 1 month. Thank you very much. And Stoji for 5 months. Thank you very much. Who says nice. Thank you guys very much. Gundam's expensive. And hopefully it gets better. I would say that Gundam's day one is like more expensive than probably One Piece day one. It's also like a little bit weirder because like with how deck construction works in this game, you kind of want to have multiple, like more than a single playset of some cards. But I think the price is going to go down. There's also like, there's a thing in One Piece where like the first 2 sets, like prices were expensive, but like you knew that you were likely getting a good investment most of the time. And then like, I think it was set 4. It was set 4 came out, and then like they printed too much of it, and then prices just dropped. And I think like One Piece has like a good balance now, mostly because they're printing like, you know, a lot of like good chase cards in their sets. But we'll see from there. Yeah. I probably need to rewatch Gurren Lagann. So Strongest Wizard, he had some Gurren Lagann sleeves for his resources in Gundam, and I'm like, man, I gotta rewatch that show. The Witch of Mercury promo set. Which promo set? The Soletta Mercuries? Yeah. I think I've been doing this for, again, like almost 10 years for Bandai card games. I've been around for likely too long. I kind of actually want to know what like the percentage of like currently working at Bandai employees are, like how long they've been in the space compared to me and how many I've just been around longer than. But what was I saying? It's always a gamble for them for set 1. Like, Bandai is a business for money, right? Like that. I'm not saying that they don't care about their customers and like making sure that the game is as good as they can be. I also think that based on my experience with As Long as Them, I think there are very few to 0 times that they have exploited anything. Like I've seen other card games where more so in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like they short print like a secret rare that is like a mandatory 3 of, and then they reprint it, and then you know they limit or ban the card, right? I've seen that happen often. Like it's a joke within the community. I don't think that's really ever happened for. I don't feel like there's ever been like any kind of rug pull when it's come to any like Bandai stuff. So with that, I think they print the amount of. They have to estimate interest in their games. I think they lowball it probably a little bit, but they keep their risk low because it's very difficult to release a card game. It's every year I feel like it's getting more difficult because it's pretty bloated right now. So I don't blame them for getting the number wrong for how many they should have printed. I think that it's good that there's interest, and I think they are aware that they need to be printing more, and there is a second wave of GDO1. The fact that there's like a second wave within the first month of the set being released is kind of unheard of for Bandai. So I think they recognized it early enough that they needed to be printing more. But we'll see there. I haven't heard about any distro stuff. So I think it's fine. I will say that I was really. The Gundam launch has been like the most stressed I've been at a launch because all my pre-orders canceled. Like I bought Monday before the set came out. I had 0 boxes reserved, and which is also worse because I needed to go to Gen Con and I didn't have official cards to play in that event, so I needed those cards, right? So I ended up buying I think 4 boxes at like $220 off TCG Player, which sincerely it's not even that much, and it's a business expense for me. My life is different than your life, all right? Like accept it. But I'm like, man, that's insane. Like I've never had to be like, I've never had to feel like I've had to buy the scalp. And I definitely felt like it this time around. Let's see, Cardi Kaizo, thanks for stopping by. $5 saying, what is your favorite set one in a Bandai card game? Honestly, it's, you know, there's a bit of like the recency effect, but Gundam's been great. I have no qualms outside of like obtaining product. The game design's been fantastic. I think this is the most I have played. Like when I was playing, if you guys were watching my Gundam stream yesterday, I think I said last game like 5 times. And I'm like, all right, we can do one more, but last game for sure this time. Like we got like an extra almost 45, 60 minutes from me just saying I want to play one more game. So One Piece set 1 was really great. Dragon Ball was like a little bit lesser. Digimon was fine. You had to play Omnimon, I think, in that set, but there's like different ways to do it. And I wasn't around for Masters set 1. Battle Spirit set 1 was fine too, honestly, but we'll see. Yeah, Gundam does not, but I do know. I didn't know this until literally today. I know who he is. I always fumble the pronunciation of their name. I give this person money on Patreon, but Letixio, I can't. I'm sorry, Letixio. If you're seeing this afterward, you're like, man, he still doesn't know how to pronounce my name. But he's working on one. He's the one who's behind OP Bounty, and it works with TCG Matchmaking and Batsu for integrations for their stuff. So he's working on one for Gundam. He also has one for Union Arena, which I've never professionally played, or like, I guess, played on stream or anything, but there might be one. There's also Zumbo Sim. I support them on Patreon too. It's a browser-based client. It's still a work in progress, but I know that he's working really hard for it. There's Wingtable, and then there's also Tabletop as well. I think next set will be Fusion World. Really just I lost a little trust with Fusion World because I'm just like, man, set 2 was just so rough for that game. But the fact that we're already having like events, organized play in set 1, the release schedule for Gundam was like a little bit weird because like the beta lasted like a long time. But I also think that it's kind of unheard of for them to drop the game in 3 different regions and like languages and stuff. So I think they've handled the launch really well, and the fact that there are official events in set 1 is really good, which just never happened with Fusion World. So I think like the only thing that they could have done is that I think Gundam, like, because I relate it to Hearthstone so often, it really relates itself to like an online client officially, but I'm sure that's in the pipeline eventually. But I think like the game design is really good. I really like the deck building for it. And so even right now, even with like less than 200 cards, I think, in the game right now, every color combination is mostly playable. And even within some color combinations, there's different like builds distinctly, which is cool. Yeah, Letacio, Letacio. So I am sorry for not pronouncing that correctly. So someone said this too. Yeah, but purple is interesting. I think we're gonna have like a month where Starter Deck 5 is out, and what's really unique about that is that we can have access to purple cards that we could sub into any like set 1 deck because you can just choose purple as your second color. So it could have like a weird impact for the meta, which is cool. Letacio, and then you say you think afterwards, right? Fusion World was really fun for the beginning. I know that I've stopped making content for Masters, and recently I stopped putting deck list data on my website because I just did not have any time for it. I really wanted to support that game as much as I can. I just couldn't anymore, which I feel real bad because I owe a lot to Dragon Ball Masters. The game is great. I still think the game is fantastic. The fact that it's still going on is like a tribute to how good the game is. But I don't know why I went in that tangent. But yeah, so that's why like when Fusion World came out, I'm like, yeah, I love the Dragon Ball IP. You know, a simpler version. I did think like at some point Masters kind of jumped the shark where it became too complex and it's been difficult for them to obtain new players. But I would say that Fusion World's probably in the second worst meta that it's seen ever right now. Yeah, Union Arena as well. Yeah, I know. I just do too much work is the biggest thing. And Union Arena was, I wanted to support that game too, more. The issue with that is that they just crank out sets too quick. And I wouldn't say, like, I watch anime, right? But I don't watch, I'm not like super deep into like a lot of animes. I'm not someone who like exclusively watches animes, I guess. So because of that, there's just like a lot of shows where I just don't know like the history or like the characters and stuff. And so having to like get like a crash course every month on like a new IP that I don't know really much about, I just couldn't keep that up for it. So, and the fact that like Union Arena isn't in Europe, the fact that like it's in Japan but the formats are off, I could definitely see doing more Union Arena in the future. But with how my current like overhead and work schedule works, it just doesn't work out. Yeah. I would expect it to be around 4 p.m. Japanese time, which is I think midnight PST time, around that. Yeah, UA is not even released in Latin America. Have they confirmed that they're getting it? They might have made an announcement. And I think part of the reason is like there's just a lot of licensing issues with it, which is also kind of like a bit of a danger for me doing like all like some of my like unofficial stuff, because like with One Piece it's only one licensor, right? With these games, like if one licensor says something, right, then like everything goes down, right? So I don't know. What else? But yeah, Cardi Kaizo, I think the simplest answer is it could be recency bias. Gundam Set 1 has been incredibly satisfying. I've been playing Gundam, I think an average of an hour every day since release, and I could play some Gundam right now. I don't know if I could say that about any other Set 1 card game that exists right now. I've just been enjoying it far too much. All right. We're getting to the end here. We are getting to the end. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, Cardi Kaiser, I also know that I would say that you are more interested than the average player in deck building, and I think that it's a game that, again, lends itself to it. So it could be fun from that point of view. Again, as long as Purple's not like broken on release and like warps the game, I think the game is going to be in a good spot. And I'm sure the developers are like crossing their fingers, because from a lot of people that I've talked to, I'm going to say that I think a lot of people think I talk to Bandai a lot more than I do. It's very rare and very targeted and not often. And so but like, my understanding is that a lot of people who've been testing like this and like stuff, I think they were like still convinced that like blue white was one of the was more dominant than what it's been. I think red blue's been a surprise deck that's kind of popped up after the first couple weeks. So it's really cool that like expectations are different from release from testing, but it also like you can see, oh, this card's probably fine. You know, we tested this, it was fine, we didn't see any issues. And then there could be like a larger, you know, a couple thousand, 100,000 people start playing the game, and then probably just a, you know, maybe not 100,000, but you know what I mean, like tens of thousands of people are playing the game, and then they're like, oh, this interaction's broken and cannot be beaten, and we win the game. I'm a Gundam poser. I had not watched any Gundam before they announced that the game was coming out. And I've been, you guys, so this is, I ordered something that will likely show up in the next couple days or so. It should be here by the time I have my Gundam event this Sunday. And it is, I can't say anything more from it. It's not, I don't think it's cringy, I think, but it is form and function. So I'll just leave it at that. But I've gone down the rabbit hole of Gundam. I've been enjoying it. And, you know, I'm like a little bit, again, I say that I'm a poser. I will never say like I'm like a deep lore kind of guy, but I'm enjoying it. So who cares? Aren't you also somewhat of a One Piece poser? Yes. Man, the amount of times I got comments for Gundam cards like, why are you playing the Gundam card game if you don't love the show? And I stopped responding to people. I responded like maybe like the first one or two, but I'm like, because Gundam card game is 3 words, and 2 of the words I'm I'm interested in, so that's why. But yeah, One Piece, despite it being around for most of my conscious life, and Gundam being around for the entirety of me existing, yeah, I definitely was a poser in those cases. I think I've gotten pretty good with One Piece. Yomi's caught up, so every time she watches a new episode, I'll watch it with her. I probably have like some weird knowledge gaps, but generally, I don't think there's many arcs that the card game hasn't touched in one way or the other that I have a good idea about most of it. I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be on their Twitter. I got this box at Frankensons, but you can buy it in many card game accessory stores and like probably Amazon or other online stores. But Frankensons, which is a big like flea market for card games out here in LA. All right, if that sounded bad, like bad ASMR from me taking a drink, let me know, because I'll mute myself the next time I do. But yeah, gatekeepy. So okay, to defend the haters, I think that it would get obnoxious for me if someone like me, especially me, confidently and incorrectly pronounces the names of cards and characters that allegedly have an understood and clear way to say their name. Gundam has some of the weirdest name pronunciations, I think, in any mainstream anime or IP source. So I will give myself credit for trying, and then I think that I've done a good job at listening to feedback and adjusting to it. But it is a red flag immediately for some people where it's like, oh, he can't even say Makuve correctly. He's a fake fan. Let's see, Ephraim, tried it, yeah, they sold out. I might just be used to it. Popular things sell out. Like, I'm sorry that it happened, but this is not the first time that this kind of thing has happened, unfortunately. I think Bandai can probably like print more stock, but at the same time, they have to choose a number that makes sense for them. And I will also say that I'm biased because I was able to buy it. So that does mean that, you know, that has swayed my opinion. If I didn't get it, I know that I'd be bummed for it. But it's I don't think it's as easy as them just having more quantity, I guess. But I understand like the being upset about it, because specifically I know that Gundam has been kind of plagued with availability issues in a lot of ways. But I'm trying to think like the best way to say it. Bandai being able to sell out means that their thing is as popular as they expect it to be, which means they hit their targets, right? I think that they'll make it a little bit easier, but this is not like a one-time thing that's happened with premium Bandai stuff. And I think like the reverse side is that there's a lot of times where they release products and they don't sell out on the flip side, right? So it's a balance for it. But I understand that it's tough. I know that it's tough. Yeah, WD. So the one thing, so I have 100% the same experience with you as Gundam, where star deck and release events, end of game, we were top decking and we had more resources than we had know what to do with. That is not an issue for the majority of the constructed game. That has been an issue though, but like in the constructed game, not so much. So I hope so. As much as I overstate that I'm a poser, right? Like I'm actively watching the shows and I'm trying to get into it and trying to educate myself on the lore. That's not just something I can do in a weekend, right? So I'm not just watching plot summaries, I guess is what I'm saying. If I wanted to be a real poser, I'd just watch plot summaries. But I am watching the shows. I'm building model kits. I haven't built one in a while, but we'll see. No need for the Gundam content, but enjoy the stream. Glad to hear. I haven't had like a good rant stream in a while, so we'll see. When do I plan? That is such a hard ask for me, for someone who's already in their 30s, to commit to 1,000 episodes of a single show. I've watched the first 200 episodes of One Piece. All right. That one, I would say that I am more of a One Piece poser than I am a Gundam poser, which is crazy to say. Though I probably know more of the lore of One Piece, but mostly because of the card game and Yomi politely explaining things to me. What are we gonna do now? I think I've mostly unsleeved most cards and decks and stuff, so we can probably start doing some mild sorting here. Also, it is 8:38. Let's see. Favorite off-meta deck for One Piece, it's definitely Marco. I think it's won some stuff, but it's definitely not like on meta. What kit am I building? So I've built mostly high grades, which is, despite its name, one of the lower grades for the things. I've built a unicorn gun here. Welcome to the I show off my Gundams live stream. You guys weren't expecting this, were you? Oh no, oh no, oh no! Man down! Alright. I have this Unicorn Gundam destroy mode, which I think I destroyed a bit off of it. And then I also have, I think this one's New Gundam, and then this is, no, that's RX. This is New Gundam. Yeah, I think this is, maybe? I can't remember. This was like the first one I built, and so I didn't really remember the box, and then I just, the box is no longer with us, which I know is also an additional sin for some people to not keep the box. There we go. His butt plating is back. And then also I have, this wing was a high grade, but no, no, no! All right, the cheapest thing broke. It was a gotcha machine one that was very difficult to put together, but I've got Red Gundam from G-Quux. I have this Wing Gundam, which allegedly can turn into bird mode and can have this extra feature of dropping his shield all the time. And then maybe it is Strike. You can usually tell by the headgear. One of them's definitely New Gundam. It might be Strike. But yeah, I've gotten a good amount of kits. Apparently, I did not know I own this until I was putting away the Red Gundam one. I got this one from Iron Blooded Orphans, so I guess I got to build this one as well. But we'll see. I also have a Death Scythe that I haven't built yet. I also have this Gotcha Machine one, which I dropped. And this was more of a balancing act for building, so we'll see. Oh, and then as an extra bonus, Yomi built this Metal Garurumon. Woo! Woo! So we have like a Shenron that we haven't built yet. I would say that this stuff is newer for me for building stuff, but it's been fun. It's just been fun to... I like doing puzzles, and these are kind of like 3D puzzles in some ways. Like you just... kind of like a puzzle and paint by numbers kind of thing. So, we'll see. Oh, I also have this one I'm not looking forward to making. I have a real grade Gundam. This is RX 78-2. So OG Grandpa one. I'm like, I should probably get like one real grade one. Real grade is the one after high grade. So this one will take a good amount of time, but I love the OG Gundam, so we'll likely build that eventually. So I did like a small series where I built them. It was fun during the time, but yeah. All right, let me see. Yeah, reading the One Piece. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Strike. Yeah. What webcam am I using? This is not sponsored, so this isn't a webcam. This is OBS bot. It's it has head tracking, so that's why I'm able to like move around, and you guys can still see me. The Gyon, yeah. Obviously, there's less G-Quux kits because it just came out, but I like the design of Red Gundam more than Real Grade Unicorn is a classic beloved kit. All right, I might do that. Let's see. Also, Moonfish for 25 months on Twitch. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're going to Japan. Yeah, now that it's cheaper and we can use it now. Yeah. Do it. Do it. All right, I think I'm caught up for most of this. All right. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't played any OP12, right? I like having unique formats. That's the thing that I enjoy about the One Piece card game, is having a format that no one's played before, and that we get to I get to deck build a little bit. That's what I like. All right, now that we're at this part, now that we've got just stacks of cards, there will be starter decks, super rares and secret rares. Sorry. Commons and commons, rares, super rares, and secret rares. Promos, all art exclusives, whatever, and then starter deck cards. So for example, this Perona is one of the alt arts. This Pudding is just a rare. This is a starter deck card. Actually, let's probably go this way. This is how we sort, at least the first pass. So I'm also, I don't think this is surprising. I think most people kind of know or understand this. I am not a stranger to like coding and stuff. Half of programming is sorting algorithms and knowing, O event, trying to approach O event, right? So there's a lot of sorting programs that work in computers where, actually, I'm a bad player, but I put my super pre-release stuff with my regular Star Deck stuff. I'm sorry if that bothers you. But there's a lot, you optimize a lot of sorting by pre-sorting your stack. And then by doing that, like it makes the regular sorting quicker. So with that in mind, I think that I'm a little bit faster when it comes to that kind of sorting. This is an alt art, which goes with the super rares, which is an exception. These are secret rares. So like by pre-sorting your stack, you get a lot more optimization. Yeah, you got to pre-sort. Yeah. Rayleigh's been really fun. I think the only issue that I have with Rayleigh is that like it can get hard countered by some decks, just by inherently its condition. Like Buggy and Rob Lucci seem like really big counters for the deck. So if those decks exist, that could be tricky. Winter promo, alt art, rare starter deck. These are rares. This is super rare secret. Starter decks. Beige is there. Alt art, starter. All right. Witcher's card storage playbox setup for locals. I don't go to locals. So no, but generally I have a good amount of deck boxes. Also, I don't think I've shown these out off-right. This is, I know, I'm sorry. There's too much Gundam content for this not Gundam stream. I've got a friend that I know for a long time, Joey Dixon. He's printed these deck boxes, which I've been afraid to use because I don't want to break them, but they are sick. These are sick. So we've got a Zaku one, like the basic green. So it has room for your cards and then for dice up top. They're 3D printed and he added magnets. So we have a Char Zaku here, which I love the red one. And then I will admit this one is like a little bit jankier, but it's cool. It's the Gundam shield. Same kind of thing. You get to put that there and then it's another deck box here. So I've yet to break these out at locals. I was going to bring them to Gen Con and I didn't want them to break in my bag and then be sad. But these are super sick. Big fan of these. So I haven't used them as much, but they are very cool. Let me put them on the ground and not break them while I do so. Proving my point. But I also have like a bunch of other deck boxes and like I always have this idea. It happens several times where I'm like, oh, I should just get like some plain Jane basic sleeves and deck boxes and I'll just use them and they'll be like interchangeable. And then they'll print some 6 sleeve and then I buy the sleeve and then I use them and then it ruins the system. So that happens just way too often. All right, you guys didn't get the sneeze. Only premium fans gets the sneeze audio, but here. It did wake up the Corgi. Come here. You guys want a little bit of Corgi cam? Come here. Cornelius, come here. Can you sit? Oh, sit. Sit. Oh, big stretch first. Yeah. Yep. Sit. Sit. Hey. Sit. Oh, this is the most stubborn I've seen you in a long time. Corgi cam, ha! Oh yeah. Oh, he's such a cutie. Oh yeah. Look at this guy. Oh, he had a long day. We went to the park today. He ran around. He had some snacks. Oh, I said snacks, so now he's like looking at me. Very cute guy. Yeah, he's just the ball of clay right now. Oh yeah? Okay. Thank you, Cornelius. I don't know if anyone else has a Corgi out there. Guess is yes. But they take sneezes as a sign of aggression. So if anyone sneezes, I guess these are Star Deck versions of these. That is not a Star. That's a Star Deck card. Yeah, he gets all the Borfs. Gets immediately invested in whatever's going on. I'll talk about this. I showed this on Twitter. Of course, in the box that I didn't open, you only want to open one box off stream. Just two of us. I got the SP Zora Joro, so that's cool. Wish I could have done it on stream, but here it is. I don't know if Sakazuki's coming back. A lot of people are saying that. I would be shocked. I would be shocked, but maybe. But maybe. I don't think it would be the craziest thing they've done. Would it be crazier than them banning Raigo? That's a good quandary. I don't know. I don't know if it's crazier than them doing that. No, there's no event going on. It's just going to be a social media post, is my understanding. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're hoping to keep this guy for a long time. This is the first dog that Yomi, my partner's, ever had. She's loved the idea of corgis, but she's never had a dog. And now that she has, I have had past dogs. Yomi has not had a past dog. So it's going to be very tough one day for both of us, but we'll see. He's good. He just turned 1 though. He's a good boy. We take care of him. We keep him healthy. He has a way healthier diet than I do, like exponentially. So we're doing the right things. You think Buggy 7? Honestly, like, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that card is too polarizing. And I think Buggy is a deck that exists without it. I think that card is like mildly bad game design. Is this offline Uruj promo? Is it worth anything? Let me see. Especially with Bonnie potentially still being good. Let's see. It is a solid $8. Woo! All right. I have like a basic one on my list. 20? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one for... Because it says like the regional participation one, but that might be like online versus offline. I can't remember where this came from though. Yeah, nothing's above there. I was thinking 20 bucks. I guess we'll just keep it. I don't buy... what's the way to say it? I don't enter regionals with the expectation that I sell stuff for profit, but at the same time, like, I'm almost always a base rarity kind of guy. Or if I have an alt art, I want a playset of the alt art. That card's a starter deck card. So like, I generally try to get rid of anything. Like my other philosophy is that I don't care to max value things as long as it goes to a good home. If I have a card that someone's going to be playing, I generally give pretty good rates. I try my best to be pretty fair because I just want the card to be used, honestly, instead of just sitting in my binder, losing value kind of thing. So I think it's been good for that. So many super rares. Chances of Sakazuki getting unbanned? I'll give it a solid 10% chance. Which might be high. I would say... I think it would be safe to say it would be an unprecedented move for them to do it. but not impossible. This is a star deck card. Star deck super rares are always so tricky. They trick you. All right. All right, rare. It's common. Did I put Sanjis in there? No, put them over there. All right, we're good. I'm a winner because my Toshigi card said so. You did put the star deck Zoro. Oh, well. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Yeah, there they are. Yeah, because I got distracted. All right, what's next? Yeah, we fixed it. Thank you, guys. I think Kiros is the coolest leader that never got support. Like, the support cards, I don't know, like, it just kind of existed, right? It never, like, got, like, real support cards. Promos I'm putting in there. Emporios. Can you guys believe that I'm unsleeving my Marco deck just to immediately resleeve it once this announcement is made? Crazy. Star deck card, star deck card. Secret pile. Yeah. Star deck card, star deck card, star deck card, star deck cards. Star deck cards. 2 SRs. Yeah, it's just, I don't think there's going to be a live stream. I think it's just going to be announced on a social media site. I have no evidence for this. None. But I think it was at least a consideration to make the announcement for the restriction list during their big event this past weekend. I don't think it was unfair for anyone to assume that would be the time that the announcement would be made. And I think that, again, there was a chance that was what they were planning to. And there was a potential that someone got cold feet while testing that some combination of cards would not be healthy going into the OP13 format. So they put a wait. I don't think they ever said officially when the restriction list was going to be, but I don't think it was unfair for people to assume it would be during that event, especially right before OP13. All art Monet, all arts I put with the regular stuff. This is just like promo, like in set, all arts go with the regular arts. But I don't blame you for not knowing my stupid system that only I know. Starter deck card, like the Sanji, that goes with the rest of the Sanji regular super rares. I just stored them together. Oh, how many giants am I going to be putting into my... like normally I have a regular playset. There are some cards that I make exceptions for and put more copies of. Like Gundam Giant, I probably have like 12 across all the decks that I'm playing and within storage and stuff. Like how many of those am I going to have just to be able to like never play them again? All right, those are all the decks that I had, and then we've got a couple of extra piles of just unsorted bulk. Let's see. I guess we'll have like this leader pile right here, including Please don't be mad at me for having unsleeved versions of all art leaders that are at least at one time casually over $100. Let's see, top of the hour. All right, we are at the top of the hour. Let me see. Let me refresh their Twitter. There's been no post. There's been no post, so likely again in another hour. We'll check again. So I think it's likely. Yeah, file predictions or something from Purple Luffy, either the leader. I kind of think Giant should be at 1 or 0 at this point. I think Giant at 1 I'm super on board for. They haven't, in Japan's format, they've never set a card to 1 before, so it would be new for them. But that doesn't mean they won't do it. What else? What else? These are promos. Yeah. I don't remember. Is this Kid Killer card worth anything either? I don't remember if it is. Man, this is, I guess, the Volk super rare pile. Whoops. $3 a.m. EST, maybe. Right now it is 1 p.m. in Japan. I would expect it before 4 p.m. Yes, 50? All right, I guess I'll sell it. Huh. What's the difference between the two? Is there a different foiling for it? Are there 2 different foilings? Or are there 2 different listings? No, there's a finalist one for 400. There's offline regional participation. Oh, there's a champion card. Oh, okay. Okay, someone super bought them out, I guess, because of Kid Killer. I guess I'll sell it. Yeah, they got bought out, right? Clearly. Zoji, message me on Discord. Yeah, I see the difference now, I think. Maybe? Offline regional. Oh, participation. Okay, yeah. Because there's champion and then there's finalist. Okay. Yeah, you can DM, it's yours. Whatever. I guess I'll do like what, 50 MSRP or we'll figure it out. Just message me. I won't it won't be $100, 80% TCG player. I'll set that aside for you. It is yours. It is yours. Blue 9-drop Sanji's never getting banned because it has a manga reprint. That one I'd say is 99% not getting banned. Participation and finalist. Yeah, it's participation. All right, I see your friend request. Yeah, it is it says on it, participation, offline participation. Okay, sure. All right, guaranteed Kid Killer's getting banned now. Even though we just approved the sale. All right, I'll put both those next to each other. There we go. You know what? I'll even do the thing. I'll put both of them in one of these. And then, like, there's no excuse for me not protecting my cards more, because I have all this stuff. It's not like I don't own any top loaders or anything. I just can't be bothered. Oh, what the? Well, this penny sleeved is messed up. No, it's not. We're fine. We got there. Yeah, I think Nami's likely getting banned. Nami's likely getting banned. Something from Purple Luffy, whether it be the leader, Giant, or Line Up Linlin. Maybe Hody, but I haven't been as much of a Hody hater as lately. And then, yeah, I streamed on Whatnot once. How popular is Whatnot? Has it been dipping a little bit lately? I only did it because, sincerely, they asked me to do it. And I said, you know what the heck? I'll try it out. I'll see if it's for me. It's not for me. I understand like why people do it, but I don't rip boxes that often. So. Yeah, but I've only done it the one time. And then I think like for how much I paid for boxes, I think I like broke even. And I'm like, this isn't my content. This just isn't content that I do. So this might sound crazy. I play card games just to play card games. I really don't care that much about the secondary market. You can kind of tell that because I don't do secondary market content. I don't try to min-max boxes and stuff. Like, I'll buy boxes to have a play set of commons and common rares, so I don't have to worry about that, and then just sell extra stuff to people who need it or want it, and then that's kind of it. I don't scout products. I think it could be pretty easy. Sincerely, I think I could very easily get into scalping whenever I wanted to, but I think I'll decline. I think I'll likely decline. I feel bad, like, I bought a case of Gundam over 4 or 5 different sources with an average price. I think the average price for the box of Gundam for the first 12 boxes I got, I think it was around, let's say 175, 180 bucks, which if you multiply by that 12, you'll get a really big number. But I still felt bad. I'm like, man, I know a lot of people want these, and like I justified it by saying, hey, I make content and, you know, I run tournaments, and I you know, sincerely do need these cards in some point too. But I also know, you know, a good amount of people like bought boxes and then, you know, with the idea of just like flipping the cards immediately without interest in playing it, and you know, that just feels bad. It means that it's like, I guess, good for the game in the sense that people are interested in it. They see the value in the cards. What the heck? What is this card? Beginner deck release party. Or beginner's deck party. All right, cool. I don't know if that's worth anything. Probably not. That's cool, I have that. Also this promo alt art law. That's fun though. Oh, I have 2? I have 2, that's crazy. Woo! Market Watch, yeah. Nami that spiked a promo, yeah. The Trafalgar Law promo. I think I've manipulated the market outside of like just results coverage, right? I think that just goes hand in hand with it. I think that I've, not maliciously, just reactively, like I've affected the market in the 10 years that I've done content less than 12 times. I think like Gundam, like I helped convince people that Kashatra is a good LR, but that wasn't single-handedly. There have been sometimes in Dragon Ball Masters where I've convinced people that a deck that they thought was really good. And then like that Trafalgar Law is like one of the few times in One Piece. I think the only other time was like Marco. I hope Marco stocks go up a little bit. Was for the star deck, Bonnie, Buggy, etc. Which was it? Alert kind of event. Yeah. 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 So like to bring it. These are super rares, Eggman. Yeah, to bring it back around. Yeah, I think that it's a balance, but I think that I'm within my balance in what I do. So I think a case is probably the most I will buy, at least at one time, for a product. And I think there have been very few products where I would like to open more than a case. Any of these super rares? Star deck cards. I think this is mostly just a Vegapunk deck that I've disassembled. Yeah, it's looking like it. Oh, the release. Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Okay, that was like a year ago. No, was it? Bonnie? No, I guess it was. No, the most recent ones. Okay. I have no memory of this. No memory of this. All right. Random Dawn cards. Promo Sabo, which I guess I need. See, this is just, yeah, this is all art. Secret Luffy. Some SRs. Star deck. Put this Nami in the star deck pile. These are star deck cards for sure. These will get used almost immediately. Pistols, okay, pistols are also star deck cards. Limb promo. I do like that, like, promos are not, like, super needed in this game. Reasoning for Delta Plus in my red blue. You get to link with it with Sayla, Amuro, and Thoroughly Damaged. It's a worse Gundam, but Gundam's one of the best units in your deck. So, and then even without the attack boost, Amuro with Delta Plus lets you rest the blocker and then get rid of any base that exists currently in the game. Did Red Purple run a lot of it played Gordon and like the 4-drop Law. It was probably like the deck that was the most needed for promos, I think, at the time. If I remember correctly. Don't get old, you'll start forgetting things. Oh yeah, the Jinbei promo was like... That card was overhyped. It was the Jinbei promo, and then also... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My YouTube tab crashed. That's weird. Barto, yeah. Yeah, DBS promos. DBS promos are insane. DBS would print promos that are required. This is mostly Masters, but I've seen it a bit in Fusion World. They've printed cards that, in my opinion, should have been main set cards that they instead made mandatory promos for the deck to work. Which just also made it awkward for like some like week 1 events where those cards are just not obtainable at a high number. And you just can't play some decks day 1. This is not that, yeah. I think that was like a little bit. They've gone, I think, like a little bit better for it, but legitimately at this exact moment, it is my favorite TCG to play. I could play it right now, and it would take me very little convincing. It would take more convincing for me to stop playing than to start playing, if I'm being honest. This is a all art in the set, I think. I think peak One Piece has still been better than peak Gundam already, but it's had a really promising start. So I'm immediately invested in this game, which I was already invested into it, but it just like validated a lot of my not fears, but just like any not fears. I don't know what word I'm looking for. Yeah, I just was just like, cool. I'm happy to invest in this game. They just added double strike, yeah, triple strike in DBS. They also just added double strike in Gundam. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we'll see. The Godzilla card game, not right now. All right, if you guys didn't like me drinking my not sponsored Boba Time coffee and boba earlier, you've lost your chance. I'm gonna take another. Actually, I'll just mute it. You guys can't hear this. Premium content. Let's see. Fusion World is a. I've loved Dragon Ball Masters. I love the design system. I love the combo step and the battle step and everything. Fusion World, for whatever reason, it's been very difficult for the designers to have balanced metas, and I don't know where the fault lies for that, and that makes it. When Dragon Ball Fusion World has a bad meta, which I would include this current meta as, again, like the second worst meta that the game has ever seen, it makes it feel really bad because you know that there's such a chance for the game to be a well-balanced game, and it just isn't right now, in my opinion. Sables, don't tell the buggy secret council. Why am I getting rid of this buggy deck? You know I'm just going to rebuild this too. Buggy's just best deck in format, so I don't know why I'm being foolish. That one's there, that one's there. I might have put a wrong thing in a wrong place. In my sorting system, Promo Buggy is a starter deck card. You can't convince me otherwise. Even though you could have technically, I'm just always going to put it with the rest of the starter deck cards. There. I guess I'll put the non-foil rares over there. Yeah. Yeah, this buggy deck really messes up all my foilings, huh? I probably put wrong cards in the wrong spots, but we'll get over that together. Yeah, you face 6 in a row, crazy. Yeah. Gundam has made me I've felt worse about having it being tougher for me to go to LGSs than One Piece has really ever had. But I think the big difference though is that, you know, One Piece is so incredibly easy for me to play a game at any given moment. Currently, Gundam is not the same in that regard. Gundam, you know, at this point, it requires more setup. There's not like just random matchmaking in the same way that it's just not the same. So if that changes, I could definitely see getting fulfilled. I think that this isn't going to be an insult, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone felt like it this way. There's always a component for luck whenever there's a good format in any card game. I think there's too many variables to know, even for the most well-designed card games, to know what a format's going to look like. And any set that's good, I would say that a designer would get like a little bit lucky that the format's good. So with that in mind, I think that the Gundam game, I think they've been playing, like they've been testing, they've been building the game probably for a long time and a lot of testing. I still think they lucked out that this format is really, really good. So with that, we'll see what their luck is like in set 2. I think like if a game has 2 strong sets, you are pretty set for a while. I think people dropping a card game with set 2 being bad, with set 3 being bad compared to set 2 being bad, is exponentially different, if that makes sense. If people have spent half a year playing your card game, these are just super rares from you. They will, yeah, if someone plays, spends half a year playing your card game, they'll be less likely to drop it if there's like a bit of a lull at some point. Cody. So we'll see. Let's see. It does look like a great set 1, say around for Riftbound then. It's miles, like it's that good, Russell? Is that what you're saying? It's too good of a game? What does Riftbound do different? Just to confirm, we're on the same point. I also, like, isn't set 1 of Riftbound like 300 cards? Which is insane. Which is an insane amount of cards to drop. Especially if that is like their normal size of cards. Oh, this is just the Dawn pile. Best of One Piece with Best of Magic. Yeah, so Russell, I don't think you were here when I said it. Look at all these Dawn. Woo! Woo! The reason that I'm less interested into getting into Riftbound is that I don't think, if I don't make resources for the game, resources will definitely still exist, and even if I did make resources for those games, chances are that the resources made will still be leagues ahead, pun intended, from what I'm doing currently. So I would say for like Bandai card games, there's more of an expectation for me to make those resources. And they wouldn't be as readily available if I didn't make them. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So, but I don't know. When's the last time an esports-like company has made a card game physical? Pokemon doesn't really count. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't, like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic doesn't really count. Hearthstone kind of counts because they had a World of Warcraft TCG before Hearthstone, and then they borrowed their assets from when making Hearthstone. Runeterra, right? But Runeterra was in digital, right? Final Fantasy maybe. But like Square Enix isn't like an esports team, like game, right? Also, I've heard only good things. I've had a lot of friends who've been very invested in the Final Fantasy card game. Why do I have these cards? Why are these cards just here? Cool, I've got my Mihawks. I'm a winner. I got Izo. When did I get this? Oh, this is an RP, or not an RP, a reprint. PR booster. Star Wars, maybe? Yeah, I wish I could do more. I'm actually impeded by how good the game is, because there are so many times where I'm like, well, I could have made more content, but I end up playing the game accidentally for like 3 hours. This is just mostly kind of stuff. We've got like a lot of weird knickknacks. Like we've got some Japanese, because I was at Bandai Card Fest, their first like world tournament tour. Got some. I just got like a weird assortment of cards in a lot of spots. I think that's all the One Piece cards that I have set aside, though. Let's see. I guess start with. So the thing that. Oh, here are my Chopper Dawn. I needed these because I can use these now. Actually, I need 5 more now. Nice. In the Dawn pile they go. But what was I gonna say? Probably something with more. Oh, I was gonna say, League of Legends as a company, and by League of Legends I mean Riot as a company, are a company that is used to having games that they support, not only running tournaments, but supporting the things around the tournament, if that makes sense. I haven't always seen that immediately with card games, because even like Disney is a huge company and they're working with stuff, but it's not like the same, you know, like I think like day one production is like some esports stuff in those likes. So because of that, I can see in the last couple of years, I've seen a lot of people make incorrect assumptions with how similar card games and esports are on the surface level, where they make mistakes by lumping in card games as an esport. So I can see that being like a potential misstep for the Riftbound card game, where they treat it like an esport, even though it's not the correct container to keep that game in, I guess. So I think that's where I'm kind of. So that's yeah. So for Riftbound, it's going to be interesting to see what it is, what it's like. I definitely have felt like a little bit of FOMO, but I think it's also like a huge all the stuff that I do, my website, my YouTube channel, all my social, it's literally my full-time job. Like this is I have savings in a bank account, don't get me wrong, but I take all of this pretty seriously and above average seriously than a lot of people. Where it's more like a hobby, which I'm not saying that I like whatever, like it's just how it is. So for me to want to commit to covering a card game, I very rarely just do a surface level video and then just walk away from a card game. If I want to commit to one, I want it to make sure that it's like a real resource for people. So for Riftbound, I just don't think it will be there for me. I have looked at like some other card games, because like there are times in like the last 12 months or so where it's like Pokemon Pocket, Shadowverse, like the Bazaar, right? All these kind of like card game and card game adjacent things just kind of pop up, and people, you know, expect me to like get on the board and do stuff with it, and then I see them silently like disappear over the next couple months. You know what I mean? So if I commit to something, it's something that I think is going to last for a long time, and that I would want to be on the ground floor for making that. Like Lorcana as well. Like Lorcana is still a real card game. Like they're a fantastic card game, but in the same kind of vein as like Riftbound, I started making content for it, and I think like I felt like immediately outclassed by people who only made Lorcana content, and that they just did a better job than me. I wasn't needed because the resource was there. There wasn't really. I felt like there wasn't like a need for me to be in the space, which is why I just didn't do as much Lorcana content. And I feel like the same thing for Riftbound. So yeah, dev team is mostly, yeah. Let me see. Let me stop ranting and read for a second. But I will say, I don't want this to be an insult, and I don't think this is an insult, so don't take that as that. There are definitely other people who make content for the Gundam card game, but not as many people as I thought there were going to be. I'm surprised by, and maybe just I'm out of touch, I'm surprised at how many people are making the Gundam like content for the game. It's less than I thought there'd be. I thought there'd be more people who are ready to jump in and make content for it. but that also might just be kind of overshadowed by the space for card games being, you know, continually oversaturated at this point. So I think that there are definitely a lot of people who make a lot of content, and it's not, I swear I'm not calling anyone out for it. But I've only seen like a handful of people who are making content for this game that I didn't know exist before this game came out. Maybe that's like a better way to say it. I haven't seen as many like other card game people jump into it. So I don't think that's an insult. I don't think that was insulting to say anything. Like, I'm not trying to like say anything. So I'm not trying to be like, why aren't there more people making card game content? But I've just been surprised, I think. I've been surprised by that a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, and I definitely try my best to work with people too in the space too. But it's been surprising. Yeah. I also think that Gundam in particular has been interesting for a lot of people. Like, the closest game that's been established for it in paper is probably Magic the Gathering. I've seen a lot of people who play One Piece who came from Yu-Gi-Oh! I've been seeing a lot of people from Gundam, or go to Gundam from Magic specifically. Rethink their approach for... I mean, as far as I know, like, all their events are sold out anyways, right? With what Season 1 prize support was Season 1 serial cards for One Piece? It was, right? I think there is, from an MSRP standpoint, less pricing for Gundam stuff. And they're still selling out, right? So I think they're trying to take a more balanced approach. I also want an uncapped One Piece. I want to see how many people we can fill a room with. I want the cap for a One Piece event to be literally what the Fire Marshal says it is. I think they should do it once. Because there's just so many times where it's just like, oh, Pokemon, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a over 2,000 person uncapped event. I think we could easily get there. Easily get there. Yeah, 3K, yeah, I would be... Yeah, I'd be very... It'd be really cool. Also, Clyde, welcome to the stream. If you talked earlier, I didn't see it, but hope you're well. It's like midnight on EST. I hope you're alright. Yeah, what location could fetch the most people? I don't know. Also, I really like the pod system that they did at One Piece Day. I know that it was more overhead because it was like 3 smaller tournaments, so they need, you know, in theory, 3 times as much staff for that. Probably in practice 2 times as much staff for it, but I hope they do that again. I thought that was really well done. And it's very rare where I get to do commentary for an event right now where I'm not also like doing production in some way. So it was a real treat to be able to just be the easy job, just talk for a couple hours, watch One Piece, go over, like, having some of the best players in the game in the room, watch them play. It was a fantastic event. I would say, outside of the Japanese events I've been to, because I love an excuse to go to Japan, it was probably one of the best events, if not the best event I've ever been to for the One Piece card game. Yeah, 512 cap for LA is kind of rough. I agree. But I think, I don't know if it's a thing where, my guess is that there might be like budget issues, because if they have 1024, it needs to be 2 days, and 2 days in LA for convention space is expensive. Like, you can do 2 days in Peoria for probably cheaper than 1 day in LA. You know what I mean? Yeah. Next set for Future World looks really cool. The fact that they're just printing a lot of support for a lot of older archetypes is really neat. Yeah, right? Yeah, day two is like not worth as much. I guess it depends on side events too. Where I think the prizing, I've never played a One Piece side event in my life, okay? Just because I've never been in a situation where that made sense to play in. But the prizing for that, I think, have dropped a little bit compared to previous years. But I could be wrong. Oh, 3 drink, yeah. I'm fine with Chicago's. It's, you know, you can make the excuse that it's a centralized location. So, also shoutouts for you guys for being here. We have between YouTube and Twitch, I think like 700 people just casually hanging out on a Tuesday night. I appreciate it. I didn't know if it was just going to be me and 10 guys as I sort my cards. I'm not doing a good job at sorting my cards, by the way. You guys can tell that, but I appreciate you guys being here. So with that, you guys get another Corgi cam. Woo! Look at this guy. Yeah. Oh. Corgi. Yeah. Woo! Oh, he loves this. He loves it. You have to trust me, but he loves this. Oh, yeah? And some belly scratches. Oh, yeah. He's like, what am I doing here? Who is he talking to? There's no one else in this room. We don't know the One Piece. What's her name? We don't know if that promo is coming out, or if it is, when it is. Let's see. Wolf, are you talking about Cardfest? Yeah, I'm really excited for our 128 event. And I like to, like, jokingly but seriously say that it's the largest Gundam event in the world. There might be one in Japan in the same time that's about the same amount, but just let me have it, all right? All right, let's put some super rares away. This is... Let's make some people squeamish when they figure out how I store my super rares. Yeah, there will definitely be people like, oh my gosh, I watched this guy and this is how he treats his cards. All right, well, now that we've pre-sorted our super rares. Yeah, I'll be at Cardfest. I've only played in one regional this season, and I went 1-2 drop. But I'm playing Gundam on one day and Fusion World the other day. I forget which day is which. I think Gundam at Bandai Card Fest is 256 cap. I can't remember. And then October is when we have the larger events, but they also might be 256 cap. I can't remember. Yeah, it's registration is already closed for it. And by closed, I mean we've like it capped out in under an hour. But we'll there'll be late reg day of. For anyone trying to still sneak a spot. I've got too many cards, man. Knowing is half the battle. All right, I'm aware. These are star decks. These are commons. Okay. October is 512. Okay, gotcha. How do I like? It is one of the most humbling things in the world. I really appreciate it. I probably the nicest thing is that almost every event I go to, the only time I don't like it is if I'm working. Most people are really respectful, and the people who interrupts too much of a word, but they just don't know. They just don't know that, like, no one's like walked into camera frame while I'm like commentating that kind of bad, but people are super nice and very understanding. But almost every time there is like some father-son combo where like the son is like shy or bashful, but the dad is like super involved, wants to have a hobby with their son kind of thing. And they're like, oh, we watch your videos all the time, go take a picture with the Eggman. And, like the kid's like really shy or bashful, and it just warms my heart. I think it's so sweet that I can help, be a resource for like a father-son to bond with, and just seeing them at an event like kind of thing is super nice. So, oh, there's an ad. Crazy. You guys aren't subscribed to me? Crazy. I guess I'll start again. I got the card sorter at Frank & Sons. Sub-only store, yeah. Crazy how that works. All right. So now we gotta sort these by set, which we have 11 sets right now, and then EB sets. Lucky Ducks. All right, I'll resell the story for Twitch people. Just if you can watch this either on YouTube and the ad's not randomly selected for you. Yeah, being a mod with ads is crazy, I know. All right, Russ, can you hear me again? I'll say it again. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, boost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, we back. Yeah, I like the flex of my fans. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you got the gist of it. No, I said that I would say it over. The biggest thing is that like there's been like a lot of like father sons where the son's like middle school, high school, dad's just a supportive dad who's trying to get like a hobby with their son, and dad will be like the son will be visibly nervous to say hi, and the dad's like, oh, we watch your videos, like it's Eggman, you should take a picture. And this without the dad there, the son wouldn't do it, but it's super sweet. It really melts my heart. And there is, I will say, I am a pretty basic content creator for the games that I make, right? I don't really make like controversial stuff. A lot of the stuff is like really basic and digestible, right? I don't try to get myself in controversies. I think it's impossible to be in the internet and not get into anything controversial at one point or the other. But it's still like mildly surprising how many people decide to just try to let me have like a bad day for like no reason. So like being in person and just talk to people, it really kind of resets that. And yeah, it just means a lot. It just means a lot. How your storage is causing some controversy? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Trying to figure out the sorting method's crazy, I know. I know. The Eggman dice have been also super, like, it's been cool to see how much that's just kind of, I would say, naturally develop into a commodity or a status symbol. So it's been cool to see those been, it's been profitable. But also nice to see people are passionate enough to rep the Eggman dice. I've been I think that's one of the additional humbling things is that I don't know if I'll ever like make an Eggman mat because I don't even know if I would use it, but being able to to see people like appreciate my content enough to want to be associated with it is just really humbling too. This is 7, which is here. Yeah, I've said, okay, for Gundam in particular, the way that we print proxies, it's pretty obvious to know if you've got them from eggmanevents.com. So at Gen Con in particular, it was one, just seeing most people I saw who had proxies were proxies built through our deck builder with Chippy. And then what was it? Also, Jonas is here. Hey, Jonas, how you doing? I hope you're well. The whole team is here. What was I gonna say? Oh, it was. I would say this is bizarre, but at Gen Con, people were talking about their builds, and the baseline would be builds from tournaments that I had covered on my deck. By like, people would say, "Oh, is this is Cody's build of Wing with some slight," you know what I mean? Like, it was. I had never felt so impactful in a meta before, but just sitting around people like that, I felt part of it, I guess. Yeah, for sure. And I've seen, per usual, people have just been really nice. And this kind of goes back to, the thing I was kind of, saying earlier, is that there's definitely less people than I expected to cover this game. And it's been interesting. I haven't really seen people from other card games enter this space as much as I was expecting. So I think it's fair to say that I'm one of the front runners for content for the Gundam card game. And so to be so associated with that is just really, really cool. I've been through quite a few launches of One Piece or Bandai card games, but I definitely feel like I'm a mild pillar for Gundam already, which is really cool. Which I made content for One Piece when it came out too, but I definitely feel more involved for that one. I think they're just banning it's been a minute. Especially since we're getting to like a top of the hour mark. Bandai has noted that they will drop the restriction list sometime on Wednesday, August 20th, which is today. It is right now in Japan. It is approaching 2 p.m. 2 p.m. in Japan. Someone tell me if it's 1 p.m. I think it's like 1 p.m., 2 p.m. I would expect it to drop 100% before 6 p.m. end of business Japan time Wednesday. I would likely say it is before 4 p.m. or 4 p.m. or earlier. And I would, if it was any earlier than 2 p.m., I'd be like a little bit surprised. But I would think that they are dropping the list on just on their Twitters, right? It's not, is it 148? Is it really? "12 minutes and you're going to sleep." That's fair. Where is Japan? Time. Okay, it's almost 2. Okay. So I'd say it's very likely sometime in the next 2 hours that it drops. Yeah. What are your thoughts about it? It's not surprising. I'm lucky enough that I got it. I think there's a lot of people who are dealing with Premium Bandai this weekend for the first time, and they are disappointed, which is understood. The one thing that I don't get, though, I don't really understand the... You guys can help persuade me the other way. When these kind of things happen, like even for Gundam launch too, right? People say like stuff is short printed. Is this what is this Mass Deuce doing there? As if Bandai had some like hidden agenda to short print their stuff for monetary gain, which Bandai doesn't make money if something is over MSRP. They sell their cards to a distributor that sells them to stores, right? The MSRP price has nothing to do with it, nor does secondhand singles price for it, right? Bandai just tries to sell all the box that they made and then try to keep a good relationship with their distributors so they will continue to buy their products, right? So, like, Bandai has like it's to the point where, yeah, the people who are doing their stuffs right are, the 1 year dice was a pair. Yeah, you should get 2 white dice. So if you didn't, whoever I gave them to, they stole a white dice from you. They stole one. But I don't think Bandai has anything to gain for like short printing their products. Or like high demand is like somewhat like good PR, right? But at the same time, I think that there are more risks for overprinting something. And despite them being in the TCG game for a while, releasing any new TCG is always a huge risk. And so it's near impossible to get the numbers right on release. And I think it's understood that Bandai errs with the side of caution by underprinting things to make sure that they sell enough and that they don't sit on the shelves of distributors and local game stores. Where's 4? Yeah, see, but look, 4 had like no good super rares. There's still no super rares I put there. Except for this one. Except for that one. Don't worry. No good super rares. Yeah. OP07 Lilith from, oh, maybe I did put that there. Did I put that there? Thank you. Sorry, the rest of the egghead stuff. Thank you. And I think the rest is out of EP pile. Yeah, I think they have. I'd say that it's an unprecedented effect that Bandai has already... There's a second wave of product for set 1 for Gundam already. The fact that that has happened within the first month of release is unheard of. I think that Bandai had to make a decision sometime in like March or April that their game was more popular than they thought it was, and they bought extra time to print more cards, which is expensive. Because like, when did set 1 One Piece get a reprint? Set 1 One Piece didn't get a reprint until like almost like halfway through the year, right? Yeah, I don't think One Piece is going away anytime soon. If it happens, it's less from them like wanting to support it. It's if the formats don't end up being as good as they could be, which is tough. I said it earlier. I think you still have to make a good set, like a good format. It takes skill. To make a great format, there's a component of luck involved with it. You have to be lucky, and also it is 6. What am I doing? OPO is also 6. Yeah. It's very tough to make a really good set, like a really good meta. These are EBO2. What am I doing? Too many purple straw hat cards. There's 9. Let's see. As we're approaching the 5-minute mark, my expectations once again are the restriction list will probably be it might not be like the exact first week. I'm biased. I'd want the event. I'm going to be at the event in Toronto the first week in September, the regional out there. So I'm not going to Florida. Sorry, Florida people, but I hope that format is with the new restriction list. I would expect by Card Fest at least they might like not day one let us put the English. They might do like September 1st kind of deal because they like to implement stuff at the beginning of the month. There might be a chance that the restriction doesn't affect us in OP12, which I think I'm okay with, but it would also give me an excuse to double down on Gundam content likely, because I would be a little bit less interested in testing One Piece stuff, but I'll still make One Piece content. I think Nami is likely getting banned, and that might be a late ad where someone, and may or may not be the reason that there was a potential push on when the restriction list dropped. And I think there was a chance that it was supposed to be during the Bandai stream that happened last weekend, and then someone got cold feet and they decided to take a couple more days to do testing, which I 100% support. I'd rather them feel confident with the list than feel like they have to keep a date that they set themselves, you know? So I think that's fair. I think if the restriction list is better, I think it's better that we had 4 more days to help confirm that. The other thing I was going to say was... so Nami's likely getting banned in my mind, I think. That might be a difference from what was maybe supposed to be earlier in the month and now. What else? They printed a better Kaya, essentially. I think that Blue Purple Luffy's getting affected in some way. From most common to least common, I kind of want Giant at 1 copy. I think Linlin might get banned. I don't think the leader is going to get banned, but there's a chance that it does. But one of those 3. I'd say it's unlikely at this moment that Hody gets banned, but there's still a chance. That's something that I've changed my mind on between now and a couple weeks ago. And maybe something from Betty. Maybe I think the oddball choices. I could kind of see Blue Buggy getting banned. I could kind of see Tempest Kick getting banned, but I'm not like hard components for that, but I just wouldn't be surprised, I guess. 10. Is this 10? Yeah, it's 10. OP6, OP11. What else? OP11, 10. All right. I think these are all our super rares. Cavendish ban? I don't know about that. After Ice Age to 1? Was Ice Age ever at 1? Am I crazy? Do you mean Ice Age or Tempest Kit? Or Rad Beam? Am I insane? Do I not remember that? Yeah, you Digimon. Yeah. Ice Wall. Yeah. Okay, all right, cool. I wasn't having a stroke. All right, Russell is the one having a stroke. That's fine. He has better insurance than I do. He'll be fine. All right. I don't think anything's getting unbanned. Bandai never does that. All right. Squeamish people maybe look away. There's just all my stacks of super rares. Here's set 1. Just casually set 1, print 1. No! This is a reminder that card games are supposed to be played. So yeah, here we go. Wow. There's my set 1 super rares, and then a folded up Dawn. There it is. No ban list at 10. All right, going to bed. Russell, thanks for hanging out. Get some rest. You clearly need it. All right. They've unbanned it only for the English version of the game. They've never done it for the Japanese version of the game. Use Dawn separators, yeah. It was easy when they gave you Dawns in like normal Dawns and packs. Now that they stopped doing that, it's a little bit more, but yeah. I've also used Battle Spirit Saga Soul Core cards. Think about that as you will. But yeah. All right. Set 2 super rares. Oh, sorry, Cornelius. You got dawned. Wait. Okay, no, okay, yeah, these are just the ones that are there. All right. Set 3, baby. No! My nails! They're never supposed to die! Even though they're gonna rotate. No, they're set 2, they're fine. All right. What do I have in set 3? Not that much. 3 of these. And then hopefully I have a Katakuri. Yeah, all right, I have 4 Katakuri still. So I'm good for the next 8 months, even though I think Kuma is like the better generic super anyways. Battle Spirits is a great game. It's just a game that had issues with it being a non-outside licensed IP from the beginning. It was also a bit complex, which I think it means it's a good game, right? But at the same time, it's difficult for people to get into the game because of that. All right, here we go. Without checking, but probably sure. A play set of super rares and secret rares for the first 5 sets of this game. There we go. Easy. Done. Done with 1. Let's go 2 sets. What's in this neck box? This one has EBO 1 and 2. And then okay. And let me sort this out. 1 and 2. Set 1, set 2, set 2, 2. Yeah, I know I'm getting hate for. I'm gonna get hate for this one. All right, Bon Clay is getting reprinted. Don't worry about it. All right, not a big deal. Uh-oh. Why don't I have 3 Laboons in this pile? Uh-oh. He's probably out there somewhere. Oh, you know what? Pause. Aha! I had a Blackbeard list that I had tucked away that I will likely, I'll just unsleeve right now. But there's nothing in this set that would be before set 5 secret rare wise anyways, right? No, they're more modern secret rares anyways. All right. All right, no big deal. But there is one Laboon. Ah, there he is. All right. Crisis averted. All right. There's Laboon. There's Brook. Where's Purple? There's Purple. I only have 3 Miss Wednesdays. I love playing Purple Yellow Croc. That can't be right. I only have 2 Violas too. That's bad when that card's good. All right. Yes, purple. There's another blue one. Phoebe had such potential as a card, but I understand why. Drawing in this game is weird, where you have to like be really sure you're getting your value. Why are there like 3 Vegapunks? Oh, because there's more. Ooh, no, this is. Huh, I probably put Vegapunk in one of the wrong piles. That's fine. Yeah, I'll get that fixed later. All right, green, blue, black. Actually, before black. Yeah, and then purple. Yep. All right. Here's all the EB. Yeah. I'll find my Vegapunk 4th copy somewhere. Phoebe's good in Zoro Sanji, that is true. So I just have boxes for super rares, and then I have individual boxes for per set for commons, uncommons, rares, and then I have starter decks and then promos, all arts, or promos and exclusive arts as a separate thing too. I think Giant just needs to go to 1. That's my opinion. If Giant doesn't get banned, I'll be fine. I won't say, I will be more upset every time I get Gianted for game, though. I guess denied for game, rather. These are all rares, except for this super rare. Let me take a quick breather to unsleeve these Marshall D. Teach cards. Yeah, blue one. When you say BP, is it black purple, right? That deck is fun. I do think it's not as consistent, but deck could, excuse me, go off. Why am I unsleeving? I don't know the next time I'm going to be playing Teach. What do you mean? I'm not a Teach player. I think I've proven that on live stream many times. UP means blue purple. The short answer is that long ago, when Magic the Gathering was first discovered in the mountains, they needed a shorthand abbreviation for their colors. And they decided that black should have the letter B, and they decided that blue should have the letter U, which means in games where black and blue are colors, generally people use U for blue and B for black, which makes it extra hard when you're playing a game like the Gundam card game where they have blue but they don't have black. So most people are calling blue B, but by not a wide margin. I think most people say blue is U in the One Piece card game. What's my favorite deck in the game right now? For One Piece, still probably Marco for OP11. I don't want to be that guy. I like playing Zoro. I know the deck is simple, so maybe that says more about me than it says about the deck, but I was liking the deck. I also was liking Silver's Rayleigh. I think that deck can just be, like, unfortunately hard countered at weird times, but I do think the deck is still obviously really good. So both those decks are really fun. I'm definitely going to try to play... what is it? Hand Destruction. I want to try those decks out too. Yeah, it's blue. Yeah. I think the reason they're dragging their feet on it is because they want it to be a good format. Also, like, with North America having their Card Fest finals, like, which is in this part of the regional season the largest event ever, or for this season so far for One Piece for North America. I understand, like, why they want the format to be good. So I do know that it sucks that they're dragging their if they are dragging their feet. They never put a release date, right? I'm okay. What is the best diplomatic? I'm always overly diplomatic, but I think the best way to say it is that personally, I would be okay if there was like a week difference between the date that they wanted to announce it and the date that they did, as long as that means they spent that week confirming their choices and making it a better format, right? I know it's a moving target, but as if I have some confidence that the reason that if they did delay the date for releasing the restriction list is because they want to be confirmed with it. So this is abstract, but I can't even. It's even, the case is worsened when I can't remember the quote. What's the Miyamoto quote? Or is it? It's Iwata, right? It's Iwata who said, yeah, I can't remember the quote. I'll have to look it up. Someone will post it in chat, and then I'll read it and claim all the credit for it. Yeah. It's like a delayed video game will eventually be good, but a rushed video game will never be good. Something like that. Which I guess I don't take to heart word for word. But I try to make a video every day, and I've been doing very poorly at that these last couple weeks. But there are a lot of times where I'm like, if this video sucks, I'm not gonna. It's done. Like I don't feel forced to have to drop a video every day, in the same sense that, like, even though this is my full-time job, I'd rather be more confident with the videos that I put out than make a bad video that could, like, blow up in my face, or just, like, not be worth it anyways. So I value that. I think it's good to have, like, a schedule and to try to keep to it for your as good as you can, but you're not always going to get there. Cyber 27 said it was rushed, but eventually became good. Yeah, I think that's, that's an exception to it. Agreed. But clearly they had a lot of backlash for a long time, right? So I don't know. Yeah, it might not. That's why I'm like, I think Giant should be at 1. I think there's a 10% chance Sakazuki gets banned. Or gets unbanned. Also, another 10 o'clock coffee set. Yeah, that's fair. It doesn't apply to video games as much. It's more like a brick and mortar kind of thing. But you can still... The release is still, like, really important for a game. So, because that's the same thing. Like, for example, like Fusion World Set 2, they eventually made that format playable, but at the expense of a lot of people dropping the game, right? So, it's... I would agree. Maybe the saying doesn't have as much merit verbatim as it used to, but I do think that kind of the spirit behind the words are still there. JCM, what do you know about that, huh? What do you know about balancing TCGs? You just make cards good without making them too good. All right, are you writing this down? Very easy. You just don't make broken cards. I probably have a fourth Zoro somewhere, is what I cautiously say myself. Can we go over the current ban list? Maybe if they're done like sorting early and they still haven't released it. I'm committing to streaming until midnight PST time. Anything after that is bonus time. I will likely be done streaming. Oh wait, what am I doing? I need to put the cards in there, huh? If the restriction list is not out by 2, I guess I'll go to bed and then just wake up with it being announced and being behind, but that's fine. I like restricting cards. I know that it makes it like difficult for some people and like affects variance, but like in set 1, like the early metas, I was a really big proponent for restricting Rad Beam to 1, especially since we already had Guard Point. I think that would have made more of those aggressive decks that could just get out of free jail with Rad Beam. It could give them like a little bit more, you know, of counterplay, I guess. Stream Gundam matches with who? So I think some cards could be restricted to 1, where they just like when they're not like consistency things, because there are like some cards where you're like, well, it's the best card in my deck by a mile and integral to my game plan. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine, right? Why am I disassembling Blackbeard? I'll probably still play it in this format. This is just kind of me. Whenever at the end of every set, I just put away everything. Just make sure everything's at home, because otherwise I'll put it aside and then like I misplace it. I want everything to just be in one spot. I don't care that I have to rebuild my Blackbeard deck. It just helps me keep inventory and make sure that I'm not missing any cards. Because already, like, I had Laboons that were in this box, which I didn't actually know, right? So it's just helpful for me. Making sure that everything is back in spots and then I can like rebuild afterwards. Blackbeard is still a viable deck that you can play in OP12. Don't take that as me thinking that the deck is dead. I just disassembled a green-purple Luffy too. Like, unless like Giant and like, unless the leader's banned, like, right? I think that leader's still like that deck got like support in this set, right? All right, that was 8, so now I gotta look at my 7 cards. These are Star Deck cards. These are just regular old, are there any? No, there's no Star Deck cards, they're all mostly set 8 cards. The restriction list is probably sometime in the next 3 hours. Monster check, all right. There it is. Yeah, JCM never sleeps. I've been messaging JCM at like 2 a.m. and then he's like, cool, thanks. I'm like, what? You're not supposed to read this in the morning and not look at the timestamp when I send it to you. Like, you have office hours. I do not have those. What are you doing? there are three spots. I guess maybe there are four spots. I think the restriction list could happen for us. For sure, by OP13 release, which is the cop-out answer. I would say 95% chance by Bandai Card Fest. I would say 85% by September 1st and 75% on release Friday. I will say that if it is on release Friday, it will be the quickest ban list announcement to ban list enacted turnaround. It might also be like a week after release, or like at least enacted whenever the first OP12 event would be, which would be a week from Saturday. There's some online regional treasure cups. I can't remember, but there's some online events for OP12 meta. There are some like red events that get rid of Buggy, but it's really tough to get rid of that card. If they croc Mihawk into Buggy, you lose, right? Like sincerely, what are you supposed to do? I think there's some chances for you to play, ironically, like one drop Buggy, and then they literally can't get rid of that card because they don't have removal for slash cards that are like not attacking with slash cards. I've been seeing people play like 2-drops as well, but I guess I haven't played that matchup, but it seems scary. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had more than like a 6-hour gap between messaging JCM and him reacting to me. Yeah, it's really just like, it is like a lot of work, and sometimes like you know, the skin in your fingers gets a little raw sometimes, depending on what sleeves you use and stuff. But sometimes I just need to like give my excuse to not work, right? Or just like listen to music or like a podcast and just do like just a repetitive task. Let me see. Yeah, I don't, so I know that like Katakuri, purple Katakuri doesn't really use 9-drop mom, but you know, there's definitely like, I think enough purple big mom support that they would want to try to keep it around for those decks, but I don't know. If blue purple Luffy leader gets banned, I wouldn't expect Big Mom to get banned, but I don't know if they're banning that card. Oh, here he is. I knew it. I knew Vegapunk was somewhere. All right, let me just go back here. There he is. All right, join your friends. Pew. Also, this is the longest. Maybe it's not. Maybe this stream has the potential to be the longest stream I've done with these lapel mics. So if my audio just dies, just let me know. But I think this is rated for like 10 hours. I think it should be fine. But this is like the test stream for it, I guess. Yeah, I would not be surprised if like Shoe Buggy gets banned. I think it's too polarizing of a card. It's just like weird. Like it just makes some matchups like unwinnable. You know what I mean? Like you're just like, well, I found Shoe Buggy, and your deck, if you have an out for the deck, it's really expensive. Like any matchup that, like any card that forces the matchup to something like 75 or like 70-30 or worse might need a reconsideration about if that card should exist, in my mind. Like if a matchup's like 60-40, sure. It's tough, but like not impossible. That Shoe Buggy makes some matchups legitimately impossible to win. They saw it, cool. Even without Croc Mihawk, right? Like that card's hard to remove. Yeah, Croc Mihawk makes it impossible, yeah, agreed. Because you never swing with it anyways, and you don't feel punished for not swinging with it. I'm checking their Twitter at the top of every hour. I don't think they're doing a live stream. I really don't. So most of the time, so at the beginning, there's, I don't know if I don't think I've ever like showed this. This is 3 rows deep. There are 3 rows deep of cards here. And you can see there's a lot of cards. All these are like super filled pockets. So generally, these are empty, which is the goal of this stream, to empty these out. And so I just kind of put cores here and there. And so throughout a format, any cards that I find useful or I've been thinking of have been like in these slots. And then at the end of every format, I just clean everything out and then just start over again. Which I usually do a little bit earlier, but I've been playing too much Gundam, which means that there's a lot of Gundam stuff out there too. Yeah, Dopey versus Buggy, Betty versus Buggy, Zoro versus Buggy, right? Yeah, if I do think like Green Zoro, if like Blue Purple Luffy goes away, like it has like potential to be one of the strongest decks in the format. And I personally think that Hody is just, you can run the deck without Hody and you don't really miss it. I think like the event really does what Hody wants to do anyways. So I don't know what would be the card to get rid of in Zoro to make the deck more fair. The only card I think I can think of next is like Cavendish, but they're also reprinting that card, right? So likely not that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would say. Because even like Cavendish is a nice card, but it's not broken, right? Yeah, the OBS bot. Yeah, that's the camera we got right now. They've been really, really handy. I wouldn't be able to do Wednesday Night One Piece with the same thing. Card game players move a lot when they play, so having just some kind of like face tracking is really, really nice. It's super handy for that, because it's tracking me automatically. Three-cost Zora resync. I don't know. It feels bad for them to ban a card in the set that it comes out, right? Yeah. Honestly, like, yeah, Cavendish has a good effect, but I think they gave the right restrictions for it. So I don't know. I'd have to really think about it. And I haven't played enough of in the OP12 format with or without restrictions to really have an opinion on if something should get hit. Though I just saw a card that might have been banned when we got it, which is Black Maria. This card broke RP Law. I'm so happy this card in RP Law was not around at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're. I'd be slightly surprised if they did something to hit the Zoro. But I do agree that the deck has potential to be very good. It's also like when that deck wins, it wins, you know? Like, it's just like, oh, I removed your card on curve, played my own card on curve, and casually swung 8k at leader. Like, that's so good. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, I can't play cards. You have 5 life. If I swing at your leader, you'll gladly take it. Like, I could see it like being really uphill. I also, after 6 boxes, I pulled 1 alt art leader. And it was only Zora. Which means also, if you're playing in our event, maybe I probably should advertise that. We have our first OP12 event a week from today. And signups go live tomorrow morning. 64 players, 3 boxes across top 8. Ad reminded you to sub? Good. The ads are working. But we'll see. When I mean, it will likely, as long as like the restriction list is like part of the meta, it will be with the restriction list too. Yeah, but I think like Nami's likely getting banned. Yeah, Black Mirror. People try to tell me that they're upset that we never got that format. I'm usually not this forward with it, but I think those people were uneducated by how much of a menace that was in Japan. It's deck building's like Lorcana. Basic game mechanics are closer to Hearthstone. Game is fun. I know that it's tough to get product. I also say that the game is incredibly fun constructed, and it is exponentially better constructed than it would be with just starter decks are not constructed. The game was built around you building your decks because it's very ratio based for finding your pieces. So not having those pieces makes the game a little bit worse. But it is... I've probably played this month easily over 100 games. Probably closer to like 150, 200. What is it, the 20th? Like 3 weeks in this month? Since launch, 100%, like over 200 games. I've probably played an average of 5 to 10 games in person since the release of the game, and I will still play games. I've still not gotten my fill of the game. If the ban list is not out by, I guess, 1 a.m. our time, which 1 a.m. PST time, which is 4 p.m. Japan time. Maybe not like... So better player expression when it comes to deck building. It definitely has a more emphasis on deck building than any game except for Battle Spirit Saga and Dragon Ball Masters in Bandai's current lineup, which Battle Spirit Saga is no longer around, but there's definitely there's a bigger emphasis on deck building than One Piece and Future World for sure. Van Beckman got banned? Dang. Crazy. Now we're getting so deep into this. Now it's just refreshing the page every 10 minutes when someone says that something got hit. I have no current plans to play Riftbound. I think the game is good, and I think the game will be successful. I just don't have the time or energy for it. Yeah. I almost just dropped the entire box. Whoops. All right. Let's see. All right, time to actually see how many 9-drop secret loot. Okay, I have 4. Okay. There are times where I thought I had more, and there are times that I couldn't find a 4th copy of it. Having 4 is all I need. So I'm happy to have that. Why do I just have a random Beckman put aside? That's funny. All right. Yeah, cool. You're going to delay it again? Eh. Again, as long as they delay it for the right reasons, I'm okay. But if they I gotta say, the only negative is that if they delay it and then they finally release it and the format's bad, it will 100% open up the, man, if this is the restriction list we got, what was the one we didn't get? Right? So, all right. Well, a brick of super rares and secret rares from sets 6 through 9, or 6 through 10, including EBO1 and EBO2. And then, actually, was it just 9? It's just 9, yeah. Or, yeah, 9, because we've got 10 and 11. Which means I'll need another. I think I got extra ones in this one. I am ready for Blue Yellow Nami. I think that deck is very skill based. You can quote that. I don't know if anyone else does this. I unironically drop my useless kids all the time. Do you guys do that? Is that just me? You just throw your 8-drop useless kids on the floor? Right on top of your Corgi? Like all the time. I use Bandai's like storage boxes. They're great. It's nice to also have like unique designs so that I know what's in which box just by the designs. You do drop one every day? Dang. He's just like me. Oh boy. Oh boy. 7 drops, 8s. Why do I have so many 8-drop kids? What is wrong with me? This is 10, this is 10. This is where we get to 11. Monet, Sanjay. It's not Marco. It's the Otama secret rare. It's the Otama card they're printing for OP13. That's what people are saying, including myself. They printed a better Kaya. There are likely very few people who could unironically tell you how long until the ban list is, and I am not one of them. My apologies. I know legally, with Japan only having 10 more hours until it's Thursday, they legally have to drop it within those next hours. Outside of that, that's as good as I can do. Yeah, and I personally haven't done any testing for Emu. I know a lot of people are talking about that too, but I just haven't had the time to do testing for it. But I know that that deck is also scary, potentially. What else is there? Yeah, it's gross, yeah. Kai and Otama can be in the same... I mean, maybe. All right, okay. Move the goalpost, whatever. something's happening with Nami, right? Whether it's being banned or they're changing how something interacts with it, something's happening, right? Yeah, Otama, yeah. Especially because, like, you will eventually be down to 3 or less life, right? It's not really a condition for the deck. Also, that card could be really good in my Nami blue-yellow Wano deck, which I'm excited for. So we'll see. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. I think it's fine, like, a deck like Nami exists in the game, but if it's ever the best deck in the format, it will warp the game for the worst. Does anyone have any extra 2 of these all art Zeuses? If you do, let me know. Actually, let me check the price. Let me check the price. What's he at? Like 20. 25 for like the regular art. All right. If anyone wants to sell those, I do want 2 more. Hypothetically, what leader restriction could they put on Nami to make her playable but not broken? What about it if Nami could only play characters or only play events? All right, Jonas, good question. What would make it? Okay. This might. None of this is tested, right? This could be just immediately bad out the door. I think the thing that makes Nami feel unfun, and the thing that I could change, is that if Nami had an additional effect where you couldn't trigger trigger cards off your life. I think the only time where I felt really bad about playing against Nami is if they hit a Sanji's Pilaf or Impel Down All-Stars. That would make me feel a little bit better. I don't like, I've been a hater of Impel Down All-Stars in that deck since day one, which I will say is like maybe me overhating it. But that could be something. That could be a way for them to rebuild the deck and have it less randomized. But that's just off the top of my head, without any, that's only surface level thinking. So someone could prove me wrong for it, but I think that's the time where you feel really bad, is when you have to poke them to try to go for game, and then you're only giving them more advantage. Which just is fast. It just could put you in the spot where you're like, what am I supposed to do, right? If I hit them, they draw cards. If they don't, they draw cards. Like, where's the out? So that would be my knee-jerk reaction to that. Nami starts at 1 life. That's hey, yeah, max 1 trigger. Hope you hit it. I could also see Nami be like a 4-life leader, right? I think we've gotten to a point where it could be a monocolor 4-life leader, right? Let's see, if Nami had to attack every turn, maybe. I think it's like, yeah, 10% likely. Yeah, who said they had? Jimbo Slice, if you want to reach out to me, I'll buy both, since you have 2 extras. I guess I didn't get like there's also like the premium Bandai one. Yeah, I didn't get any of those, which is fine. Actually, did I? No, I got the Japanese one. That's right. And then I gave it to someone who would be able to use it. I rather self-mill than milling out your opponent. I think it's been proven that that is a more feel bad. Because milling, it means that like you feel like you don't have anything. Like that you just get punished, right? And there are some decks that just draw too much. It also makes it so like some matchups are just like skewed that you never win. Like against Rebecca, Nami can never win. They'll always have ways to resort their cards. Yeah, and there's a game, ban list up. Really, let's see. Let's see. Let me scroll. No. Thank you, trigger warning. Appreciate it. See, this is what I knew was going to happen eventually. I can't not check. Yeah, but there's a deck in I think actually a couple decks of Dragon Ball Masters. There was Slug and Janimba Mill is like the most one, and that deck is just always, it's never the worst deck in the game. Because like sometimes if there's ever like a format where decks just draw a lot or mill themselves a lot, like you can just win. Cooler mill, cooler as well, that's right. Yeah, mill plus board control, yeah. I mean, that's why, what is it, a year and a half ago? Cooler mill top 16? So, I think that's fair. You meant to put a question mark? All right, I'll believe you. I'll believe you this time. I'll believe you this time. All right, all my super rares are sorted. That only took 3.5 hours. But the rest should be clean from now on. The next ones will be clean. All right. Let me go through starter deck cards now. Yeah, I would expect it website or Twitter. Website or Twitter. All right. Jeez. There's so many starter decks. There's 28 or 27, 28. Yamato is 20. Blackbeard is 27. Oh, is Luffy like 28? There's 28. Yeah, Yamato is 28. Even though it's green yellow. All right. All right. It's gonna be less understood, but based on how I have things. All right. New Wave reprints. This is mostly buggy stuff. First 4 star decks after that, and then rando. And I guess Star Deck 21 gets its own little pile there. Congratulations, Star Deck 21. You were a good starter deck. Even though the leader wasn't good, the rest of you was pretty good. And then that's 14, I guess. New Wave 21. Isn't too bad. Unban Ice Age. We already had an unban Ice Wall discussion. That could maybe happen. Real question, how many Digimon players are in chat right now? Let me know if you're a Digimon player. Purely curious. Purely curious. You don't have to out yourself like that if you don't want to, but I am curious. This one here. Yo, MCAR, hello. I hope you're enjoying the Digimon card game. And you're excited about your new shiny digital client as well. That's exciting. New school or old school? T-Mac, you're both. It's fine. Only Neopets people here? Gotcha. Mostly pre-release, that's fair too. Used to. Oh, as a Puppets player, for sure. Yeah. Digimon's definitely gone to a spot where it's... The complexity for that game's in a weird spot. And for me, I am in like a weird spot, but like, it's kind of difficult as a commentator to keep up with what's going on in the game. Cause like someone can attack with a card and then like 6 effects enter pending, right? And it's just been tough. It's like a tough game for that reason to keep up with. Right, this is promos. I will use later. Yeah, I know. I don't call it Growl Loop on my website, but I know that Growl Loop is doing really well. What are people wanting to get banned? Like the scramble effects? Yeah, Digimon is just chaotic. I agree. Which doesn't mean it's bad, but it's really difficult to play that deck. Like I feel like it's gone to a point where it's difficult to play Digimon while like correctly. But I think the game has definitely some good stuff going for it. What is this one? Oh, these are just alt arts of cards from promos. Okay. So I am looking, like, obviously I'll play the digital client when it's available, right? The Rush one, sure. Gravity Crush, sure. Yeah, it's crazy, like all the memory, like all the like set one staples for that card. You know, like there's just so many like old cards that are getting banned from that game. The man, I only have, that can't be true. That can't be true. I know that I pulled away some Dofis. Are there more Star Deck cards that I just put in a different pile? I must have done that. I must have done that. There's no way. I know that I'm missing Sables and Dofi. Yeah, I must have put them somewhere else. MCAR with the subscription, thank you very much. It's PST time, so for the latest I've ever seen anything posted, PST time has been like 3 p.m. So I should be fine. People on the East Coast, rest in peace. I hope you don't have a engaged day of work tomorrow. Where did Eggman put his Doflamingos? Oh, they're here. Why did I put them there? I mean, I guess I kind of get why I put them there, but why did I put them there? All right. Yeah, 3830. Dang. Thank you for staying up. Sincerely, like, we have like 1,000 people just watching me poorly sort cards. That's insane. Thank you guys for being here. Overtime schedule is accepted in Japanese culture, but for announcements, I think they restrict themselves to you know, Japanese time. Like, you know, 9 to 5 stuff. So if I would be surprised if it was posted after 4 p.m. All right, and law. What brought you up to Washington? It was like a tiered. It's 10:55, by the way. So there's a chance that drops in 5 minutes. I like Washington. Is like the short answer. I did better than I thought I was going to do in Gen Con, so I had a little bit of extra traveling funds to do so. I know a lot of people in the area. I've been there several times before. I love Zulu's Card Game Cafe. It's one of my favorite local game stores in continental North America, so I didn't need an excuse there. I had a friend of mine who was visiting family that weekend too, and he's just like, "You should come out." And I'm like, "Yeah, I should go out." So it just made sense. Yeah, I was in Washington State, but because it was super last minute, I didn't really announce it until then. Also, my buddy Josh from Zulu's Card Game, he wanted it to be a surprise, and it was, to the point where I'm not making fun of this person, but I played against someone who saw my name, the Eggman, on the app, and they didn't know it was me. They thought I was trolling. So I was there for like 48 hours. It was a good trip. And if it was more planned, I would have been more vocal about me being there, but it was super last minute. I bought the flight on like Tuesday, and I flew Saturday and flew back Monday. But yeah, Washington has a really good scene. I like a lot of people out there, so I need little convincing to go up there. Yeah. I also, I still need to sort my Fusion World bulk, and my Gundam bulk's kinda... Gundam's like such a tough game to sort because there's so many staples within the colors that you quickly run out of copies of, despite having double play sets. Bothell, yeah. Bothel's great. And I love Canada, and it is one of the closest things to Canada for me is Washington and like Minnesota, so being out there was good. I still don't love I don't super love LA still. It's just too fast of a town for me. So I also need like little, if there's like a reason to be out of state, as long as it makes sense, I'll usually jump onto it. For like a random card that I think that could be hit, I think Shoe Buggy is like kind of random, and that card can kind of get hit. My guess is that they banned Rygo. I guess because I don't know. I don't really have any explanation for that one. That one's just weird. 5. This is... What the... Yeah, I don't really have an explanation. Why don't I have 2 of these Daifukus? I must have put 2 more Daifukus in a regular spot. Uh-oh. We'll find them when we find them. And reject. Reject, I don't want that card to come back. Thank you very much. Imagine Betty with reject. Which I guess those cards existed at the same time, right? But Betty not at like the same level as it is right now, right? I don't even, that's bad. All right. I could like, I know people don't like pudding. If pudding gets banned, it's like a customer satisfaction hit. Not much else. Which is possible, but not super likely. All right, 11. No updated post. All right, 2 more hours. Confirmed. I can hear people groan. Please. Put me out of my misery. Let me refresh one more time. Just in case. Yeah. No restriction list. If Giant's at 4, I mildly riot. If Giant's at 4, but like Blue Purple Luffy or Linlin gets banned, I think Green Purple Luffy ends up just being really good. But I don't know how that deck does against Zoro, to be honest. Yeah. These 2B continues are really stacking up, huh? All right. I guess. Oh yeah, Grumpy Corgi. He's been such a good boy, though. He's just been hanging out with us. It's like 60-40 Zoro, 40 Vir. Okay, then maybe not. Yeah, Zulu's, yeah, is huge. And I'll be honest, I've seen a lot of people do the, board game cafe aesthetic before. They are like one of the few ones I think that have like really nailed the idea in thoughts and execution. Like they just have like a really good system. Yeah, big fan of Zulus. I'm just checking their Twitter. Bandai, and from what I've seen, the majority of Japanese companies love Twitter. So it is, from my experience, the most, it's the most corporate social media thing that Japan has. But I also think that, like, especially like early Twitter, since it was character-based, Japanese is a really terse language. You get to say a lot with few characters. So 140 Japanese, you get a lot more mileage than 140 characters English. So I think that might have been part of the reason that it was more popular in languages like Japanese, where you could use fewer characters to say more things. Let's see what generally ban lists are announced at larger events as like kind of like closing ceremony duties. So which is why a lot of people expected it to get announced. Oh no. One second. I had a deck box of all of, no, there it is. Casually on the floor. Yeah. All right. Yeah, don't touch my mustache. When I was younger, the first time I went to California, my dad and I went and got some sushi. And I think if you guys like have a picture in your mind of who I am, you will see my dad and you will be like, there is zero doubt in my mind that these two guys are related. Like I am aggressively the son of my father, but he doesn't shy away from new. Did I put the wrong one in the wrong one? I did. That's why I'm confused. So yeah, we went, and then this is the first time I think we've had sushi where, it was served to us from someone who was from actually Japan. We went to like one of the bar sushis, and it was like an off hour, so we were the only ones there. So we talked to the sushi chef for a while, and so he, as also a natural-born Canadian, needed to know how to say thank you and sorry. So that is the phrase the sushi chef at the time said that. Don't touch my mustache. And the guy had a mustache too, so it was jovial. I don't think there will be a stream. Do I have any tips for commentating TCGs? Just do it. It sounds dumb. I get asked pretty frequently about people who want to do it, and they have no resume. Do it. Just the way that I did it, which I will also say that I've been fortunate in the opportunities that I've been afforded, and just from being in the scene for a really long time. But sincerely, if you have to treat it like a job interview, in my experience. If you want to commentate for an event, and then someone's like, cool, can you show me examples of times when you've commentated in the past, and you have nothing for the card game, it's not a good look. So whatever you can do, just make videos, do it. That's my advice. Yeah. If it's not out by, because if it's 4 p.m. Tokyo time, is kind of what I would expect. But when they do like regular announcements on like Fridays, it's like 6 p.m. So I don't know if I'll stay up till, if it's midnight, I might just take a break, because we'd be live for over almost 5 hours at this point. Yeah, just record and commentate over sim videos. If there's someone to ask permission to, like, do that. So just say that you have a pedigree for it. The other thing is that, in my experience, it takes a lot of trust to have an outside party represent you as a brand or as a company. And so having like known references is good. So like showing that you can talk for an hour without cursing or bringing up anything, like, I think like some people, like I will be the first to admit, I'm pretty dry when it comes to my commentary. It's a lot from the facts. I think I've been better at like opening up and like, being a little bit more jovial for it. But at the same time, like, you need to make sure that, it's a company can trust you to not do anything controversial over an 8-hour period, which is a long time for anyone to be live and, moderately unmoderated vocally. So I think that's the other thing it's difficult for me to take a chance on people sometimes, because Eggman Events, my YouTube channel, this is 100% of what I'm doing right now. And so like it's it takes a lot of trust for me to there are a lot of people who want to commentate because it's fun, or like it's a cool time. And I'm not saying this for everyone, but then like the amount of how serious I take it is, I think, above average. So I don't know how I'm saying. I'm kind of devolved into rambling again, but yeah, I just personally take it really seriously because it is part of, I guess, my brand, or however you want to say it. Just the Japanese One Piece page, which I would expect to be the first one to announce it. I don't have any blue Dofi cards. Purple Luffy. Let's see, Nami. Man, I can't believe I still only have 4 Usohachis. That's crazy. Yeah, I also think that a lot of commentary is already grassroots. And the other thing is that it's pretty saturated. And it's kind of easy for me to say this as someone who's like in this position, but I find that there's like not a lot of incentive with going with someone new when it's a risk to try someone untested. But I don't like even me, like I don't get hired every time. And okay, there's that one. And there's obviously opportunity for new people to be in the scene too. It's a hard balance. I think the only other thing I'd say is that like I get asked it a lot. But at the same time, you're asking someone. I'm a good resource for it, but you're also asking someone whose job you're trying to replace how to replace them. So like I will always give advice, but at the same time, right? So it's a weird balance. It depends on the event, but for most events that I work, I expect to be paid. If there are, especially if I'm running like production, which I do sometimes at the same time. I don't only have. Is there 2 in here? Which one am I missing? But it's not a. Yeah, I at this point I expect to get paid for working. What's the red deck? Shanks. Where's the Shanks cards? Huh. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully the restriction list is in like 45 minutes, so I can be done with this. Yeah, I think like I would say I'm less practically trained in like the why is Zoro okay, that's weird, sorry. Shanks is all the way at the end of like this pile, which he shouldn't be, but that's funny because he's the worst third. But yeah, I think Doa I know more about the One Piece card game than Doa does. All right, there you go. There's your headline. But I think that's understood. That's not a, it's what it is. I'm not I think it'd be crazy if it was the other way around. But yeah, he's really good, and I've learned a lot from him and working with him. He's great at like commanding a stream or commentary, and I've been really fortunate to be able to work with him. So I think he's been really instrumental. Really important to help like legitimize a lot of the productions for this game, which I think is good. All right, Yamato is 28. This is 27. Maybe I'll just yeah. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. I might need another folded up card. Oh, wait, did I? Let's see. Black, and then this one. And then, yeah. 200 viewers organizing bulk. Yeah, casual Eggman stream. No, because we have Wednesday night One Piece back because we'll be playing OP12. So Sos is coming over in 18 hours. Then we're doing that. Buggy. So yeah, usually Wednesdays are cemented for Wednesday night One Piece, but they've been less so because I've just had little reason to want to play OP11, which I think most people are in the same boat. So it'll be fun to be able to play One Piece again. Off work tomorrow, got it. But yeah, I really commend Eagle because he's been running tournaments consistently, even through beta, every like week, incrementally getting new cards. He's been huge for like tournament data and having places to play for the and I've played in one of his events as well. So he's been really good for the Gundam card game. I'm happy that he's been doing events as well. And actually, maybe he should be happy that I'm doing events as well. He's the one who's been doing way more events than I as well. All right, Dragonite, thanks for stopping by. We'll have a good one. I think most people are expecting it just to be a post. I don't think like OP11 started off fine. I think like the first month of OP11 was fine. I think honestly the biggest thing is that there were no North American events during July, at least larger ones, and there just wasn't. You just couldn't see a change in format. There are like a lot of decks that are playable. But it was like stinky when, you know, like, so it's really was, you are playing blue purple Luffy, you are playing Betty, or you're playing a deck that could do well against one of them, but not both of them, right? That was generally like the nutshell of the meta. There are like, you know, 5 decks that are good against Betty and 5 decks that are good against blue purple Luffy, but neither are like good against both. Let's see. Thank you for stopping by. One Piece TCG memes. Yeah. What time? It's 11:20 in California. So I'm staying up to the restriction list at this point because I need it for One Piece content in the morning, right? But I do hope it comes out in the next hour. All right, let me finish sorting. I think I did like a weird thing with Star Deck 21 where I put this at the back of OP10. Oh shoot! Oh, Eggman, Eggman, you had all this. Oh no! Jeez. Oh boy. I thought I did all the sorting there. Oh man, I got distracted. Whoops. Also, did I? Okay, yeah, I did sort these correctly. Kinda. Blue. All right. Dang it. No, I do think like, yeah, I definitely feel for the Latin American community. There's definitely a lot of hurdles. You know, I think playing in English is already tough. I think it's an interesting choice that Mexico is part of Latin America and not North America when it comes to organized play. And I know that makes it difficult for people who live in Mexico, because Latin America, like Brazil, are where else do they host events in Latin America? I'm blanking. I'm sorry, but you know, I think like Chile has like a pretty big scene if I remember correctly. That's far. That is a tough, you know. That was a tough trip compared to just driving to San Diego, you know what I mean? So I think that's tough. Yeah, and vice versa, right? Like, you know, there's a lot of North Americans who live in like Texas, Florida, you know, any of the southern states who lately, yeah, I go to Mexico City for a tournament, and many have, but you know, with the stakes that, yeah, I also got my invite, so I don't know. Yeah, Song events for sure. They do a good job at like releasing their tournament results too, which I really appreciate. Whenever I do a rant stream, I do always feel inclined to say that I don't get like an email notification of, oh, here are the deck lists for this event that I can use and make content for. Sometimes I get like notifications from like TOs and stuff. So sometimes I get like, I would say freebies, but most of the times, especially for like European events recently, I have to actually like look for deck lists. And that's kind of like when I started out, right? That was the same mentality, right? There wasn't a database that existed. So I was the database for a lot of it. And I'm glad that it's getting better and like more accessible too. But that's just like not always been the case. I haven't gotten like, there have been times where it's just like, oh, why is Eggman the only one with tournament results? Like, why does Bandai send them to him? And it's that's not the case. That is not the case. That does not happen. I do not exclusively get sent tournament result data. Yeah, especially with so many events in SoCal and Texas. Yeah, I understand like from the closeness reason, because then like it's also weird like with like like Australia is part of the English version, but there's like a lot of like people in like Oceania that could do like technically both events. Let's see. I went to school for computer engineering and I have a minor in mathematics, so kinda. I definitely think that I could be doing more for the data, but even like the data that I get, right? Like, there's no. I've had to explain this to people who play like esports and stuff, and like other, even like other digital card games. There's no like APIs. There's no free lunch for me. A lot of the data, like I think the biggest breakthrough that we've had is like OP Bounty and an extension of that, Cardi Kaizo, being able to have like a database of like big data of people playing the game, right? I think otherwise, like that data outside of like Fusion World, which only Fusion World devs have this info, just does not exist. Community driven or otherwise. So I think that I could be doing more with data specifically, but that would be like 100% of my time to do that, because everything, building the database and everything is manual deck by deck for most of that kind of stuff. Yeah, Orange Samurai puts up a lot too. He finds like a lot of individual decks. I would say this isn't like, I'm not trying to like, this isn't like a super critique, but like he posts a lot, but it's difficult. If Orange Samurai posts a deck list, if you don't like it or bookmark it or whatever, it's difficult to find it back easily, right? Like he gets a lot of information out there, but it's not, he doesn't have a database of info, right? He just kind of has more of like a, he's really, really good at like news announcements, right? And that's like where like a lot of people like differ, where a lot of his content is like, if there's ever like new information, you can go to like his Twitter feed and scroll down and you can see any like relevant information that's been posted in the last 24 hours. And if there's any like, especially like on weekends, right, when there's regionals, if there's any like kind of spicier deck lists that get posted, he's really good for like, I think like the more immediate source. But I try to like catalog it in a more accessible spot. So like after the event, you know, a couple days afterwards, you can find the deck more consistently, I guess. Yeah. Exactly. So, which I think there's pros and cons in both ways. So, not a, and something that I don't know if this is a good engineer or a bad engineer mentality, but I have decided to think that there is just never a perfect system. There's never a perfect system. And I've been noticing it a lot too with like deck builders, right? As someone who runs a deck builder with Chippy, there's a lot of different ways to approach UI design and like structure and that kind of stuff. And everything is like a pro and a con. So it really just, you do the system that works for you, right? And I think that's been good for that stuff. So, you know, if I do like compare and contrast, it's not to be like a, you know, what I do is better or this system is better, but just to sincerely just compare and contrast that kind of stuff. Like mildly critical, but not like, you know, bashing someone, I guess. How do you deal with shoe buggy? I play cards that cost 5 or more. That helps a lot. If I can't do that, if my leader is Silver's Rayleigh, I, you know, tell my opponent to please not play that card. So, but like I know that I'm being like sarcastic, but that is kind of like the real answer, which is also why I think there's a good chance that shoe buggy could be hit, because it kind of creates these kind of unfair game states and matchups. Yeah, I guess since it's been a minute. So Bandai, during their big regional event or whatever level event they had last weekend, said that they will be dropping a ban list for Japan on Wednesday, August 20th, which in every North American time zone except for Alaska. Is Alaska a different time zone than Hawaii? I think it is, right? Is it PST time? Whatever. Alaska, West Coast, and Hawaii, it is, Wednesday. But it is approaching 4. I'm like 99% sure it's gonna be announced on their Twitter. Like 99% sure it'll be announced on their Twitter. I've been live for 4 hours. I will say probably 2 hours of that have been sorting, 2 hours of it have been yapping. So it is conjecture, but it will be, if it's supposed to be Wednesday in Japan, they have like 10 hours left before it's midnight in Japan, right? 2, I would say that it is very likely, especially given their history of releasing information before, 4 p.m. PST, or 4 p.m. Japanese time, generally is where they drop a lot of announcements. I don't see them ever post anything in recent memory after 6 p.m. So I would say that it is like a 99% sure it's 6 p.m. Japanese time is when it's going to be dropped. But there's a chance anytime before that. Yeah. Yeah, because what time is it in Tokyo? It is 3:30. So 4 p.m. is in 30 minutes. And then, yeah. Four p.m. Japanese lines up with midnight CST? No, it doesn't. Midnight PST. Yeah, you don't scoop. Sometimes they don't have it. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so I would expect, let's say 75% chance it's in the next 30 minutes. And like a 95% chance in the next 2.5 hours. So I'm still sorting cards, so technically I'm fine if it's not then. If it's midnight PST time, I might just call it, take a 2-hour break, and just check for the next little bit. Yeah. But I appreciate you guys being here. I am serious though. I wish I got $1 every time someone asked me when the restriction list is. I'd double my income this year, but it's all right. All right. We have 12 sets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess not that, but EB stuff over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. 6, 7, 8, 9. 11. 11. These are easy, right? They're mostly, yeah. 10. 10, 10, 2, 4, 11, 10, 10, 10, 10, 2, 10, 11, 7, 7, 7, EB, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. This is 9. These are still there. It is nice when an entire set is from, like an entire deck is like from one set. It does make it easier. The Discord predicted around 4.5 hours from now, which would be 8 p.m. is like wild. I don't think they'd do 8 p.m. I think that is a wild time for them to announce. Like 8 p.m. like Japan time. Like why would they post it so late? That one I don't agree with. Can clearly be wrong, but I would be surprised if it wasn't by 6 p.m. I'd say 6 p.m. Japan time is like the 95% confidence interval when it will be announced. Gatling, these cards are going to be reprinted. Why do I need to resort them? What do I think EV Chopper keeps going up in price? Is EV Chopper getting reprinted in the reprint set? If no, then probably that. I know this probably makes me a bad One Piece content creator. I just always, like, I don't care about reprint sets. And like personally, like I appreciate what they do, and obviously like new arts are, but like they're not for me. They're not a product designed for me personally. As someone who is actively showing that they have, like, you know, a master playset of the game at any time, the only time I care about them is if there's like some obscure promo that they reintroduce that I don't have enough copies of, because promos are sometimes tricky. Like, that's it. I don't keep track of what's in them as much. Yeah, it could be like 1 p.m. German time for like the English announcement. So I think, yeah, 8 p.m. would be outrageous. Yeah. If it's not announced at 12, there's a good chance I'll just end stream. But maybe I don't. What a conclusive statement, Eggman. Very, very good. Very good sentence structure. Either I do or I don't. Yeah. Normal art clown. Aha. There's my extra Daifukus. I knew they'd come back to me. All right, OP7, OP09. I see no OP08 cards. That's crazy. APM JST is usually when they show new cards. No. It's usually 3 p.m. PST, 2 or 3 p.m. PST, which is in like 3 hours, 3 to 3.5 hours. I don't think I've ever had an announcement show up at 5 or at 4 a.m. North American time. It's usually 2 or 3. But maybe I'm wrong. So, yeah, I'd expect it before 6 p.m. Like 3 a.m. PST time is like when I usually when I see stuff. New cards are absolutely 4 a.m. PST. All right. Oh, okay. The only thing I can think of that might mean is different is maybe I'm thinking something differently with daylight savings. It might be daylight savings 3 p.m. PST if we're on it, and then if it's off it, it's 4 p.m. That's the only thing I can think of, because only North America does generally only North America does daylight savings. That might be the thing I'm thinking of. But also, like, yeah, it might just be daylight savings. even though we haven't been on daylight savings for a while. Yeah. Though, like, technically, I mean, okay, here's the other thing. Like, restriction list updates just don't normally happen by themselves. They're usually attached with some event. So this is already, like, a rarity. I'm not a Slurpee kind of guy. Hopefully that doesn't have extra connotations that I don't know about. Just give me a liquid, or give me a, like, give me, it's like a Frappuccino. So Frappuccinos are fine if, like, the ice is, like, really thin, but if it's, like, too crunchy, I don't like the texture of it, I guess. So Slurpees are kind of the same way. I don't know. I think the correct thing to do is always keep your expectations low when it comes to restriction lists and stuff like that. I'd say my lowest expectations are, one, if it's not enacted for our OP12 format, I've decided that that's fine. Though I would probably prefer it to be OP12, but that's just my personal opinion. I'd have some expectation that blue purple gets hit in some capacity. I currently have the opinion that Nami should probably just be banned at this point, and or at least, like, eroded in some way. And this is 3. Anything else? That's, I guess, mostly it. I guess, like, there could be some wild hits for, like, Buggy or, like, Bonnie, but not Bonnie, Betty, but those are not, like, high expectations. What makes it the fact that they said that it was going to be in the 20th in Japan, which it's been the 20th in Japan for over 13 hours at this point. I'd say that currently I don't think Hody needs to be banned. And sincerely, like, the deck that would take advantage of him the most, potentially, like Zoro, I don't think needs the card. I think there's a lot of situation where the Dead Man's game is just better than Hody anyways, which means that banning Hody seems a little irrelevant. But I didn't have that opinion until recently when I did more testing for OP12. So it is more recently that I'm thinking that. If Nami gets banned, yeah, sure, Kabaji can come back. OP04. Don't know if that's true. 12 Yamato or Blackbeard? I have no idea. Probably Blackbeard, because that deck's been topping more. What's the best way to not get capped? Set an alarm. It's how I got my Gundam stuff today. You have to visualize that you're in person and you have to run to the cash register as soon as possible. You gotta visualize being in the game OP2. OP10. We're almost there. All right. Yeah, I do know. Honestly, like, it's only been an issue for like One Piece. Gundam, I think, is also kind of resolved for it, but Bandai games have almost always been at this point like the capacity. So like, as far as I know, I could be wrong on this, but entry prizes for like other card games traditionally are just sealed product of a product that exists, right? So for Bandai card games, the difference is that there is exclusive prizing just for signing up for their events. So the short pull for events is how many of those promos they printed, right? If they only printed X amount, they can't have more events, like more event capacity than what they printed for it, right? So because of that, that's why they could, you know, that's where the cap comes in, where it's like, well, we've only printed what 10,000 of these entry packs, so for this season of 4 months, we can have more than 10,000 entrants, kind of thing. Or what, you know, that's always the capacity for it, is how many players can we support with the prizing packages that we have. So because of that, there could be times where they printed less than they expected or more than they expected, but that's the capacity for it. Yeah, and yeah, there's just no capacity, right? You spend $20, you get 6 packs of the most recent set, and then you're good, right? That's generally from helping work on just like a sign-up registration side for some Yu-Gi-Oh events in the past. That's the main difference, is that it's very easy for Konami just to send extra packs of their already released set to tournament organizers for entry prizing, and the other prizing is smaller and incremental and doesn't scale with size. You only need to print one set. Like, there's only going to be 16 people in the top 16, right? Yeah, we were talking about it'd be cool to have like an uncapped event where there's only prizing for, you know, there likely wouldn't be entry prizing outside of maybe just like standard printed packs. Yo, it's crazy. We haven't gotten any cards from OP08 yet. But I don't know. Yeah, it would be cool just to see how many people would actually show up. Aha, we got our first OP08 card. All right, the set's viable. Buy OP08 packs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rosies from 5. Rosies from 5. Who else knew that Rocky's from OP06? I bet you didn't. I bet you thought it was from OP05 or OP08. You'd be wrong. As I was when I was searching for it. And also Wipers from OP06. I bet that one's also surprising. But they printed just extra support for Nell that it still didn't use. Outside of reject, and you're the one who should disappear. Alright. There's some OP08 cards. Yeah, I know, like, yeah, I don't know what it is with EU. I don't know if it's just like a privacy thing or the reason for it, to be honest. It is a shame. I think the only thing I feel people are overly critical on webcam events when it comes to the integrity of the game. I definitely think that people have cheated in webcam events and have been caught cheating, and I think that the fact that they've been caught is more indicative of knowing of like the system working than an in-person event where if someone cheats you, if you're the only two eyes on the game, there's a really good chance that you just didn't even notice it. I also think that the line between misplay and intentional cheat is a lot blurrier than people give credit to. But people who don't want to play in online events, I super respect their decision, and I understand like why they don't like it, and it can be like more intimidating at times. But I also think that they are really incremental. I will say, like, if for United States are more, even though there's like less like, what's the word, import export, like you're not like leaving a different country. Like the United States is just so spread out, and the travel system in the United States is, I think, wanes in comparison to how easy it is to travel cross country across countries in Europe. So it's like at least a little bit easier. People from Europe don't understand how difficult it is for a lot of people to get to Peoria for their events. I think that one throws a lot of people for a loop. Yeah. So yeah, I get that. I get like, I think it's fair to say like, maybe like pricing is different for online events compared to regional, like in-person events, but I think that it is a good system that people are able to win invites, especially like people who can't commit to traveling across the country as often, or across countries as often, to give them a chance to locally win an invite so they can do their once-a-year trip to a card fest or something. Yeah, but like Fusion World doesn't do online webcam events. They just use their simulator. Now that one's a little bit more involved from Bandai to get that set up correctly. But when it works, it's cool. It works. Yeah. Language barrier. I don't know. I think people... I sincerely think people overstate how much cheating is happening on online events, especially compared to in-person events. I think like if there was ever like, there will never be a true number, so this is just talk. But my opinion is that if there was ever a way to have an analysis between both, like it's harder to prove someone cheats on person unless they're on the stream table, right? I think you will find that if someone wants to cheat, they'll do it in whatever avenue they can. I don't think like online versus offline, there's much of a difference between the two. Yeah, I will say like, yeah, bad webcams, yeah. I think that's something that would likely need to be enforced more. And the language barrier is something that is less of a thing for United States, and definitely I can see more of an issue in Europe. I think card game, like people generally know what their cards do. So like the language barrier for like in-person events, even if you don't both speak English or whatever, you're still probably pretty good. But I could see with webcam it being tougher. But I know minuscule amounts of Japanese, but I'm still able to play with people in Japan when I go over there. Just because I know the cards and what they do. Which I think is really cool. I think it's really cool. I'm a dork, so so don't trust me 100%. All right. So you've caught 3, which I think is true. I'm not. This is, but you've caught them, and maybe this is my assumption. Maybe this is not true. You've been able to have evidence because you were playing online, and you were able to report them, and then they got a DQ or a ban, whatever, right? If the same thing happened in person, it is immediately a he said versus she said argument. They'll likely get a warning, and then they continue to play, is my experience with it. Webcam events having more avenues to be dishonest, but having a more objective way of evidence to prove someone's been dishonest, I think evens it out. Oh, sure, cutting decks for sure. This is, boy, DJI. I think it's like a DJI Mini 3. That's what I'm using today. All right, where are we at? We're 3 minutes away. Yeah, I think the other thing is that I think people overestimate how difficult it is to objectively choose or say that someone's cheated. And that it can be it's very easy to overcorrect on the other side. I think that's the other thing I'd have to say on it. But it's really easy to say that, yeah, someone should be punished for cheating. But I think the steps to identifying if someone has objectively cheated is a lot more strict than a lot of people give credit for. Right, 2 minutes. All right. Please be here. Please summon the restriction list. Whoever summons it. I'd be very happy. Because for me, personally, the restriction list doesn't happen. I have to stay awake at 1 hour intervals until it drops. Which I don't want to do. I'll do it for you guys. But I don't want to do that. I'd rather record my video, say, wow, I can't believe they banned Nami, and then go to bed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys got a preview for the video tomorrow. Yeah, because I think there's very few videos that like I feel forced that like I have to do, but like restriction list videos, I mean, if you're a One Piece content creator and you don't make a restriction list video, are you a One Piece content creator? I don't know. It's like your membership fees. Yeah, pre-record every possible ban. Yeah, that's right. I'm only one-dimensionally thinking about this. Why'd they make this card a Supernova card? And also Fishman and also Straw Hat? No, and Straw Hat. What were they thinking? Yeah, I've got my shocked face already. I do my best to not clickbait anyone. Which means I have a lot of basic ones. All right. Oh no, someone posted rip. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. All right. 3 more hours. We wait. Yes. And to confirm, it is 4 p.m. in Japan right now. One second. All right. Sorry. When you're live for 4 hours, sometimes you have some messages you have to get to. All right. Yeah, because it's 4 p.m. right now. Yeah, I'm messaging. Oh, yeah, no, I'm messaging Atrocious to make sure that he didn't ask for another extension. I think that's the best resource there. All right, I can keep going if you guys can. I don't think they're. I don't. Here's the thing. I don't think it's gonna be at 5 p.m. I can see it being at 6 p.m. I don't think it's gonna be at 5 p.m. Japanese time. I'll be honest. I'll be super honest with that one. I know. I know. Two a.m. Yeah, 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Let me message John Bandai. I'll let you know if I get a response. Which Discord? If there's a Discord that says something, it's a Discord that I'm either not in or made an announcement like after I did the thing. Uh, 5 hours would be insane. I don't think it's 5 hours. Yeah, we're within 8 hours. Yeah. Also, why are 300 people on Twitch right now? That can't be right. That can't be right. Hey, what's that? Where's my purple rares? Wait, hold on. They're there. They're there. I mean, staying up no matter what, yes. Live streaming staying up, maybe. That one's a quieter yes. It's an unconfirmed yes. It's from 11, yeah. Okay, yeah, because it's at the end. Yeah. Well, for Corgi, he's hanging out. I think he hears some other dogs in the hall though, so he's giving some borfs. Red, purple, sugar. Oh no. Oh no, how will the game survive? Oh no. Alright. Alright. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys I do appreciate you guys. I'm not leaving quite yet. I don't know. I'm at least gonna finish sorting these cards, because like what else can I do? I have to do it anyways. All right. Their Twitter. Banned sleep. Sleep has been banned, yeah, for sure. Cornelius, what should I do? Yeah, because I think at this point it's going to be in either 2 hours or 4 hours. I'd be very surprised if it was at 1. I'd be really surprised if it was at 1. All right. Well, here's my Star Deck 21 collection. Ah, no. My sleep schedule's already been messed up because Yomi's been working nights. I had a weird weekend. I was in Las Vegas for a essentially not a family, just my mom and stepdad were in town, and so I don't think this is a bad story, just a weird story. I find myself at the club inside of Caesar's Palace. there was a Zed was performing in one of they have their like their dance hall is actually 3 dance halls. But yeah, my stepdad knows people. He was able to get us in. But we were just waiting, and there was a dance hall. Like we danced a little bit. I'm not like super into it, but I'm not just gonna go to a dance hall and like bob my head for like 2 hours. But we ended up we were supposed to have someone come over and tell us when Zed was going live, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're like, is he here? So we ended up walking over to essentially the guy just didn't come to tell us. And so we ended up just walking over and catching the last bit of it. But it was a really cool show. Zed was great. They had like this chandelier system though. It was so cool. Like it was like, it had like these different parts that moved, and like it like went up and down, and they could spin. It was really cool. Like the music was great, and it was like in tune with the music. And I like EDM music, but I'm not like a person who goes to like raves often, especially since I was born in '94. But it was a really cool and interesting experience that I will likely never have again. But it was, I had like this, why am I here? How did I get here? All right, thank you for staying up, appreciate it. The EDM to One Piece CG, yeah, pipeline is super real. Yeah, I know a lot of people can probably relate from that story. Bringing the relatable content as usual. Why is this card here? This is from OP09. That's from 10. Yeah. All right. All right. Another nerdy thing. I want to not be live so I can watch some Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. It's 9 p.m. Not everyone lives in Hawaii, Australia? Hawaii, probably? No, not. Is it Hawaii? Though that does remind me of a different story, which relates to this story, which is maybe more relatable. Hawaii, yes. All right. In the beginning, there's a little game called Super Smash Bros. Melee. What are these cards? Are these just common OP12 cards? What are these doing over there? There's a game called Super Smash Bros. Melee. And time was good. Yes. Ken's Marth and all that. And then we got, in our hubris, Super Smash Bros. Brawl was created. And less was good. Less was good. And then, to counter the hubris, man once again wanted to play Super Smash Bros. Melee. So a little ragtag team. What is Newgate hanging out with the rares? You're not a rare, my guy. Called Project M. And everything was better. Everything was better. And then one day, these Project M developers announced a date where a brand new update would be announced. Midnight. Yeah, whatever date it was. So, I was in college at the time. And my buddy, who was also in college, but at a different college, but a drivable college, who has been a longtime friend, especially due to Smash Brothers, was like, you know what, I'll drive over, we'll come over, it'll be Friday night, I will, and you know, whenever it releases, we'll play some of this new update and see what it's like. Midnight Central Time comes and goes. All right. A lot of developers work in PST time. That's fine. 2 more hours pass. Midnight PST time comes and goes. Update from the developers. Well, it's still Friday in Hawaii, so we haven't missed our deadline yet. All right. 2:38 a.m. New update has been pushed to our whatever thing. Like, he had to leave the next morning. We played for like 5 minutes. And there it is. I think they were talking in jest, but we're like, come on. Right. All right. I need yellow stuff. Oh, and purple stuff. All right. Let's see. I don't play much Smash Bros anymore. I play Project Plus. So when I visit my friend, he lives in Kansas, where I used to live. Still, he lives there still. I don't live in Kansas still. We'll play, and we'll be like, I haven't played since you were last in town, and we laugh, and then we play, and then our fingers hurt, and then we do something else. But yeah, Smash was a good part of my life for a long time. Who's my melee main? That was just the issue. So what I didn't mention in my story is that I'm not melee old. I'm Smash Brothers Brawl old. So melee came around when I was like a little bit too young to be playing competitive games. Which meant yeah, so Brawl was the first game I took competitively, which meant there were a lot of like ease of access things that Project M did that I couldn't translate back to Melee. I was a Luigi main, and I would say a semi-competitive and somewhat accomplished Midwest Luigi main, which I'll be honest, Midwest, there are some great players in the Midwest, but there are less good players because there are less players in general. So, but I won some of our like monthly level events every once in a while. I was like known in the scene for playing Luigi, but Luigi's just not playable in the same capacity in Melee. And I've never really, my biggest issue with Melee is I've never found a character that I resonate with. So I've never really played it at a level higher than competitive. All right. But I played Yoshi in Brawl, which is why I'm named Eggman. It was my first gamer tag. And in Brawl, you only have 5 characters for your names, so it was Eggman with 1G. And that's that. And hopefully that sates that question for another week. Dr. Eggman. Yeah. Not quite. Let's see. Yeah, I'll probably wait another hour, or to the top of the next hour. If it doesn't pop up, then I'll probably just be done. Probably be done. What's next? Man, there's a lot of OP09 cards, huh? It's like that set was good. Oh yeah. Oh, mostly because there's a lot of Teach cards. Half this pile is Marshall D Teach cards and Giants. When's Dragon? I have no idea, man. I don't even know what they do. They have to ban like 7 cards. That game is like in such a rough spot right now. I don't even know. Like, I have only sympathy for people who have to balance that game right now, because it just seems like it's in a rough spot. I think the other thing is that I'm pretty sure I have the timeline of this correctly, but they have a new like lead developer or like producer for the game. But and he got put in the position a couple months ago. But I don't think that he's in the position. Anything that he has decisions in has not come out yet. So like he is in this position to try to do what he thinks is best for the game, where it is actively in a bad spot, in my opinion. So I have only sympathy for him. It seems like it was a tough task that he was put in. So I'm rooting for him. That is tough. I would not know what I would do personally if I was said, hey, you are now responsible for the Dragon Ball Fusion World card game. What's next? I'd be like, ah, man, that's quite the pickle. I do not know. Where's my extra Burgesses? Why do I only have 2? That's weird. For Fusion World, yeah. Masters, I don't know who the... Oh, I do have Burgesses in there. I knew a previous producer, and I still do know him. But I don't honestly know what the development team for that game looks like right now. They're doing a great job, I think, right? Like, despite everything, like, I think Masters is still, like, a solid game. Like, the prerequisite to like designing new cards for that game is like, the design docs must be crazy, because there's just so many pitfalls when it comes to like, well, we made this card in 2019. I don't think ban list is delayed. I think people are trolling. Of set 9.5. That format's so fun. I miss it. That's what I would say is peak Dragon Ball for me. Like, sincerely, right before COVID. There's just, the format was good, and then like Dragon Ball, like, at the same time, not only did COVID happen, but the format they made right before COVID, like right before, like right as COVID was going on, they accidentally printed a tier 0 deck. So like it was rough. It was rough for a minute. I'm just like, well, the world's ending and I can't even play the card game that I like. Big problems. They did ban it before it came out. That is true. Well, not before it came out. They banned it before there was a chance to play it, right? Is that Is that incorrect to say? Because I remember people buying some of the cards and then them being banned. I strictly remember one of my friends being like, so I bought all these cards for nothing, huh? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, my guy. Ironically, for people who have been paying attention for this long in the stream, which I have low expectations for you to do that, the deck that would have abused these cards acts a lot like what Shenron is going to be acting in Dragon Ball Fusion World, where they mill a lot of cards off the top of their deck for free, and they take advantage of cards getting milled off the top of their deck. So it's tough. Shouts to Vegex. Man, Tricolor Surge Piccolo. What a guy. They actually made a Namekian leader that was good. That's crazy. Yeah, Universe 3 Vegex. Good time. Good time. Good time. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with the U3 engine. Like they had to just like straight out apologize, be like, we made a mistake. We were not thinking of interactions outside of the draft box that we made the cards for. How many card games do I play? I think, so maybe this is the best way to say it. If I had a locals to go to in 30 minutes, I play, I guess 3. I don't play a lot of Fusion World right now just because I don't like the format. It's pretty bad in my own opinion, so I don't play it. But if I needed to, I could go to a locals in 10 minutes. I have some decks built, including a top 32 serial winner Cell deck. That's just okay. It's one of the 2 decks I'm allowed to play in this format, so it's got that going for it. But yeah, Fusion World, Digimon. No, sorry, Fusion World, One Piece, and Gundam. So those are the main games. I keep up with Digimon. I don't play that game as much, but I want to make sure. It's kind of like the same reason like I kept up with Digimon or like Dragon Ball on my website as much as I did. From like a strict, like, I don't know, amount of time I spent inputting deck lists and like the amount of like the, money I got from it or whatever, it was not in my favor. But I wanted to, Dragon Ball Masters was a really big part of my life for a long time, and Digimon as well. I would not know Yomi. Yomi, my partner of 5 years this November. I would not have met her without those 2 card games. So I really, truly believe in them and what they do, and I know that I'm limited for what my resources are, but if I can even just have a database for people to have that stuff, I want to be able to provide that. But I don't play Digimon right now. But I could probably, maybe the better rule of thumb, I could probably commentate an event for Gundam, One Piece, or Fusion World in 30 minutes with little to no research at this moment. That's good. So I was just asking what card games I play. All right. For judge promos, yeah. Maybe. Maybe. If she was, I never got any. Oh. All right. I'm getting there. And with there being insanity, but we're getting there. Opioid. Oh. Why do they so okay, here's my opinion with Nami. I haven't seen this necessarily as I don't know. Let me think about how I want to start this sentence. I think one of the strengths when it comes to Bandai card games and card design is where they do their best to keep the flavor and lore of a card in comparison to the card game itself, which sometimes can cause some weird situations where like, yeah, Newgate's supposed to be very strong, and then you're like, oh, he's too strong, he's winning every event. But I don't think it would be outrageous to say that Nami, in the lore of the game, is not particularly good at fighting. And so, with that in mind, I think that it would be more sense to have Nami, be more, she's a wisdom type in the game, right? Outsmart opponents kind of thing, or, be very tactical. And if I'm being honest, I sincerely think the people who play Nami, they are doing a lot of thinking. Like, if you've seen Adam play the deck, which you guys have because you watched him on Wednesday Night One Piece, there's a lot of thought and processing and sequencing that goes into playing Nami. And so from that kind of lore aspect, they did a really good job implementing her in the game, in my opinion. So I think it's one of my favorite things about Bandai card games is that it gives identities to its cards by giving them this lore to work with it. However, I do think that can cause some issues with balancing. Yeah, self-mill I think is better than milling the other thing. Let's see. Play against it's unfun. Well, some things are not supposed to. How do I say? Getting second place is not always fun. Maybe is that how I want to say it? I'm getting a bit tired, so I gotta. I might be a little bit looser with statements, but. I get it. I can understand why a deck like Nami can be polarizing. And I, additionally, if I never play against Nami again, I'll never complain about it. Let's see. Yeah, so I'll wait till. Oh, should I have more OP7 cards? Oh, they're mostly Vegapunk cards. Sorry, they're only Vegapunk cards. All right. If I could only afford one game, which would I choose? The answer may surprise you. I don't think afford is necessarily the word I would use. Because I'll always find money for card games. But if I could only, maybe afford, like, mentally afford to play one card game, or maybe time-wise afford one. I don't know if it'd be One Piece outright. It might be one game that I haven't been able to play as much as I want to, or really play. Star Wars Unlimited. My experiences with it and my understandings of it have been really high. It reminds me a lot of like what I've liked about Dragon Ball Super a lot in the past as well. So that would be one game I would consider. Dragon Ball Masters for sure, because I think that game offers a lot for just one game system. And I've been enjoying Gundam too, but that might it's hard to say for sure on that one. But probably one of those three. Let's see what else. All right, that's it for 7. Got 6. And then just time to reopen a lot of these tomorrow for building for OP12 stuff. Cardfight Vanguard, I haven't played more than their Nintendo Switch 2 priced Steam game. That's a compact sentence. We got a lot of flavors in there. It was fun to learn that game through their online thing though, and be like, oh, now I know why everyone compares Dragon Ball Super to this game. After playing Dragon Ball Super Masters for 7+ years, and be like, oh, I see. Now I get it. I completely understand now. Yeah, it's very similar. Not like incredibly so, but you can see there definitely was like some inspiration from it. to the point where like people would say like shield triggers instead of like super combos kind of thing. So I think that's fine. I think that's fine. It's not like, what is it? Upper Deck is suing. They're not even suing Disney or Lorcana, probably because they know they can't win that one. But they're suing the head designer of Lorcana, right? I forget his name, but what is it? They're implicating that he borrowed some design elements that he was working for an Up It Deck or whatever. How many cards do I think will be banned? Something from Blue Purple, Nami, random card, 3 cards. And then if Nami gets banned, they'll probably release Corgi from jail. So probably 4 or 5 cards will be affected on this list. Yeah, you gotta have random card. There's, you know, my brain is only so big. I'll definitely miss someone where a card that a higher capacity being would know. Why Nami? No, I don't think Cody. I did previously. The last week or so, I've changed my mind. I don't think Hody's getting banned. I wouldn't be surprised if he is, but I would say it's more likely that he doesn't get banned. I think it's more likely 9-drop Linlin gets banned. I don't know. It'd be crazy if they banned both, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I said, what, Sakazuki, 10% chance? I'll raise it to 15% chance. We'll say 15. All right, we'll give you guys a little bit more hope in this time of no hope, waiting for a restriction list. I'll give you more expectations. Why do people want Nami to be banned? Because it's broken in OP13. And this restriction list will definitely affect Japan's OP13 and likely hit our OP12. I don't think Blackbeard's going to get banned. I don't think they're going to hit anything. Yeah. If ban list doesn't drop at the top of the hour, I'm going to be done for right now. I'll still be checking every hour, and I'll record a video, I guess, offline, if that's the case. But we'll go from there. If it doesn't happen, I do apologize for the bait and switch. Sincerely, I'm surprised that it's not. I don't know. Maybe I was just hoping that it was before, like 2 or 3 a.m. for me. But they just, I don't know. This has just been like an unusual restriction list for a lot of reasons. This is for that one. All right. Culture. That's a lot of Zorgeras. Guess that's all of my Zorgers. That's funny. It's OP5, OP5A. I think it's because of Nami, maybe. I think this restriction list is important for a lot of reasons. So I don't think it's a bad idea if they felt like they needed a couple extra days to confirm. Yeah. It has to be at the top of the hour. I would be shocked if it was 12:37 or, you know, I think almost every update they've ever done, at least major in this capacity, has been at the top of the hour mark. So, yeah, if it's not this next 15 minutes, I'll be, I guess, watching Gundam until every 15-minute interval. But I won't do a live reaction. I'll just do a recorded one at that point. Can you tell? No, I can't. And there's only one reason why I can't. And the reason is because I don't know it. If that wasn't, if that was no longer true, you know I would tell you first. So I'm sorry for gatekeeping it. But just wait a little longer, okay? It's fine. All right. Which green deck in OP11 is causing Holding Jones? I don't know. If I was to say that why people were expected, I don't think anyone wanted it. It's a strong card, I won't deny. The decks that were to use it were Bonnie and Smoker, which both of those have topped events, but I don't think, like, Bonnie, I don't think Bonnie was tier 1 at all during OP11. I don't think it topped enough to justify that status. It was definitely like one of the better decks in the format, but I'd say it wasn't tier 1. So I think more people were worried about it in Zoro, but from my own testing, I don't think Zoro uses the card. So I personally don't think that I had a moment where I thought that Hody could get hit, but I would be really surprised if he was banned. Excuse me, if he was banned. I think he is likely here to stay, because they gave Green another Hody anyways. So I don't think, yeah, and I would be surprised if my input was dependent on people thinking Hody should get hit. I think it's just been like identified as a good card, but like Green Purple Luffy, I mean, they swag added a copy every once in a while, but it wasn't, you know, they immediately won't continue to do that when there is a Dead Man's Game. So I don't know. I don't know why. Well, I guess what the catalyst was. Yeah, Smoker's still good. I will agree. Smoker's just like the deck where I feel like it's just had like a lot of consistency issues, but I think Mihawk and We good? We good? We good. I think Bonnie and Mihawk helps fix a lot of the issues for that deck. So I think yeah, I think Hody is superfluous in Zoro right now. I don't think you need to run the card, and there's a lot of lists that I think are perfectly fine without it. So I don't think it's... I definitely thought, yeah, Zoro could be like something that helped push Hody out of the game, but I no longer think that. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they find it necessary to hit Zoro frame 1 in the West. In OP12, I don't think that... I'd be surprised if that happened. I'm being honest, which I usually am. I think myself and everyone expects it to be on their Twitter. Yeah, very, very surprised if they decide to ban it out of the gate. Sometimes I'm not being honest, that's true. And I would like you to find someone who says so otherwise. Sometimes I'm not telling the truth, but I don't know I'm not telling the truth. It's not called lying, it's being wrong. Betrayed. I'm sorry. Sorry you had to find out this way. Alright, set 3. This is wrapping up pretty nicely for me and my card sorting. Got 6 minutes left. Alright. Ban list is up. Really? 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 Oh. Dang it. Chopper 10, you got me. Actually, I said the ban list is UP. Clearly, Eggman. You just have to wait. But he's there. My bad, Chopper. My bad. My bad. Nah, I being banned from the Eggman chat is a real privilege. A single non-truth is not enough. You gotta really be asking for it. Honestly, Bandai's really good at not banning expensive cards. I think they're one of the games that really respect the value of the cards that their players have. To the point where, like, there was a secret rare in Dragon Ball Masters that they should have banned for a while, and they just didn't, because they're like, this card cost unironically $1,000. Like, and that was 2018 $1,000. That's a real chunk of change, because it's a short printed set where it's one per case, and they're like, let's make an entire deck around this one card. Apex of Power, there it is. Still have mine. Still have mine. I think he's evened out his investment. No worries, Chopper 10. You gotta get up pretty early, which is in a couple hours. Oh my goodness. Oh man. All right, you guys are in for a real treat. Oh. Corgi time. Woo! Oh yeah. Hi. How are you doing? Oh yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi. You want to go outside? We'll go outside in 3 minutes. Unless the restriction list actually drops, then it'll be closer to 23 minutes. Oh yeah? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, there you go. Hi. Yeah, he's a long boy. Yeah? Hi. What do you want? Didn't the other Victory Strike get banned? No. They just banned the deck around it. Yeah. There's a chance that it gets popped in 2 hours. Yeah, ban list will happen sometime between, let's see, right now it is 4:58 p.m. in Japan, somewhere between 2 to 7:02 hours. 2 minutes to 7 hours and 2 minutes, rather. It could be in 2 minutes. Could be. I misspoke. It could be in 2 minutes. It could be in 3 hours and 2 minutes. Oh yeah. This cute guy. Oh. So Wednesday in Hawaii. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think unbanning Sakazuki is impossible. I don't think they can unban Red Purple Law. I think that leader's just, a lot of cards have to rotate out for that deck to come back. I would definitely have like PTSD if Sakazuki came back. But what? It's an upgraded 15% chance, I think. He comes back. Moria will never come back. Or maybe not now. I would be very, 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 very surprised. Yeah, I think like the other thing is if they unban Sakazuki, it would be with like who I don't know, who's like, hey, this week your job is to see if Sakazuki can come back. Let us know. Yeah, I think red purple law has to be one of the most, I think at its time, one of the most broken leaders. Like Sakazuki, I think red purple in Japan in the format that we didn't get is the most dominant deck ever. You're him? All right, okay, never mind. All right. Yeah, I don't think Moby Dick's coming back. If Nami gets back, they can definitely unban Kabaji if they want to. But if Sakazuki comes back, it's just not a deck that I haven't put any cycles into thinking about that deck in a long time. Yeah. .401. Let's see. Let me refresh. Yeah, not happening. All right. Surely sometime in the next 3 hours. Yeah. Well, Cornelius, do you have anything you want to say? Really? You're usually so talkative. Or at least you bark a lot. All right. List is still happening sometime in the next 8 hours. But it's just not this hour. So I guess I'm checking every hour for the next 3 hours or so. Yeah, it's still Wednesday, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know about the unlimited format. I probably won't be so invested in that. So I don't think it's outrageous for them. I would say that it's more likely than not that it would be posted by now, but it's still not outrageous for Japan. I do think like 8 p.m. local time for the company is a wild time for them to push such relevant info, but I guess we'll find out when that's happening. So anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. I'm sorry that this was a kind of anticlimactic way to end the stream, but I do appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoy these chill streams. I know I haven't been playing as much One Piece lately, so hopefully this has been an outlet just to hang out and chill. In 20-ish hours, we've got Wednesday Night One Piece. It's back. We've got OP12 editions. Sos, our strongest wizard, will be coming over. Thursday, we'll be doing some testing. I don't know what yet, but we will. And yeah, probably at this point, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., right? But we'll see. Last prediction. Last prediction from me. Nami banned, 99% sure. Charlotte Linlin, 75%. Giant, 50%. Blue Purple Luffy, 25%. Sakazuki unbanned, 15%. Hody banned, 10%. I don't think he's getting banned. Kabaji banned. Kabaji unbanned, 95% or 99% with Nami. And sorry, restricted. I think it's likely going to be restricted if it gets hit. I don't think it's going to get banned. I think it's going to get restricted. Good call. Good call. It's until 6 p.m. Oh yeah. Brr. The thing is, I don't want it to be 2 a.m. and still be like this is low cycle work, but it's still work. We've been live for 5 hours and 42 minutes. Yeah, on X. If I leave to take this boy for his nightly walk, which I'm kind of already like an hour late for, would you guys still be here? Will you still wait an extra 55 minutes for me? Are we hard committing to it? We've already made it this far, right? Nope, good night. All right, respect it. Good night. Insane Set 2 Gundam card revealed. Oh no, Eggman, don't fall for it. Oh, he's going. He's typing in Gundam. Oh, they did. Oh, it's a set 2 card. Whoa. All right. It's only in Japanese. Yo, it's a 2/2 body it's a level 2/2 and then it links with anything from white base, I think. Crazy. Good to know. Good to know. So you're here? All right. All right. What is it? It's a core buster. Yeah, it's Earth Federation and white base, and then it links with anything with a white base, if my remedial Japanese is accurate. And you know that I don't know this because I'm a Gundam big fan. 4:06 a.m. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. All right. Just be here. All right. All right. Let me walk with this boy. We'll take an extended break. I might be back. Because at that point it'll be like 15 minutes. If you guys are here, I'll be here. We'll be right back. If anything, just to say goodbye. All right. I appreciate you guys chilling. Yeah. Maybe I'll do some deck building. I don't know. I need to build my decks for Wednesday Night One Piece still. I need to also put away these 10 OP1 cards. All right. I'll be back. We'll see. We'll be right back. All right, hello. Yeah, I guess I'm still here. I guess I'm still here. Why not? Why not, I say. Why not? Let me just do a safety refresh. For realsies, if it's not in the next hour. For realsies, I might be good for a little bit. But we're almost halfway there. Jump scared you, I know. Imagine setting like a time expectation and then doing better than it. Yeah, wild. Wild. I'm just gonna do some like light deck building. I think is the best way to do it. Because I need to build some decks anyways. And hopefully that's enough. Let's see. Let me just move these around. What do you think about Calgara in OP12? Oh, I could play Hearthstone Battlegrounds. You're right. Walk was good. Cornelius did his business. He was a good boy. RP ping with Shinanju. I've tried. I don't think it works. Like red green kind of gets their work, but purple yellow. I don't know. It depends if giant exists. I don't think Moby Dick's gonna get banned. I think the tier list of cards that can get unbanned. I think Kabaji is very likely get banned or unbanned. Red purple laws like at the bottom. Moby Dick is like on the lower end. Ice Age Great Eruption for sure. If you guys want Sakazuki back, you can't get Sakazuki back and Great Eruption or Ice Age. That just doesn't work. What else? But I do have Wednesday night One Piece coming up. Also, hey, actually most people are from Europe, so they can't get this deal. So never mind. Maybe I won't I won't plug my own website. What is it? OP12, OP12, OP12. I have 2 decks built. All right. Do I change this deck at all? It's perfection, right? What would I even change? No, I think this is near perfect. Play some Galgara? Nah. No, I'll probably hold off on playing games tonight. Probably just do more deck building and stuff. All right. I'm gonna just assume whatever. I don't know if Hodie's gonna get banned, but I don't think you need him. What time does sign-ups for my tournament? It goes live at 11 a.m. PST, I think, is what the site says. OP12 triple win a box. Sign-ups go live 11 a.m. PST, so under 10 hours from now, 9.5. So this will be, I mean, this is for the 26th. It depends, I guess, when the ban list works. The format will be whatever the format will be for this upcoming weekend. So if there's a restriction list, let's say the restriction list goes live like on the 29th or 30th, then this event will have the restriction list because that weekend's event is what this is preparing for. What about that instead of Luna? This guy, right? This is like slightly better against specifically Silver Israeli. I mean, I could put in one for Luna, right? Because it also has the. You know, I don't mind like doing like a 3-2-2-2 split, to be honest. Maybe just leaving the show off the card. It's probably fine. Yeah. I'm down with that. Do I have a recording for... oh, sorry. Recommendation for webcam for streaming and recording card games. Any DSL, like, honestly, like, if you're new to it, just get a webcam. I think quality is something you can get over time. If it's something new, I would wait that you are committed to recording the content in the first place. And then this guy up here that you can't see is a DSLR. It's a Lumix. I think I got for like $600 off Amazon with the. It was actually quite the deal. I was really happy with it. But I think a DSLR, where then if you have like a capture card to go into HDMI into your computer, that's like the next best way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, I would expect it to be like the first, without me actually knowing. I'm guessing that the first Japanese OP12 event is, or OP13 event, sorry, is going to be the weekend of the 30th, right? So there's a chance that it just is until then, right? I don't think that's outrageous. That card actually was called Core Booster for Gundam. Hey, now that I have mostly European watchers right now, based on guess alone, how's Gundam doing out there for you guys? Is Gundam popular? Is product around MSRP? What's your guys' experience with it? Why 2 instead of 3? You can definitely run it at 3. I could definitely see myself do that. The card's fine. I think like it's worse to Shigi, right? But it's still like sometimes you can play it for 4 early. It's up to personal preference, I think. Not existent. Okay, that has been players wanted product. Are you saying like players that wanted product are not around? Because I haven't done this, but the secret loophole to getting Gundam product English is to order it from Europe from people who don't have a player base. Stock is non-existent. Okay. Yeah. It could be something where like UK specifically, but the stock is different. I don't know. Gotcha. Including what? Secret Zoro? Or which Zoro? The other one? There are so many Zoros. You can't just say Zoro. Probably this one, right? No, not that one. This one, right? I guess for like this card, it didn't get a lot of use because I didn't play the mirror match. I don't know. It didn't really come up, I guess. I played like sometimes the mirror match, but I don't think that makes too much of a difference. A lot of stores in Italy have Gundam. Yeah, I think like specifically the IP is not as large in Europe than it is in North America and Japan, but I don't have any hard evidence, just surface level cases for it. Yeah, it's weird to see like so many varying answers though. Gotcha. Italy and Spain got overflowed with products. Germany got cut hard. I could see. I don't know how even distribution works for that. It could also be like a distributor issue too. My understanding is that the Europe, the results vary for a lot. Yeah, we're waiting till 2. We'll see. But I'll probably just build this for Wednesday night One Piece, just because this also has like variety of showing new cards and stuff too. Yeah, I didn't know if I was going to be live either. I was kind of expecting to. I'm just like, man, I'm just going to be up anyways. Why not just monetize my suffering? I can still just do work. Oh, you order a case? That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Perona, I'll be honest, I haven't tested this format a lot, and I haven't done a lot as much research for it, so it's hard to say. I do think that Blue Purple Luffy was such a force in this meta still, for at least Japanese players, that it's difficult to know what the format's going to be if that deck is likely getting banned or at least reduced in its popularity in this format. They posted McDonald's. Aw, sick. Good. Good. They did post McDonald's. At 1:30 a.m. That's crazy. Let me guess what the replies are. When is the revision ban? Can I order the ban list at McDonald's? This isn't the ban list, dog. Skull emoji. To be honest, yeah, McDonald's is the best. Go for it. That's funny. That's funny. Oh boy. All right. So that one's done. Also, I know that I'm like behind on. I'm behind on a lot of things. I'll be honest. Did I not put that I was live on Twitch on my website? That's crazy. And there's still like 200 of you guys here. That's crazy. I guess I'll add it now. I swear I had it added. I just have to press a button. That's crazy. All right. Yes, now there's a video of me on the front page. On the front page. And then McDonald's, yeah, they're delaying the One Piece campaign, yeah. Well, I mean, all right. Like, after what happened with Pokemon, I can see them getting cold feet for wanting to do that. Right? You guys know what's going on, right? What happened with the Pokemon one? In case anyone's uninformed, Pokemon did a card game release in McDonald's earlier this month. People were lining up for it so aggressively, and a lot of people were ordering meals, getting the cards, and throwing out the food, that the 3 or 4 day event ended after only 1 day. It was that bad. So I can understand why they would not want to do the same thing immediately afterwards with One Piece. McDonald's in Japan tastes terrible on top of that. Let me introduce you to American McDonald's, a former regular part of this diet. Yeah, it's tough, the scalper stuff. Agreed. And like I don't feel like responsible for it, in the sense that, let's see, also, Blue Kuzan do? Ooh. Alright, it did do kind of well this week. But you know, like as someone who like publishes data, like it can be used by like scalpers to be like, oh, well, clearly this is the card that, you know, needs to be bought, you know? So I don't think I take responsibility more than what's there, but it's tough to see for sure. All right, this is Kuzan. Hello, Kuzan. Kuzan, when you trash cards from your hand due to your Navy effects, let me draw a card, equal number of cards that were trashed due to that effect. Yeah, and it happening in Japan as well is crazy. Let's see, Curtis Play Games with the subscription with Prime. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Yeah. Also, like, the difference between like Canadian and like American fast food due to food regulation laws is completely different. Like, I could be one stark difference that I always have in mind is like A&W. I've had it in in US. US A&W have not been a fan. A&W in Canada is almost like a completely different store. All right. All right, all right, all right. But I haven't had A&W. I haven't been back to Canada. I haven't been in Canada since pre-COVID. So it's been a while. So that could just be an outdated opinion. I'll have to retest it. But I'll be in Canada for the Toronto event in next month. Yeah, Tim Hortons. I've got some bad news. I've only heard worsening things from Tim Hortons, especially since they got bought out by the company that owns Wendy's. But I haven't had Tim Hortons recently enough. About your Rayleigh's list, sure. I think that Rayleigh's can be like more reactive to what the meta looks like too, for what your threats are. Let's see, what's my list look like again? Yeah, I think like the only spice card is this, right? Yeah, Silvers is just supposed to be like a really consistent aggressive deck where you're good at doing like the same thing and having tools for like some situations. So I think there's like some decision points on like if Kid and Killer versus like Zoro, if you want to run both or not. I think like these cards are like mandatory. Like Nami's probably like one of our worst searchers, but it's still good. It's just their Twitter. There's no live stream for this. Sanjin Koala, yeah. Will you take off that list? Which list? This one? 5-cost Virgo. Yeah, this is like it's a Navy card, right? Yeah, Wendy's definitely has gone downhill. Yeah, but I haven't eaten McDonald's I haven't eaten it this year except for kind of a just I ate it in Japan. And then I had to eat it at the airport. It's actually was it this month? I think it was this month. It was like I ate McDonald's or I ate nothing. And honestly, eating nothing probably was was the call. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of it's just like the price of ingredients is up, which means it's harder to keep things the same price. But things getting worse for more expensive, double whammies of like that is tough. All right, we've got just seen on the website. It's me. I'm the guy. Message me on my Discord or Twitter or whatever what your deck list is, and I'll add it. And if you posted it on Twitter already, you can just link me like your Twitter post. Yeah, Whitebeard, Nami, Curly, or Jadand. Oh yeah, I've been tricked by that once before. All right, but yeah, Shigi makes sense. Nami, or not Nami, Hina. Up to one of your characters. All right, yeah, so it's a 2K that gets around blockers. Sengoku, trash one card from your hand. It's a Sanji's Pilaf on a body. Pudding, I don't know what that card does. Once returned, this character removed. Trash one card instead. It's the same Borsalino, but with a better protection spell, but can still be rested. Suru, 4 copies, right? Because it's a broken card. Because it's from forever ago. Alright, Zephyr, trash this card. One character 5 or less is on his hand, okay. Oh, it's also a 2K, that's right. Virgo. Because something can only play with 8K power less. Is Virgo really that good? I'm a bit surprised about that. Yeah, like Ice Block is fine. Red Rock, Raging Tiger, sure. Aramaki just gets to be a 11K attacker with Cycle. Yeah, this is yeah. Yeah, opponent chooses. You're right. It's harder to tell because I'm low energy, and I'm being sarcastic. But yeah, I'm being reductive. Fixes you going first? I guess so, because you don't have anything to play on 5. I guess. Should that be true? And then what? Trash 1. Yeah, you get to freeze something. This gets to draw 2. You can trash 1 card from your hand, give it to 1 rested on to your leader or one of your characters. And then alright, like yeah, you go wide for board. Cost 5. Oh yeah, so you can play Kabaji and Moji. Our leader's not multicolored. Excuse me, I prefer to play Sengoku. Clearly better than Virgo in slot. X-Drake blocker, yeah. We could play Zeph. Zeph would let you bounce Nami back to hand. That's fun. What's this do? 2 or less. There's no 2 costs in this deck, right? Yeah. and rest this character. That card was so good into the last sentence. And there's no 5-drops, 6K. Through Justin Goku. Sure, but you can also get X-Drake off of it too, right? X-Drake's also Navy type. Yeah. There's also, yeah, what, 4-drop Cavendish, right? Yeah, Cavendish is good. It's only your Navy skills, right? Yeah, Navy effects. Yeah. But yeah, it is really cool that, like, you know, this is like Sakazuki in theory, because you get to like cycle cards by trashing and then replenishing it, right? And it's not once per turn, and it's both players' turns. So, but yeah, I can see like if like yeah, going second is definitely better for this deck. But like yeah, Virgo could just be like a card that what you find it off Sengoku on 3 and then go there. I could see it. But Jozu? Oh, sure. Jozu could be really good too. But it's also the same thing where it's like it's a 6-cost card. Right? Send over Discord. Let me see. Alright, that will be updated shortly, Curtis. Curtis plays games, just good for the name for it, I'm guessing. You also DM me if there's any socials you want me to link. But thank you very much. I mean, it depends if... Surprise, they banned Kuzan to prove Eggman wrong. He can't be meta anymore. Ban list is any time between, I think, 13 minutes to 2 hours and 13 minutes, I think, at this point. Yeah, that's interesting. I just feel like... And just, if there's any Navy cards that were potentially missing. Full body, there we go, that's a card. Now we're talking. Son Goku only finds 7 Warlords cards which we're not playing. Oh yeah, Son Goku can't find itself, right? Yeah, that's why. Someone mentioned that far too long ago. Any reason why we couldn't play this Garp instead to be Nito? I guess you can't play it off Garp, right? Yeah. If Sakazuki gets unbanned, do we play this card in it? Probably, right? Because you can use it to play out Borsalino. And you get rid of a character with cost 5 or less. That's pretty good. For, 5 or less with Sakazuki effect. Yeah. Oh, former Navy. needed. John Giant. There we go. That's a card. That's a real card. Yeah, maybe she's just Virgo. I guess. Unless we want to go Centauro. But even we play yeah. It's still like a 6 Dawn investment. I guess so. Okay. We've got Zoro. Wait, I'll probably make some minor changes to this, but I'm okay with that. Koala, though. Koala is a deck. Or we put blue and yellow. I'm like, why am I not seeing the cards I'm expecting? Also, I expect all of OP13 to be added Eggman events on Friday, which is soon. So in case you guys are wondering, we will be updating that. At this point, we're just waiting for like a regular. Alright, Koala. So when this leader attacks your opponent's leader, if you have 2 or more characters that cost 8 or more, you get to draw a card. And once per turn, they are... what is your opinion of the most fun leader or color combination? I really liked Red Blue Marco. I liked Purple Yellow Crocodile, even though that deck didn't really do anything. I had a lot of fun playing that. The idea of like being able to like heal and like lose Dawn and gain it back. Any other leaders I really liked? I unironically like Black and Yellow Luffy. I think that deck was fun. This is from P2. Yeah, but Koala, you get the card draw once per turn. This could and they get to draw cards from their life. You play something 8 or more. I don't have a Rosinante deck list, but Sos will. Red Blue Mark with Animal still is also good too. Yeah, I do like. I like the idea of hand destruction decks. Like in Dragon Ball Masters, I played a lot of them. I know they're really obnoxious. So I'm down to try out Koala. I'm looking forward to it. I just don't know what, would immediately be in the deck. Yeah, I'd have to really try a deck build for it. You'll play this in Nami, draw 3, discard 1. Technically it's draw 2, trash 1, draw 1, but... And then you're just a 5-drop 6k blocker, or 8-drop 6k blocker. Alright, we're 6 minutes away. Dragon Rock. Oh yeah, yeah. Where is Dragon? All right, Robin. Yeah, is Koala. This character is blocker and +3 costs, so we're 9 costs on play. Trash 1 card from your hand if your opponent has 5 or more cards. They have to trash 2, which is absurd. Trash the bottom of your deck in any order if you're. Yeah, so you can replay the Nico Robin. Remember when everyone thought that this deck was just going to be the best deck in the format? Eggman remembers. You also have to play Secret Rare Kuma, right? Karsu. All right, where are we at? Quality, yeah, searcher for any revolutionary army. Trash the rest. Karsu, this becomes an 8 cost. If your leader's a revolution army, it's 5 or more characters. All right, but it's when attacking, which is fine. Let's see, then hack also becomes an 8 cost. Yeah, okay. Any reason to play? Five cost Black Law because Dragon can revive him. That's cool. Because this can get anything back, including. Yeah. I mean, 5 cost Saba is still fine, right? For Rebecca blocker, can Dragon. Alright, I mean, Dragon can play out Rebecca, but there's no 3 costs, I guess, outside of this one. You get Emporio to your hand and play Emporio. You get Arrested blocker. There's also Betty. Just like a little bit slow, poker. Oh, just, yeah, okay, never mind. That's just a different card in general. Limburg seems okay, right? I think what the issue is, what you don't have any like actual removal, right? You're just obnoxious. There's also Ursha's Shock. Okay, yeah, I can see that being okay. But just like when do you have time to play that card, right? I guess that's the issue. And you need captains assembled too, right? You just play Zeus, huh? Interesting. Yeah, don't worry about the damage you take. Because like, there's also like the idea of where one, like if you play against Silver, it's weird to have this deck out and then like Silver's Rayleigh exists, and they're like, well, I guess if I play something off Luffy, right? But then otherwise, there's nothing. Yeah, we'll know in 1 minute if it's out yet. If you guys believe. You guys believe. I think there's a strong chance for like maybe Jack to be good though. Because you could play Jack on 7 and then like you can use it to get rid of things and then it's part of the thing. Even though you can't search the card. I don't know. All right, refresh. Nothing. Still the McDonald's notice. Boo. It's 6 p.m. in Japan. But what time is it in California? Bait it again. All right. Do I just stay up for 2 more hours? There's no way they drop it at 7 p.m., right? There's no way. Oh, good news. For some people. The Gundam set that sold out on Premium Bandai, they're finding ways to re-release it. So that's good. Still August 19th in Hawaii. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You are right. You are right. I mean... What do we do? I guess, like... It's 2 a.m. in Cali. Yeah, I know. I'm here. There's... I don't even know. There's, like, this old film, and it's just, like... What's the meme? Like... It's Friday in California, or something like that. What is today in California meme? Let me see. Oh, okay, yeah. The meme is today is Friday in California. It's clearly Wednesday in California. But that's just a memed statement. 4 a.m. Kansas, I appreciate the home call. All right. Well, I know. I mean, this means nothing to you guys, but listen, Eggman has to build these decks for Wednesday Night One Piece tomorrow, anyways. Let's just. Hello. It's still me. Still me. Yomi's the one who's supposed to be working overnights today, but I guess I'm also doing overnights. Yeah, let me just build my gosh darn Zoro decks that I need to make. At least the 2 decks that I like know most of the cards for. It also means that I'm still like behind on like promos and stuff. I'm sure. All right, first let me finish doing these. We got OP1, pew, and then EB, pew. All right. Goodbye, Otamas. I'll see you very shortly, I'm sure. Rad Beams, I will see you probably less shortly. You might be in here for a while. Maybe not. Perona. Man, it's insane how much Perona was at its peak. For an uncommon. Gotta say. Who's they? Who's they? Who's they? Ban list in 2 hours. Jay, thank you for stopping by. I need sources. I don't need sleep. I need answers. This is OP01 or EB01. Asia, Reddit, and Twitter forums. Okay. I'm like, I might have sounded antagonistic, but seriously, like, you know, a lot of people trolling and stuff. But like, there's no like official, that is their guess, right? I don't think that it's a troll. Oh yeah, Cornelius? Yeah, Hunter, we just mentioned that, which is good. Yeah, I think even for premium Bandai, I think that sold a little too fast. All right. There's there. All right. I guess. Kokoro no Chizu. Map of the Heart. I think Map of the Heart. Kokoro. Chizu's definitely map. And you might be like, Eggman, how are you so sure at what map is in Japanese, but heart, the thing that's in your body, you're not sure about? I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you why that's the order, but it is. Eggman, how'd your Japanese exam go? Well, they asked me what map was, so it was starting off pretty good. And then they hit me with heart. And I'm like, I can't answer. I cannot continue this test. So, not great. Not great. I would say if the ban list doesn't happen in 2 hours, I don't know what reality is anymore. And that would additionally be the case because I will be tired enough where reality will just be a suggestion. All right. T-bone. And finger pistol. Bam. All right. Oh, and flambe. Wayne Evan, hello. Yeah, I do think I'm not going to be the one to say what Japanese work culture is and the differences in things. I would say that if I lived in Japan and it was 6 p.m. and it wasn't announced yet, that's bizarre. That's bizarre for me. Like, I can understand like it being, if you're not like the primary thing. For something not to be like posted between like 9 and 6 is bizarre in my mind. But that doesn't mean they are in the wrong. Not all announcements. I think honestly, I was thinking like 3 a.m. was like the latest, but I think I was thinking like I think I was also tricked a little bit by daylight saving time for it. I remember staying up previously for things for at like 3 a.m. my time, but that's 3 a.m. with daylight savings too. Yeah, currently it's 2 a.m. Yeah. I think we're just gonna be here. Yomi's working overnight, so I'll be, hi. Hi. I'll be in solidarity with her. At this point, I'm gonna go to bed for like 30 minutes and then wake back up. Oh yeah, the McDonald's promo. Yeah, that emergency tweet they needed to make now conflicts with it. What? What do you want? I took you outside. I gave you water. I gave you food. What do you want? There's no other thing, unless you want to go to bed. Which, I'm there with you, buddy. I would additionally like to go to bed, but that ain't happening. In Europe? Where? Where does it say it? In Europe. I'm not calling anyone a liar. I'm just saying that you won't get 100% on your high school AP English papers because you're failing to cite a source. Yeah. I know like they work later there, but I think like, yeah, 6 a.m. is crazy, or 8 p.m. is crazy. But I would say like, yeah, if an American company posted an important game update at 4, it would be, you know, something like Kotaku would be like, well, you know, this company in a bizarre Wednesday 8 p.m. message decided to remove you know, this character mid-match. This is the wrong yellow deck. This is Star Deck 9, not Star Deck 7. With the Daifuku in here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if it's not at 4 a.m., I don't know what reality is anymore. Yeah, 7 or 8. Oh well. I've definitely had things posted at like 1 p.m. PST time before. But that also might have been with like daylight savings as a factor too. So I don't think like it's the this is like worst case scenario, except for like I guess worst case scenario would be what? It's 4 a.m. 11:59. You know, small update. So we'll see. I do okay. My only other thing, and we'll I guess what we've got some small promos I need to put away. Into the Dawn pile. Ha. Alt art. I think it's just easier to get the promos out. Promo. Alt art. Promo. Alt art. Promo. Alt arts. Cards. Okay. What was I gonna say? I guess I just don't understand like why the like for reveals or something. Sure. At 8 p.m. I think would make sense. I don't know what why waiting between 6 and 8 would do. I'm happy that you guys are just as delirious as I am, seemingly. So that's good that there's some solidarity with that. Oh boy, I own 4 copies of Adeo, and y'all are jealous. Oh. Extra copy of Limb. Koala seems fun. It does sure seem like fun. Hey, why don't we play this card? Why don't we play this card in Silver's Rayleigh? Real question. With 3k base power, gain plus 1k power on defense. Why don't we play that card? I have 4 of them. We should play that card, right? So Straw Hat Crew. Because everything else is better? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, alright. Alright. Let me just, add this Charlotte smoothie. What did she do again? -1 on KO. Okay, so already bad. An on KO effect that's not on a blocker. Well, you tried. Alright. No rush, no self-replacement. But if Buggy's around, you can play you can attack with it, and then gives your it gives your things more defense power. All right. Oh. Woke up at work and I'm still here and you're still here? Crazy. Like, oh, that's true. It can be cheated out with pudding. That's fair. So I think that there's better targets, right? So like maybe it's like a backup target. So we'll keep these puddings out because I'll put them in Kuzan for sure. I'm not playing any red decks. Very fancy green cards. I do have. I mean, I'm likely gonna get these Bonnies back out again, but until then. There's my Scratch Man of Poos. Ezos. Alright. My boodles. My boodles. Oh shoot, my Uruj. I didn't put that in the right spot. Here. Alright, that's that for that one. Alright, purple. Just 2 drop here. Oh, sorry, not 2 drop. Shigi. Khalifa, and then this one Law. And then Nami. And Brule. Alright. Nice. Alright. We're done. Card sorted. It took 7 hours. Alright. We are there. Alright, what sleeve should we put our Zoro deck in? I've got Pirate Crew. Probably not the Yamato sleeves. Got Chopper sleeves. I've got an L sleeves, probably not an L. I've got Luffy sleeves. I've got Alabasta. Are the Teach sleeves. Probably just the ship sleeves. Yeah. Okie doke. No sleeves at all, you're right. Alright. Cool. Alright. From cards, I need to get X-Drake from this one. Here, we should do a timer. I don't think I have a way to. Do I have a way to? Yeah, okay, I can do. All right. What would be? All right. Let's see if I can do it under 10 minutes. Maybe that'd be the better way to do it. All right. All right. I have. All right. With minor cheating, because I have these cards set aside. Let's see how quick I can sleeve this deck up. All right, and 3. Wait, 2, 1. All right. We've got Zoro leader, which I'll have in a sleeve, promise. Green. All right, I need from here. I need the X-Drakes from the Bonnie starter. This is Buggy, so Bonnie is here. And 4x Drake. All right. We continue. Mostly, like, I just need a bunch of cards from specifically OP12 already. Do that. Oh, spoilers. OP12, I ran out of boxes, so it is mostly just right here. All right. We're playing. How many of them? 4? Yeah. 4. 4. 2. 2. And I'm trying out 2 of these, and that's that. All right. And then for the rares. Shiori, we're playing 3. Shigi, we're playing 4, but I have an extra one. I guess we're playing 1 of these. And we do need 4 of this. All right. That's done there. I guess I'll start sleeving a little bit. Still need the super rares. Most of them are from OP12, but we have Cav from EBO1. And what else? Oh, and Tashigi from OP10. Was it? Yeah, 2:30. I did take a nap today, so that I did cheat. I also drank coffee at like 10 p.m. with the knowledge that this would maybe happen. All right, we need our Peronas for sure. Let's see, this Tashigi does look super nice. I've only know of Peach Momoko's work because of One Piece and Marvel Snap, but it is a beautiful card. It is well done, for sure. I don't know Peach Momoko's work outside of that, but doesn't mean I don't need, that I don't know that it's good. 4 of these, 3 of these, and then we see what else we're missing. Actually, OP10 is this one, right? Yeah, this can have, we're playing 4 smokers, or sorry, 4 Tashigis. 1, 2, 3, 4. I haven't played enough Kuzan, but I think it's like one of the more unique blue decks they've made that still has potential to be good. So that's cool. Yeah, if I'm being honest, at this point, I think it's not going to be in 30 minutes. It's going to be an hour, 30 minutes. Oh, we're almost out of time. Oh no. Oh no. Got 4 minutes. All right. Well, let's see what we got. All right. 4 of those. 3 of these. 4 of these. 1, 2, 3. 4 of these. Shigi, I have 4 of this one. Alright, Cav, which I have both sides as well. Or sorry, extra 8 Cav I need. Tashigi, I have 4 of. There's the Peach Momoko. 3 Mihawks. I need the zero cost event. I have 2 Deadman games. I have 2 Lunas. And something else. Are these all? Yeah, I guess so. What's the other thing that I'm missing? Oh, at Paradise Waterfall. Okay. Paradise Waterfalls from OP1. Got 2 of these. I got a minute 45. Ah! Ah! Cavendish is from EVO, whatever. Electrical Luna is from, let's see, 5 and 8. All right. 5, 8. Two Lunas, bam, bam. Where's OP05? Quick! Stat! I know, Cornelius. It's gonna be close. Nope, countdown's not for the list. Worse. It's countdown for me just trying to build this deck in 10 minutes. Where's the box? There it is. No! 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 If only we weren't so foolish. No! Ah, that's close. If I remember Paradise Waterfall existed, we would have clenched it. But no. Oh well, not too bad. Gives me a PB to work towards. was there? All right. Zoro's built though. That's good. I guess Kuzan next. And then Koala. Boom. Boom, bam. All right. You know what? Since I'm curious. I don't know if this fits as well. I think a perfect fit sleeve would be ideal, but yeah. All right. The only alt art leader I pulled over 6 boxes. He's arrived. All right. Yeah, it's 23 minutes till the next hour mark. I would be shocked at this point. I have no expectation for it to be at that time. Let me see if they've made any more McDonald's updates, though. No. Okay. That's good. That's good. All right. Here's Zoro deck. What sleeves do I want for Kuzan? There's Tony Chopper. There's Yamato. I don't know if these sleeves would make sense. Here's what I've got set up. These are the sleeves I have right now. You also have other sleeves. I kind of wanted to use the Alabasta ones, but I don't know what leader I would use them for. I also have some more over here. No, those are those. These are oh, okay. All right. I'll use these for Kuzans for sure. And then Teach. I don't think I'll use these sleeves for a while. Or at least I'll wait until Teach. Yeah. Likely due to the Pokemon thing, yeah. I think that's sincerely like a rational decision on that part. Because yeah, that was crazy, right? It was some crazy business. All right. Sleeves I got. I've got Shank sleeves. I've got more Kirby sleeves. And then what's this one? Dragon Ball sleeves. Okay. What's in this one? I've got some 6 Silvers Rayleigh sleeves. You know what? I'll bring these ones out. There's Nico Robbins in the deck. Sure. Yeah, why not? Why not? Excuse me, puppy dog. Excuse me. All right. I do not need these over sleeves anymore. I don't think. All right, blue for blue Kuzan deck. Good. I bought these sleeves for 880 yen. All right. I think it's clear like what cards I need to run in the deck, right? Like Kuma, we got to play 4 copies of. Dragon, we got to play 4 copies of. After that, it's a little bit more ambiguous. All right. I think it's like this, things like this. There's a lot of things that I do where it is just very incremental. And then they really add up. I don't get this a lot, but I do get some people are like, what, you play card games for a living? That sounds like fun. It's just old games, all fun, all the time. There's a lot that goes into it, including, as dumb as it sounds, building and unbuilding decks. Which I've been going at a slow pace today, right? But it's been the majority of the stream, right? Ban list probably drops in an hour and change from now. On Blue Kuzan, it is likely neither of those decks are going to get hit on the ban list, so that means that they have a chance to do better. Yeah, we still waiting. Oh, for sure. For sure, we still waiting. Man, Yomi's gonna get home from her professional job at a major corporation at 3 a.m. She's gonna see me, CEO of Eggman Events, also still working, still punching the clock. She'll be very proud of me and my decisions, let me tell you. She'll be like, what? I'm the one who's supposed to be tired. Why are you tired? I'm like, I'm sorry, don't yell at me, I'm tired. Ooh. Yeah, at this point, like, I'm in too deep. I got it. Oh, you know what? I just forgot. I bought a new set of oversleeves. I need to unsleeve this. Oh well. Probably never using these sleeves again, but whatever. Should I put the cards in here? Probably, that's probably better first. The issue is that I don't know what my koala deck's gonna look like. Also, my room's a mess. And the biggest thing about this room being a mess is that the only way to make it not a mess, I gotta like make it even more of a mess first. Which just doesn't make sense. All right. All right, pudding. What are we playing in this one? For this one, I'm probably just gonna put in the TCG matchmakings one for first, and then I'll probably make some changes between now and Wednesday Night One Piece tomorrow. Why not kill time by playing One Piece Simulator? I don't feel like I am awake enough to play good amount of One Piece. I don't think it's relevant to play One Piece when there's a chance that the restriction list is going to change. And sincerely, I need to make this stuff anyways. So y'all are stuck with me. Gundam's like a solid 9. And even with my bias of I'm a guy who plays card games and I've invested a lot of time and money into covering the Gundam card game, so I benefit from it being around and more people playing it. It's a 9. For sure. Yeah, I know like Bandai, yeah. Like Bandai sleeves, they're really nice, but they need to be oversleeved. They kind of fall apart a little bit more. But they have some really good designs, so I don't mind like the extra effort for it. And I'm usually pretty okay with double sleeve decks too. But yeah, I understand the cost of that. Yeah, Gundam's a lot of fun. Gundam's really helped me out when otherwise I think the One Piece restriction, like the One Piece last month, wasn't too exciting. It's just like, you know, formats understood, and the fact that there were no events in North America really during that period, it just like it made it difficult for me to make content. All right, the Peacock one, 4 copies. And then definitely need some more boxes. Right, here we play 4 copies. This we play 4 copies. And that's it. Till we get to the rares. Where, you know, Sengoku we play 4 copies. Borsa we play 3, 3, 3. Yeah. All right. I haven't applied to any, but mostly because I don't any of the. None work for me. And to be honest, I kind of already played in a couple of new type challenges at Gen Con. So if one makes sense for me to apply like late rage or whatever, I'd do it. But I also want to make sure that other people get to play. I am looking for one more Overflowing Affection, which is like the participation prize for it. So I do, because I have 3 and I want the 4th copy. But otherwise, yeah. So I'm gonna try to get like results for how I can for it. But yeah. What kind of case? It's a side loader. It's the ones that I sell on my shop. It's with EXP Share Collectibles. What's your go-to deck? It's still red-blue. But I've been liking like the little like Earth Federation version of the deck compared to, I would say, more of the low to the ground deck I was playing previously. All right. So I'm gonna need 4 Tashigis, 4 Surus, some Virgos, Aramaki, Garp, and then the removal cards. I guess if I was really smart, the cards that I need, I would have made the Zord, like the decks that I needed anyways, and like pulled away the cards I needed, but yeah, whatever. I don't know how Buggy's gonna fare, if I'm being honest. I would say an hour from now would be the latest they would ever traditionally announce something. Before that... I could play a little bit of the sim on the sim. It'd probably be with Koala though. To that. 4 so at 1. A 2, 3. Alright, 4 Zerus. 4 Zephyrs. 3 Virgos. 3 Kuzans. 3 Sakazukis. Is Aramaki really that good? Like 11k, like, I guess it's a block or 2, right? That's probably good enough. And then 3-2. All right, after, and then yeah. And Pheasant Kick also protects characters. You can definitely play Cavendish instead. I don't think that's too bad of a choice. I mean, I think, like, unironically, it depends if blue, purple Luffy's around. Borso not, like, getting removed, though, is nice. Right now, it is 6:53 p.m. for them. All right, Suru's from 6. And then Shigi's from 6. They're both rares, cool. Virgo's from 1. Oh, that's funny. And then Gravity Blade's also from 6. Okay, good. And Aramaki from 6? Aramaki from 6. Good, all right. Meanwhile, yeah, here's 4 Garp. Yeah, I'm gonna put these aside for later. It's crazy so even though I didn't get my I got 4 Kuma leader 4 Kuma secret rares out of 6 boxes and none of the Bonnie, which is wild. 6. Yeah, 6 minutes to announce. I hope so. Eggman's starting to doubt. Eggman's starting to see things. Eggman's starting to talk about himself in the third person. All good things. All good things. Yeah, at this point, 7 p.m. seems like a weird time. 8 p.m. makes more sense. I don't know why. I don't know why my brain thinks it that way, but if so, it means that I'm thinking the same way as the PR manager for Bandai Namco. Actually, just Bandai. Bandai Namco is a separate subsidiary. And we're missing Set 1 Virgo. And Red Rock from OP04. Eggman out. I don't know what I'm gonna say. There's a bunch of things I could. We'll see the one I decide. All right. All right, Blaine Evan with the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Yeah, at this point, we're in too deep, which is what I said earlier. Aramaki from 6, which is this box. And then, how does one join my tournaments? I post when registration goes live, and then you join. And then if it's full, then I have late registration 30 to 60 minutes before the event. But I'll let you know what it is if and when that happens. And that is the majority of the information you need. All right, Red Rock from OP04, Virgo from OP1, baby. Ban list is up on the Japanese site. Oh, let me run over there. Let me see. Let me see. I'll believe a lot of things right now. One Piece card game. Language. Global. Japan. Oh, hey, it is. Someone didn't lie. I think it actually happened. That's crazy. Are we here? I think we're here. I think we made it. I think we made it, everyone. I think we made it. Crazy. All right. This thing is dying. All right. All right. I guess spoilers. Nami leader probably banned, huh? All right. Show screen. All right. All right. Let me get it set up. Yeah. Someone didn't lie. I know, right? All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Give me one moment. I almost pressed the X button on the stream. That's funny. All right. Boy, yeah. All right, let me also. I know. Probably need to. Actually, you know what? Wait, is that one dying? This dying? This isn't dying, right? Maybe I can just switch my thingies. Oh, don't turn off. Oh no, this is also dying. All right. Let me just switch to my actual microphone, which I definitely don't have plugged in. No, but I can use this one. All right. All right. All right. I know. Hey, for what it's worth, I need to make content. I'm sorry. You guys can check if you really want. I just need to set up the shot for this. And make sure that this microphone doesn't die. That is an awful Google Translate. I had 6 hours. Well, the issue is that this is dying. You know, yeah. Here, I'll hold you with this. All right. I think this is saying we can only play East Blue cards, and that's the only difference. If there's any additional difference, you guys will have to let me know shortly. All right. Hello. All right, you should hear me 0 times now, or 1 times now. No, list just dropped. Also, stop recording, start recording, turn this off, hide stream stats, hide the thingy here. There it is there. You can only play East Blue? Okay. All right. Bam. All right. What are the difference between these two? Okay, it's the same thing, but like just in different spots, I guess. All right, here we go. I'm gonna do it one more time. Stop recording. All right, in 3, 2. Hey everyone, Eggman here with another video. It is 3:04 a.m. I'm technically live streaming this, though this will be re-uploaded. You guys are probably watching this version of it. But we've got a new restricted and banned list for you guys for the One Piece card game. This is likely going to be announced in English in the morning or sometime when it will affect us, but it looks like it's announced now and we're going through all this too. So this is my first time looking at this. There's like one additional card that I kind of know because I had to set up this shop, but we'll go through this one. So this also is in Japanese. This is just Google translated as of, but this is a restriction. So our primary goal in this game design is to allow players to enjoy using a variety of decks built around leader cards. Therefore, we considered implementing bans or restricted cards if we determine the diversity leader card being played is hindered by factors of win rate for using a specific leader. This is also just not like how it's printed in English. It's auto translated. So
Yeah, the idea is just, they want it to help leaders be used, I think is the general thing. So it's announced for today, but it looks like it's going to be August 30th. So if that is for global, that will mean that our first events for the English version will also be with this restriction list. We currently do not know as of this recording, but I would say that if it's August 13th, it's pretty likely. And looks like our first thing is a prohibited pair. So cards that are an A and card B cannot be used in the same time. This is a restriction that they've done for previous games. Currently, Digimon has this as well, and it is with the OP11 Monkey D. Luffy. So it is saying that you cannot use this card with the 8-drop Katakuri, nor can you use it with the 9-drop Linlin. So I know a lot of people are saying that these cards could be banned, or like I heard a lot of people saying Linlin would be banned. I would say that with me going into it, I would say that Linlin was like a 50-50, if I was going to be honest. Clearly, something needs to change with Blue Purple Luffy. But now, like, what do we do with this deck, right? What do we do with this deck? Like, what are the best cards to play off 9-drop Sanji if that's the play for it? We still have Gum Gum Giant, but clearly, like, Linlin and Katakuri were just generically the best cards to play off this deck, right? So this is something which is really interesting, and I don't know, the deck is not like dead inherently, right? But it's going to be cool to see. It's going to open up a lot of deck building for it, I guess. So super weird. But so none of these cards are banned inherently. You just simply cannot use Katakuri or 9-drop Linlin in Luffy leader. That's the one way to say it. So there it is. Next up, we do have banned cards, though, which is Nami, which I did know this one before scrolling down. So for this one, also, I'm looking ahead. There is some ban lifted going on, too. Also, this is a live recording, which I did not turn off the the emotes for it, but thank you very much for Blackleg92 with the 6-month subscription. You made it to the YouTube video. Let me turn off these emotes though real quick for it. But oh man, where is it? I don't know. We're just gonna keep going. Nami's banned. All right, this is this was, if you showed me this a week ago, I would be surprised, but there's been a new card for this too. Oh, my emote wall is also open. Oh no. But the idea for Nami, where we have the new Otama. Oh no, oh no, this is not a trick for. There we go. All right, I think I got it for forced engagement. But yeah, with the new Otama card that lets you just be like a better Kaya, there's just a lot of Nami for that to change. So they did also note that there is a new promo that they will be printing for it. It's this Nami here. So this is just quick Google Translate. The actual translation is you can only use East Blue cards for this deck. So I think that's fair enough. I think a lot of the cards that broke Kaya were non-East Blue cards. So Nami still lives. This also is a block 4 card. So if you can find a way for Nami to work, you still have a chance for it, though. I think a lot of the East Blue cards are going to be rotating out too, so we'll see. But they are reprinting the leader, so that is cool. But yeah, I know a lot of people are just like done playing against this deck in general, so that is gone. All right, so ban lifted. I saw while setting up this shot, I saw these top 2. I do not know what's below this. My guess is that Kabaji's going to be unbanned, and that's it. So here we go. That is not Kabaji. Oh no. That is wild to me. This is something that I would say, I think at the beginning of my stream I said is a 10% chance. I bumped it to 15% chance, but Sakazuki is unbanned. That's crazy. That is crazy. This was a card that I thought they were never going to touch again. Sakazuki was at the probably the second most broken leader in its time in this game. And so the fact that they're going to bring it back is crazy. I think the only more surprising thing for me is if they brought back Red Purple Law, which I don't think that card can come back. So crazy that he's back. And you got like a lot of new support off of like the blue Kuzan Navy card. So obviously it's worse than this leader from it. But, Sakazuki also has lost what? It's lost Ice Age, it's lost Great Eruption, it's lost Gecko Moria, so it has lost a lot of the tools that it would be using, but interesting to see this card. I would not expecting that. That's crazy. And then Kabaji is expected. That one, like, okay, he's finally off the ban list. We can play him again. So we'll see. He's not even Crosscode, right? He's just Buggy's crew. So We'll see. The 15% happened. Yeah, it does happen. But that's it. That is it. That is what our restrictions are, and unrestrictions and everything. This is pretty out of character for this game. This is the first time for at least a global format that we've had cards unrestricted. We had it for like our English format where we had for like our set 4 meta, we had a English exclusive restriction list that only lasted a month, and all the cards that were affected by it were taken off of it. Nami, I think a lot of people are happy about this. This is an interesting, I think, experiment for this game where to restrict these cards out of it. I do think that, you know, still being able to play all these is good. Gum Giant lives, which is crazy. Hody is still around, which I'm not sure. Honestly, with playing more green lately, I don't think Hody's as necessary, or we have Dead Man's Game, so that wasn't too surprising. I think I said like it was a 25% chance going into it, but yeah, all right. Yeah, and then we have the rest of our banned cards. Yeah, Raigo. This is Raigo. I was like, what is Rai? So I think the letter from the producer, effective 30th, as of this recording, I don't think that there has been anything that says that this will be for English. I have a high expectation for it. Yeah, this is on the Japanese site. Yeah, this is on the Japanese site. So I'm also talking to the chat. I'm delirious right now. It's very late from I've been streaming for a long time. So, but that, and then we do have this Nami, which this essentially says you can only play cards with East Blue, but the rest of it's the same. It still has like the Dawn ×1 for it. So, yeah, we'll see. I guess I'm gonna go to bed soon. Finally, we'll get to see if what's this gonna look like for English, if they're gonna announce anything in the next couple hours too. And that's it. Kabaji's back. Buy him up. Sakazuki's back. Did not expect that. And that's it. People have been buying Sakazuki for a while. People bought Sakazuki for the last restriction list. So I don't know. If anything, if I'd say that people buying it for the last restriction list might have had people be, you know, may have influenced them to relook at if the card needed to be banned or not. So you would need the new leader. Yeah, you'd need the new promo for it. So anyways, that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know what you guys think about this. This is going to be crazy. I do hope, I have an expectation, hope that it's for Universal August 30th, which will mean that our first events in the English version would also be with this restriction list too. So that's going to be it. Thank you guys for watching. We'll catch you all next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. All right. I'm still here. Yeah, Sakazuki getting unbanned. Not in my high probability chance. So, I don't think people knew, if I'm being honest. I did not buy any Sakazukis, and a lot of people bought Sakazukis at, like, prices went up during the last restriction list, and then the card didn't get unbanned, right? Yeah, not removing Betty, while also making, removing the tools that Blue Purple could use against Betty is kind of crazy. I mean, Sakazuki allegedly would have a better matchup into Betty, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. This is the new Sakazuki. Or sorry, that's a sorry, this is the old Sakazuki. Yeah. Yeah. You won $100 from Gum Giant not being banned. Congratulations. That's huge. Here, I'll put the... So the thing is, you have to change your language to Japanese. I promise this thing here. I promise this isn't a goof. I wouldn't do that to y'all. Yeah, because you go to the regular website and then you just change your region. Yeah. So you just go to, for example, here, I'll walk you guys through it. I guess I gotta do English first. My Nihongo is not that good. Yeah, so if you go to global and then you go to Japan, it's right here. Sock up $90. That's crazy. What's the? Let me see. Oh man, I can buy an alt art Sakazuki for $40 right now. Tempting. I could be part of the movement. I'm not going to do that. Couldn't. They could have, yeah. They could have made it, but I think they just are just like done with Nami. But yeah, they definitely could have done that instead. But I think like One Piece is heading into a direction where Nami breaks the game. I think is the other thing where there are aggressive decks, but there's like an kind of an emphasis on more like mid to late game decks where Nami just wins and beats them. You know what I mean? So I think like it's just like a game design that they just wanted to walk away from anyways. Last 3 sold for $69. Crazy. Crazy. Let me just press this refresh button real quick. Oh yeah. Oh, and new ones added to the store. Nice. Well, what benefit does Sakazuki? Sakazuki has more cost reduction removal and proactive cycling. Access to like Tempest Kick too. Sakazuki and Tempest Kick has never existed at the same time. Is that right? No. Isn't every card in Nami right now East Blue? No. Definitely not. Let's go to the most recent Nami deck. This one. We're looking at Gen Con Regionals. Yeah. This is Rohit's build. You cannot play Impel Down All-Stars. You cannot play Love Love Beam. And you cannot play Deathwink. And you cannot play White Snake. And you can't play Snake Dance. So, a good amount of the deck. A lot of your defensive tools. Yeah, but it's weird without printing more East Blue cards. So it's just going to depend if like 4 life is like enough for a control deck. Yeah. And the new Marco from PRB too. Yeah. I mean, they literally banned it, and then like the new leaders, like per usual, the promo leaders haven't been like super great. Yeah, it's just a poor Google Translate, but essentially says you cannot, according to the blue rules, you can't play cards that don't have the East Blue characteristic. Yeah, let me see. Let me refresh again on Sakazuki. Yeah, it went from like a $20 card to now. That's still like the same. Yeah, all like the cheap ones have like $50. The new promo, it's marked with block 4, so it doesn't. It's whenever it releases, it has 3 years of life. So, anyways, I'm just gonna go edit that real quick, and go from there. Last time though, in case you guys missed it, 1, thank you guys for hanging out. I am so surprised it dropped at 3 a.m. I was like, all right, it's gonna be 4 a.m. So someone told me that it couldn't be. Someone's like, 3 a.m. is not the way. But there's just been a bunch of times where it's been updated like that. But anyways, yeah. So you can't play Katakuri or Linlin in blue and purple Luffy, essentially. So there's that. Nami is banned outright. Sakazuki is back. And most importantly, you can run your Kabaji, which in case you don't remember what that card does, Kabaji says, if you have a Moji in play, you get to draw 2 cards and trash 1 card. So it's a Buggy Pirates card. It's not a cross-build card. But if you have like the other Moji, right? Like you could play it in Buggy technically, and you'd have ways to draw cards. When is Digimon? I have no idea. I have no idea what Digimon or Fusion World. I know both those games need restriction lists too, but I have no idea. So I think that's it. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. I did not expect Sakazuki to be back, but he's back. All cards. I believe it's all cards. Yeah, I don't know what Betty's gonna do. I still kind of wish Betty lost Emporio. I think that play is just proven to be too strong consistently. So, anywho, and I also wouldn't have been upset with a Buggy ban, but whatever. We're done. All right, I'm going to bed. Good night. Bye bye.